Hello all. I would request everybody to settle down. We can begin the session. Hello all. I would request everybody to settle down so that we can begin today. Hello everyone. We request you all to settle down, please. Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to the EFAST Summit as we celebrate its second anniversary. I sincerely appreciate you all for taking the time today to join us. I would like to start with a heartfelt thank you to each one of you here for your invaluable contributions and steadfast support throughout the evolution of EFAST India. Your unwavering patience and dedication has been instrumental in our journey. I am Manojna Polisetti from WRI-India, and I'm truly honored to be here today celebrating 2 years of EFAST India's remarkable progress. EFAST India is a visionary effort by NITI Aayog to accelerate the transition towards sustainable and efficient freight transport in India. Today, the EFAST family has grown to include 17 knowledge partners and 70 industry partners, all united in the shared vision to transform India's freight transport sector. This event would not have been possible without the support of our incredible EFAST partners. Their expertise and dedication have been instrumental in driving the initiative forward. When we first embarked on this journey, the zero-emission trucking ecosystem was just beginning to scratch the surface. Today, we are witnessing a remarkable shift. Key industry partners are now envisioning possibilities and exploring ways to make that a reality. Today's event promises to be an exciting showcase of insightful discussions from eminent leaders in the ZET space, including policymakers and industry experts. The sessions will feature discussions on strategic policy measures, lessons from early adopters, and innovative financing solutions essential for scaling the ZET deployment. We look forward to engaging dialogues that will further propel our shared vision of a sustainable and electrified freight future. Thank you for being here to commemorate this milestone with us and for continuing to drive our shared mission towards a greener and more efficient future. To kick off today's event, I would like to invite Mr. Pawan Mulukutla to deliver the welcome address. Pawan is the Executive Program Director of Integrated Transport, Clean Air and Hydrogen, WRI-India. His leadership at WRI-India builds on the ongoing dialogue and collaboration towards transition to sustainable energy consumption models. Welcome, Pawan.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today, and very grateful to actually NITI Aayog, Mr. Sudhendu Sinha, advisor at NITI, who actually kind of conceived this idea. When we met 2 years back on how do we really initiate this conversation with industry partners and our knowledge partners, Sir said one thing, that can we create a collaborative platform that brings everyone together? The problems are big, and the solution requires not an individual organization or an individual to work, but everyone coming together to really address this challenge. And that's how the idea of EFAST actually was born. In fact, the logo that you see is actually something Sir had thought through this in terms of how do we really bring EFAST and make India stand out in terms of the decarbonization of the freight sector itself. And I would also like to acknowledge, we started this journey September 7th, 2022, exactly 2 years back. And it was fantastic to back then see all the industry partners and all the knowledge partners. What we started with 3 knowledge partners as the founding partners: RMI, CalStart, and World Economic Forum. And then with, of course, other industry leaders, it has now expanded to 17 knowledge partners. Most of them, I see all my friends and colleagues here in crowd today. And it has truly become a collaborative initiative. And I think that's what it really needs when we are talking about how do we address this challenge of decarbonizing. We know that there's challenge of financing, the issue of charging infrastructure for trucking. So it really requires all great minds to come together and think through how do we really create innovative financing models, business models, how do we get charging infrastructure deployed, how do we really talk about highway electrification, what do we really do about specific use cases. And in the last 24 months, we have really seen so much of discourse that has really started around this whole e-trucks, if I may say so, to really start thinking about how do we really decarbonize this freight sector itself, which contributes so much to the emissions. It's really heartening to see everyone coming together. I think that's the biggest thing for EFAST, is how do we create a collaborative approach, and how do we then bring in different solutions as puzzle pieces to put together to really address this. I also would like to acknowledge Mr. Karthik Atmanathan from PSA, who is joining us here. He's been instrumental in driving the whole policy discourse around the e-trucks. And a couple of weeks back, the PSA office released, the Principal Scientific Advisor's Office released a policy advisory around the whole trucking, e-trucking, in terms of how do we use policy measures both on supply side, demand side, and charging infrastructure to take this conversation. And this is exactly what we really need today, is bringing together what we all are good at and really solve these different pieces of challenges that we are facing today. We have, through this platform, we have reached more than 125 companies. And we have been in conversations with, and 70 industry partners are part of this EFAST initiative. In fact, last year at the Clean Energy Ministerial, all the knowledge partners came together. And I see Urska from WBCSD, I see Joseph from CalStart, my colleagues from SF3, Terry, GIC, all partners coming together. I think that's what we really want this platform to be. How do we really ensure that we are able to deliver solutions at scale? And this is how we'll be able to take this discourse in India. With that, I welcome you all and looking forward to the day-long deliberations. We have a very interesting agenda which really focuses on different aspects of how we are going to look at policies, how we are going to solve the issues of infrastructure, how we are going to solve the issues of financing, and that's what it really is. To identify solutions, we need more, we know the problems, we need more solution providers, thinkers, people who can think through this, people who can deliver this and implement and take it forward. Also would like to recognize Shakti Foundation, who have been very instrumental in supporting this platform since its beginning. And with that, welcome you all and look forward to wonderful deliberations and conversations throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Pawan, for setting the stage for today's event and providing such a compelling overview. Next, we are honored to have Mr. Madhav Pai, CEO of WRI-India, deliver a plenary address on bridging policies and industry ambitions for a collaborative freight transition. Under his leadership, WRI-India has supported implementation of several pioneering projects, including Indore BRT, the Mumbai Climate Action Plan, and National Electric Bus Program. Welcome, Madhav.
Good morning, everyone. I think Pawan has set the context in a big way. I mean, I think really it's a privilege to be here at the 2-year mark of this conversation around freight electrification and the eFast platform. As WRI India, we have been sort of really participating in, I would say, important conversations related to climate and climate change policies. And, traditionally our approach would always be to do 1 or 2 pilots, do a deep study, research about a topic and learn from it. But, when this idea of freight electrification came, NITI Aayog also showed visionary leadership. And we said, first, let's create a dialogue platform and pilots, etc., will emerge. And the right relevant conversations will emerge from this. So I think this was actually for us also a very sort of new approach to trying to sort of bring the conversation around such an important topic forward very, very quickly. So I'm very happy in a way to see this approach work, and I feel like this can also be used for many other conversations that are going. So again, really your leadership really means a lot to sort of almost making an example of how we can accelerate some of these conversations. Basically, we spoke about really, collaboration. I mean, I think this is, at a 2-year mark, we have been, successful at collaboration. I think for us, really now it is how do you take collaboration to co-creation, right? I mean, and that is really the opportunity to think forward right now. It's not a small sector. If you look at India's sort of climate trajectories, right? The biggest, and we've done some modeling in-house also. We have something called the India Energy Policy Simulator. It's an open source tool. You can go look at it. Basically, the 5 biggest decarbonization opportunities really in India are cement, steel, aluminum, chemicals, and freight, right? And I think, transport is the fastest. 50% of emissions will come from industry. The next about 15-17% are transport today. Transport is the fastest growing sector, and 70% of the transport emissions are in freight, right? So this is clearly one of the top 5 decarbonization opportunities. Also, if you look at cement, again, freight electrification becomes a substantial part of the cement decarbonization opportunity as well. In addition to, so again, I think it's very clear that this is an extremely important topic for us to really accelerate conversations on. So I think a lot of times when we start platform really helps also generate that common vocabulary. And then common vocabulary, once is established, then you can actually have those kind of trusted conversations. And I think that's where the platform, which allowed, one-to-one dialogue, Niti Samvad, smaller group engagements, all of that has helped really generate in this community this common vocabulary that now allows us to speak, exchange freely. And really, for me, I think, the next part of this journey is really going from convening to eventually actually doing contracting, right? I mean, that is when you will be able to do things at scale. So, just from collaboration to co-creation, from convening to contracting, I think this is the kind of transitions, if we are able to facilitate with this platform, I think we will be truly successful. Already, I do think that, there has been a lot of global visibility on this. Other countries are interested in sort of launching similar platforms. So already, this India for the world story is emerging from this. And I think if we were able to really, I think this is where also the scale is going to really help us. The common vocabulary, etc., is able to allow us to do real transactions. The opportunities for aggregation are just immense. And I think, if we are able to drive that kind of, then we can really become this can really become a story for the world that India can take and demonstrate also, our leadership on these topics of doing this. I think the Bharat ZET policy advisory, the initial pilots that have happened in cement, mining, FMCG sectors are all extremely important. And I think, also really, this is the fact that, charge point operators have been part of these conversations right from day one really sort of demonstrates also how we can really integrate this whole electric thinking, into electric and digital thinking. How do we really integrate into the transition conversation? I think is also very, very meaningful. So with that, really very, very pleased, I think, to be here at a 2-year mark. Really excited to see what we can do as a group together on this. We are very happy to support in our role as much as we can. And, really confident that we'll be able to create really a sustainable zero emission future for India's freight sector. So thank you once again. Welcome to all and look forward to the conversations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhav, for the thought-provoking plenary address. I request Pawan to present a token of appreciation. Okay, fair. Thank you for taking the stage, Madhav. Now we would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge the incredible work and dedication of all our knowledge partners who have contributed to the EFAST Summit. As we celebrate the collective achievements of EFAST India, we are excited to honor each of our esteemed knowledge partners. I'll announce the knowledge partners in an alphabetical order, and I warmly invite each representative to join us on stage for a photo opportunity to commemorate our collaboration. I invite Mr. Joseph Seja from CalSTAT, Dr. Sheshadri Raghavan from CEW. Is he around? Yeah. Dr. Sheshadri Raghavan from CEW, Ms. Shreya Nair from C40, Mr. Amegh Gopinath from GIZ, Dr. Aditya Gupta from IIM Bangalore, Ms. Ananya Das Banerjee from the Institute of Transportation Studies at UC Davis, Ms. Samhita Shiledar from RMI, Mr. Vijay Jaiswal from Smart Freight Center, Mr. Sharif Kamar from TERI, Mr. Atul Mudlayar from the Climate Group, Ms. Urshka Skurt from WCSD, and Ms. Jyoti Kalash from WRI-India. Yeah. Next, we are honored to welcome the driving force of EFAST India, Shri Sudhendu Sinha, sir, the advisor of infrastructure, connectivity, and e-mobility at NITI Aayog for a special address.
Thank you, Madhav. Thank you, Pawan. Thanks to each one of you for being present here. And these, distinguished, one of them, all of them in one stage. So exactly 2 years, 3 days before today, we started it. Just on the other side of the Kartavya Path. And that was the time when heavy duty freight was not a topic of conversation, neither in the FAME scheme nor in any one of the other schemes. So we decided that once that realization came in, that if we have to achieve the target, which is the bigger aim of clean transportation, that cannot be achieved until freight gets electrification or freight is achieved. The heavy duty, the medium as well as the lower commercial ones are getting transformed. We will not be able to, be very close to the mark. Therefore, this conversation started. And when we started, we had barely 3 knowledge partners. Today, you see a good number of them. We started with 3, and yes, WRI was the first one whom we could catch hold of. And then the next year, we grew by 4x, so there were 12 of them. And another year, we added 50% of that, another 6 of them. So that is how today, close to 17 knowledge partners are there. In the very first meeting, if I recollect, there were hardly industry presence. They were just, there was a kind of guest appearance. So, and from there we moved on to 40 next year. And today, the number is 70. So 70 industry partners are there. Some of the main challenges, some of the main doubts that was coming in the mind of the industry players was, and so was it coming in the minds of the OEMs, that for whom should we be manufacturing for? Who are the takers? Where is the demand? If we manufacture, can it be deployed? And of course, that particular riddle was solved because they could aggregate the demand for 7,750 vehicles. That simply gave a kind of confidence that if the vehicles are there, if the proper, business models are available, if financing support is there, if policy regulations are also supporting them, if the states are on board, then they can definitely be deployed. So industry showed their keenness that we are ready for it, provided vehicles are there. And the owners also, that gave a lot of confidence to these owners that, okay, they can go for it. So that is how precisely we have been able to achieve in last 2 years. In addition to that, Karthik is right there. They went in for the study of a very granular study of the dense corridors, the positioning of these vehicles all over India. Because if we have got, let's say, 4 billion heavy-duty trucks, where exactly do they run? Ownership could be, okay, ownership is confined to 5 states, but where is the movement? Where are the most dense corridors of India located? What makes good business sense? Because trucking is different from the bus transformation. From the simple, understanding, because in bus transformation, the public service element is there, but in trucking, it is a pure commercial activity. So more than anything else, we will have to economically prove beyond doubt that it makes a good economic sense that when you are transforming from, ICE to that or gasoline-based fuel to that of the electric one. So that was the challenge. And the good thing is that today we have got all the logic, all the arguments in position, and that is what is encouraging these people to go for this transformation. Now the challenge ahead. The challenge is that today, the actual number of electric trucks are very less. Today, the number of OEMs into the stream, active OEMs into the stream, is very less. We have to ensure that when we are celebrating our next year, Karthik, for you, next year, then probably we have to take this number to a greater heights. Scalable pilots, yes. But in addition to that, at least the numbers and also, solid MOUs between where the partnership of OEM, financiers, leasing players, all the stakeholders, and of course the end users, it is there. So that has to be, we have to ensure that in this 1 year we are able to, in the next 1 year we are able to take that thing to be there. Because otherwise, we will be missing this opportunity. And second is also that we have to create a system whereby, and that understanding whereby all the stakeholders, for them it is proved beyond doubt that it is a good business, good economic sense, good business opportunity, and that is the prime reason why they are transforming to electric. So probably these are the two principal, the challenges that are before us that we need to address. But yes, that will be a point of deliberation, that will be the topic of deliberation for the entire day. Meanwhile, I must congratulate all the knowledge partners, each of the industry players, because I have got every reason to celebrate their contributions, the very fact that they are nudging their management to gradually shift to it. And every day I'm watching myself that the big users are getting into the stream. They are coming to us to open the conversation that how exactly they can have the quality trucks, what should be the business support it could be given. The financiers are getting into the stream. They are ready to support it. So that means that we have created, in a way, it's a substantial success that we have created, and it's time that we roll it little, spin it little faster so that in next 1 year we are able to achieve it, when FAME will also be there, when multiple government support will also be there, when state governments will also be there, also crafting their own systems whereby they are able to support it. So all this thing will be there. So therefore, my congratulations to each one of you. A great work that you have done, each of the industry players who have really contributed, and all my good wishes, because I am myself into the thick of, at the center of the field. So all my good wishes, all our good wishes for next 1 year. Thank you. Where is the seat? Come.
Thank you, Sinha sir, for your insightful address. I request you to take a seat on the stage. Your overview of the strategic importance of the initiative underscores the critical role it plays in advancing electrification of freight and fostering innovation. We deeply appreciate each of our knowledge partners for their invaluable efforts. Your collaboration is integral to the success of eFast India, and I request you all to take a moment for a quick photo op.
I would also request all the knowledge partners, their teams also to join on the stage. Yeah. Preeti. Manoj, come.
I request Pawan Mulukutla from WRI-India to present a small token of appreciation to Sinha sir. So could you please take the stage? Bas. Yeah. We now eagerly move forward to the next phase of today's program, where each session will be led by one of our esteemed eFast knowledge partners. Together, we will dive deeper into the critical discussions that will shape the future of freight electrification and sustainability in India. These sessions are designed to foster collaboration and generate actionable insights, helping us to accelerate the transition towards a more efficient and cleaner freight ecosystem. We'll just take a minute to rearrange the stage.
You have to now get good chairs. These ones. All the others need to be. All others will get these chairs.
Now, we begin the first plenary session of the day. The Principal Scientific Advisory to the Government of India recently launched the Bharat Zero Emission Trucking Policy Advisory, outlining 30 key policy interventions to boost ZET adoption. In this plenary, we will deep dive into exploring key strategies and actionable steps to unlocking the full potential of ZET adoption in India. The plenary discussion will be moderated by Ms. Sharvari Patki, Program Head for E-Mobility, WRI-India, who will begin by setting the context of today's dialogue. I'm delighted to introduce our distinguished panelists. Shri Sudhendu Sinha, Sir, Advisor, Infra Connectivity and E-Mobility, NITI Aayog, Government of India. Shri E. Srinivas, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, Government of India. Dr. Preeti Bansal, Advisor, Scientist G, Office of Principal Advisory, Government of India. Shri K.C. Sharma, Chief Engineer, MVL, Ministry of Road Transports and Highways, Government of India. Shri Amit Ranjan Chitranshi, Chief Operating Officer, IHMCL NHAI. Professor Karthik Atmanathan, Fellow, Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India.
Good morning, all. I'm here for the basic context setting of the policy panel. While we await, this is the slide. While we await Dr. Preeti Bansal, I would like to go over a few slides which will set the context. I remember one sentence from Bharat Ratna MS Swaminathan sir. He said once, see, technology can advance yield and productivity, but only public policy can advance income for farmers. There has to be synergy between technology and public policy. I think we can draw very clear parallel for our sector as well. Energy transition, and especially in the transport logistics sector, have ability to take us towards energy security, emission reduction, and at the same time, it can bring down the logistic cost in the long term. But there has to be a synergy between technology and public policy. Each one of us is striving for freight decarbonization to happen. Freight decarbonization I think everyone sitting in this room wouldn't agree less that public policy is the strongest tool to make freight decarbonization happen. So I'm using this particular slide. Can we have the slide deck, please? So there was a very clear need after the technical R&D roadmap was published by Office of Principal Scientific Advisor, and we are glad to have Preeti ma'am as well as Karthik sir here, who have been instrumental force behind this particular document. There was a very clear need which was established to take the technical roadmap to the next level through the public policy advisory. And that was the genesis of policy advisory for zero emission trucking. Probably India would be one of the few countries who have a fairly comprehensive document. Using the word comprehensive is a little scary, but fairly sturdy document which can set the stage for healthy debate, and that's what the policy advisory does. This particular document was created by Principal Scientific Advisor's Office along with IIT Madras Center of Excellence for Zero Emission Trucking as a PMU, and this has actually gone through multiple processes. The first step was input was gathered from multiple industry partners to ensure that we are not losing everyone's requirement. At least everyone's perspective has to be captured. Then this was structured into a using systems thinking framework by Donella Meadows, which helped us to identify what are the intervention at various levels these interventions can come. Post that, identified stakeholders have been done who are core stakeholder to this process, who are catalytic and who are distractive. And then we have also done outside in policy approach. How can we ensure that all the policy intervention are how they are looked from stakeholder lens? And this particular thing helped us to take it to the next level. Okay. A policy advisory was recently launched by Honorable Principal Scientific Advisor of the country, Dr. Ajay Sood, and it basically talks about 30 policy intervention, which can be structured into these 5 categories. This document available online, you all can go through it. I'm just using this moment as going to give as a snapshot. This particular advisory can be broken down into incentivization. Those could be direct as well as indirect. Regulation. Then we will talk about supply side regulation, demand side regulation. Infrastructure, availability of quality and quantity of power, and the land for charging infrastructure or refueling infrastructure for hydrogen in future whenever we are ready. That become a key. Business and financing actually talks about the de-risking mechanism. How do we create innovative business models so that overall capex cost can be bring down? We have one example in same Indian ecosystem for the Grand E-Bus Challenge. Can we learn from those challenges and apply it to the freight ecosystem as well? And the last but not the least, which is most important, from a stakeholder-centric perspective, can we look at this transition from a skill lens so that we are not leaving any person behind in this transition? This is just a snapshot of how these 30 policies are divided into these 5 buckets. I'm going to give a moment to absorb. And each policy has been categorized as what is particular objective of that particular policy. Are there any global or national benchmark? Probably not in the same sector, but are there any parallel from other sectors? Then we have analyzed what could be the impact, but each policy looks from two perspectives: impact of adoption, impact on adoption, as well as what is ease of implementation. Then who could be the nodal ministry who can actually roll out that policy is identified. And last but not the least, we have also tried capturing the outcome or likely legislation. So, okay. Okay, sorry. The document actually covers 30 policies which are to be taken up, but at the same time, there are few policies which are already in the rollout phase, or there are few policies which are currently in the excluded annexure, because ecosystem is not yet ready to understand what is the exact demand from policy. So, and the last but not the least, I think multiple times this has been reiterated even today, the role of state government would also be key. The policies need to be percolated down from national level to state level, it literally to urban local body level. And some of the policies, the document identifies approximately 15 policies where the state have role to play. I'm going to go back and so this is the quick snapshot of the policy advisory. The document is available online. We'll share you the link. And before I actually deep dive into panel questions, I would like to now call Karthik sir to talk about particularly two aspects of the policy.
Yeah. So this is a broad indication of the various government departments or ministries who have a role. I think there are a total of 11 ministries, and it's a matter of coordination. Some of the policies will require multiple ministry coordination, but we believe that these are the leaders who will have to lead specific policies. And one warning for all the partners, I don't think Mr. Sinha actually highlighted it, but he's been quietly working, and he's going to spring a surprise on all of us through the Ministry of Heavy Industries. A couple of months down the line, it looks like at least 1,500 trucks will be funded. I don't think we are ready. And as it comes in Tintin comics, I think we need to panic all stations, all hands on deck. We need to make those 1,500 trucks happen. Otherwise, government will be sitting pretty, and we would not have responded or reciprocated. So this is something which we need to keep in mind. While the policy actions are going on, there's much more to be done in the field now in terms of bringing shippers, bringing the OEMs, bringing the chargers, and bringing in the money. So there's quite a lot of work that is pending there. And one more piece of information for the partners. If you see any shipper burning, say 25, 26 lakhs of diesel per truck, you've got a prospective customer there. You need to target those people. If he's burning 25 lakhs of diesel per year, he is a go for electrification. Money is not the criteria, everything else is. So you need to now make it simple, keep it focused on the numbers, and we have to get going on that. It's thank you very much for all the enabling, Mr. Sinha. It makes a big difference. And now the government is going to be sitting back and watching all the fun, and we guys will have to deliver. Thank you.
Preeti ma'am, I'm going to start from you because we have heard Sinha sir once. I'm going to go to him as well, but we want to start with you on the Bharat ZDT policy advisory. Can you share what was your broader vision when PSA office started working on the policy advisory, and how do you foresee those impact of policy advisory in short term, medium term, and long term?
Thank you. I think I'm audible. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Sharbari, for calling me over here. And PSA office vision about Bharat ZDT policy advisory is aligned with our national vision of net zero 2070. We know that in the road transport sector in India, as a significant contributor to our economy, it certainly is very big in size. If we see the figures, the statistics shows that the road freight sector market size was around $147 billion, if I'm right, in 2023, and is expected to grow by 2032 to the size of $194 billion. So it roughly comes around some CAGR of 3.5% and more. And this is the estimated target growth figures. And if we take the Gati Shakti and other associated accelerating things, if they work out well, which we are expecting so, and also the Make in India kind of initiatives, all these things will add variance, positive influencing factor to these growth parameters. So if we talk about our energy sufficiency and our 2047 target for energy security, and also the net zero 2070, then there is a natural choice that the freight transport sector of India should become green. We know that trucks are one of the very big GHG emitters, and it makes a good case for transition to zero emission trucks. And therefore, the PSA office, under its electric vehicle mission, which is one of the 9 original missions of Prime Minister's Science, Technology, Innovation Advisory Council, we have taken a decision to create a consultative group of e-mobility in August 22. The consultative group consists of experts from academia, industry, and the government policymakers. And during their discussions, they decided to go ahead with a technical roadmap for ZET, e-mobility R&D roadmap, so on and so forth. Both documents have been released. The technical roadmap for ZET deployment was released in March 23. And the e-mobility R&D roadmap we have released July 24. So if we talk about the technologies, of course, we have also done one more study, which is a comparative study of different ZET technologies. The study was done along Delhi-Jaipur corridor with RMI as a partner. So all these technical studies and documents certainly go hand in hand with enabling policies which facilitate ZET induction as well as wider adoption. So these were the main factors which made us create a Bharat ZET policy advisory. I think I could answer.
Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am. And from that, I want to understand from Sinha sir now, that policy advisory is published. Karthik sir have covered that there would be some money coming in. And you have been force behind IFA's creation and what we have reached today. How do you think the platform can be leveraged further to actually bring on-ground changes, as well as using platform for further wider stakeholder consultation so that we can go to the next level in terms of policy?
Yes, so if I were to identify 3 things, I would say first is the scalable pilots, more and more of a scalable pilots. Because as I said in the initial address as well, that it is a pure commercial activity. We have got to convince them through the logic of economics, nothing else works probably. So that is first thing. Number 2, we have to be bringing all these players together in conversation. No more, for the ideation. Now it is the actual conversation. So someone who is using the vehicle, let's say, if we have got a company that uses, let's say, 65,000 trucks per day. I'm just giving an example. If that is the big number, can we convince them that if 10,000 electric trucks are available and they are, in a way, reducing the outflow of your freight and thus helping your balance sheet further to strengthen, will you be able to shift to that? Now the second chance you have to go to those who are the owners, who are the operators. That will you be ready for this? Do you have the financial bandwidth? Naturally, there would be challenges. Now, the third thing is that where from do they get the finances? And at the end of it, once we are able to, get ourselves working with these players, then the final question comes with the OEMs. That how, if we are able to create the end one of the product, end of the demands, then definitely you will see in the market that those players will be there and they will be pulling off the quality vehicle. They will themselves work out how to deploy them. So that is what my sense is, that these are some of the priority areas in which we should be working.
Making business sense, I think it's a key word which comes out in every ZET conversation, and all the industry partners sitting here will not agree less that it has to be a proper business proposition. And from business side, I want to now go towards regulation side and ask Sharma sir. Sir, MORTH have always played that key role in terms of regulatory landscape for the sector. Whether it is emission norms or it is fuel efficiency regulations or GVW allowance. And I think axle weight is something which bothers everyone, because that is something which have a penalty on logistic service provider, truck owner, truck operator. Every trip they're losing money. So we want to understand from you that can you establish how, can you share your views how we can establish progressive technology agnostic regulation with a focus on medium and heavy duty vehicles? And also I would like to request you to talk about the GVW allowance or the axle loading part of the work.
So, good morning, all of you. Before I begin, let me make a brief data snapshot. Heavy-duty trucks, less than 5% of the total volume, 1/3 of the total transport CO2 emissions, and 55% of the HSD consumption. This is the type of area we are addressing. Necessity, all of us, now it is a national priority to be net zero by 2070. Now, the whole issue of axle loading, which was alluded to, now we made an internal study in the ministry when we were trying to compare our regulations with that of European regulations. And our finding is that in a 3-axle truck in Europe, the GVW, gross vehicle weight limit, is 26 tons. Now, the current axle load limits in this country that we have, कानून जो है, वो 1 tandem axle is 21 tons, 1 single axle front wheel with 1 tire on either side is 7 tons. So total comes to 28 tons. In addition, if you have an air suspension, you get an allowance of 1 ton each on each of the 2 axles, tandem axle, which makes it 30 tons. So even after Europe gives an allowance of 2 tons for zero emission trucks, it is 26 plus 2, 28 tons. We are almost at the peak, I would say. Now, axle loading has got a direct impact on the pavement design. That everyone will have to acknowledge, because the pavements are designed for million standard axles of load. Now, the pavement thickness and the wear of the pavement is a function of the axle loading. By increasing the axle load, we tend to increase the wear of it, which would require a redesign, or that would also have an impact. In addition, the bridges being a component of the national highways, so we'll have to factor increased axle load for such a situation. So what is the remedy? One option that I can think of personally is that we talk of swapping of batteries. When I say swapping of batteries, I'm not talking of interoperability. Say 4 or 5 manufacturers put their minds together and decide that we can get the batteries exchanged. Now, a 2-axle truck, which is a 18.5-ton truck, will have a 3-ton battery. By swapping the battery, we can reduce it to 1 ton, which means that the 2 tons of payload which was being sacrificed by having a 3-ton gets reduced. So the point that we are making is, earlier there was a study where we found out that 40 to 50% of the cost of the vehicle is the cost of the battery. Now, the upfront costs get reduced. The axle loads don't require tinkering. Then the battery cost gets reduced. The load on the grid gets controlled. And therefore, if we look at it holistically, we can take care of this. This is one point. The second point, what do we do with the existing fleet of vehicles, which is again huge? Now, an idea which has been contemplated is that we can encourage retrofitment. But when we say retrofitment, the whole idea is that the mechanical health of the vehicle is paramount. How do we check whether the vehicle is suitable at, say, 7th year or 8th year for transformation from a diesel vehicle to a EV? So that is something which is being looked into with the support and discussions with the stakeholders, and maybe we can take it forward from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Battery swapping, it's a topic by itself. So I'm intrigued to ask a few more questions, but we have limited time. So I'm going to go to Chitranshi, sir. Sir, in 2006, a British mathematician famously coined a phrase, data is the new oil. And IHMCL holds key understanding of entire transport sector movement in India. We want to understand from you that how do you envision leveraging the technology and use the existing database you already have for mainly 2 reasons. One, identifying origin and destination patterns so that the charging infrastructure or hydrogen refueling infrastructure in future can be optimized. And even when we plan it, we plan for expansion. So how do we envision data to be used for that?
Good morning, everyone. So we thought that we've seen that broadly there are 5 domains: incentivization, regulation, infra, business and financing, and stakeholder centric. And I think that the fountainhead of all these 5 incentives is the data. So what we are planning at IHMCL at NHI is we are proposing a separate vehicle class for a EV, a green colored FASTag for EV, so that at least we can segregate and we can know what is happening, where they are concentrated, where they are moving, and how all 5 domains can be effectively worked on that. So we will be soon sending a proposal, but again, these all heavy vehicles have different classes, 2XL, 3XL, 5XL. So a little thought process has to be put on it. And also, once we segregate these vehicles, we can incentivize in terms of the toll also. The toll division is very actively thinking on the toll concessions on electric vehicles. And the problem presently is how a toll plaza ETC infrastructure will identify it. So a FASTag, a separate FASTag is a very, very simple and effective solution for that. So we'll be soon sending a proposal there. And Other things, infra, as far as NHI is concerned, we are already very progressively thinking on the electric vehicle infra. So all the wayside amenities presently being planned in green corridors, they have a separate e-charging facilities and electric vehicle, other infrastructure, what is thought. Secondly, on the emissions point of view, we are already proceeding with the multi-lane free flow and GNSS-based tolling. So all the stopped and emissions, which largely contributes to localized pollution, will be reduced, greatly reduced. So I think very soon we'll be going ahead with a separate FASTags for electric vehicles.
If there are logistics service providers in the room, that last sentence is like music to ears. So we are going to work and ask more questions on that. But now I want to go to Srinivas, sir. Sir, if you wish to go towards freight decarbonization and literally going back to the fundamentals, avoid, shift, and improve. We want to avoid number of ton kilometer which are run. As much as possible, shift to the already electrified rail. And then last mile, first mile, in between, which is not possible to go on, avoid and shift, we will have to improve, which is, as on date today, going to zero emission truck. But all this has to be in sync with each other. Even if we are talking about multimodality, it has to be in sync. And I think DPIIT hold that fort to create logistic multimodality network, and PM Gati Shakti ULIP work which happening under your leadership is making that happen. We want to ask you that how this superimposition of electrification will be happening along with multimodality, and you are also holding fort for interministerial coordination at the union level, but not only that, even at a state level coordination, because most of these projects also come at a state level. We want to understand from you how that interconnections are happening among all these decarbonization talks.
Thank you very much, madam. Good morning, everybody. At the outset, I want to congratulate NITI Aayog and WRI for celebrating this 2 years of electric Freight Accelerator for sustainable transport. It's a very good initiative what they have taken. Now, as Madam asked, I am looking after the two verticals in the DPIIT, that is the PM Gati Shakti and the logistics. So PM Gati Shakti, basically, there's a vision of the Honorable Prime Minister to see that all the whatever infrastructure is built across the country, they are connecting to the various economic zones, have got the multimodal connectivity. And for this, all the assets, whether the road, rail, forest, electricity, power, hospitals, everything is mapped on a single portal. And based on that, every planning is evaluated on that portal, and we are coming to the what are the last mile and the first mile connectivity gaps. We are evaluating on that portal, then only the work gets further sanctioned, it's taken for sanction. As far as the logistics is concerned, our main aim is to reduce the logistic cost and improve the logistic efficiency. And as a part of the national logistic policy, one of the main agenda is to reduce this greenhouse gas emissions. Now, talking about the initiative which we are doing, as Sudhendu sir has pointed out, that first we have to identify which are the high density routes on which we are going to employ on this EV, which are our basically the demand creator. So once we have mapped all the infrastructure, and through ULIP we are able to get the FASTag data and the GSTN data of the e-way bill and all that. With that, we are able to make out which are the routes which are congested and that. And so with that, we can work out where which sections we can deploy this e-way. So as in his initial address, Sudhendu sir has correctly pointed out that basically whatever EV we are trying to create electric vehicles, the demand has to be shown. Ultimately, there is if there is no demand, then there's no question of the supply. So the demand has to be generated. For that, we have to basically show the focus that how much it will be having the saving in terms of fuel. I come from a railway background, and you will be happy to note that 99% of the track, Indian Railway, is completely electrified. And that is leading to a saving of more than 5,000 crores annually on the diesel. So we have to take this point to the various who are the demand generators, that is the logistic owners, truck operators, fleet operators, that in the long run, this is going to benefit you, benefit the environment. Like we are all having smart watches, smartphones. Nobody asked us to buy that. Basically, we only generated the demand by having a feel of that. So basically, the demand generation has to be come from us, and then only we will be able to go ahead with that. So whatever for that, Madam, logistic division has been associated with the even the Ministry of Heavy Industries also for making the various policies. So we are also involved with all the stakeholders, man. So if any policy incentives or whatever required, so we'll be happy to associate with that, madam. Thank you, madam.
Sir, thank you so much. And I'm going to now go to Karthik, sir. Sir, in your view, what should be the immediate next steps for advancing the policies on ZET after the policy advisory work, which project management unit of IIT Madras have done, and how they will be streamlined to ensure timely adoption?
Yeah, I guess, see, the policy advisory was prepared with hardly 15, 20 people who are all experts and who have domain. So it's not really prepared with stakeholder consultation. So it's a document which has been prepared for debate. It's not a document which is making recommendations for the sake of adoption, but actually making recommendations for the sake of debate, right? The first part is actually dissemination. So this policy advisory has to be disseminated successfully. And after that, in fact, in parallel to that, I think the 30 recommendations have to be ruthlessly assessed for impact. How is it going to impact? If something is not worthwhile, it should be dropped. And if something is going to be extremely impactful and there is good reason to back it, it should see phenomenal amount of focus. If you noticed in the pie chart, most of the ministries have only 1 or 2 policies. It's only three departments which have about 5 or 6. So it's fairly easy to distribute this. So we need to disseminate and do an impact assessment first. And then the debate starts. A debate without doing impact assessment is a waste of time. So you need to complete the impact assessment, and then you have a debate. I think eFast is a super platform for that, and MHI is a nodal agency for that. It should be quite easy. And in the debate, we should be open to deletions, additions, and modifications, right? This is a starting document, and it is the first of its kind for any mobility initiative in the country. So it's going to take a lot of people to contribute. After that, I think it can go to ministries for actual policy making and getting public feedback and then notification. I think that would make it faster, even though it's laborious, right? It sounds very boring, but actually you'll end up implementing the policies much faster if you go through this.
Sir, thank you so much. So the key words is dissemination and add, delete, modify. And with that, I'm gonna come back to you, Preeti ma'am. So interministerial coordination, impact assessment, the process what Karthik sir have explained. Because PSA was at the center point to make this document, we want to understand more from you. How do you think the PSA will be supporting these all processes, and mainly from an interministerial collaboration perspective as well, because you sit at the intersection of all ministries as well?
Sharvari, your question itself answers that we sit at the intersection of all the ministries and departments. PSA office with its broad mandate and our advisory role as part of the top executive office of Government of India, it's important for us that we facilitate this kind of transitions which are aligned with the national missions and visions of the country. Therefore, it's important for the PSA office to facilitate further discussions and consultations across different stakeholders, may be the government or even the all other stakeholders as well. And I congratulate NITI Aayog for today's session. This is a first big step towards such consultations. And the office is very much in support to such initiatives, to facilitate and support all these kind of initiatives. It's very important that we need to have a whole of government approach towards ZET induction. We know that zero emission trucks, its induction and the wider adoption will involve many stakeholder ministries and departments, including the state government. And therefore, it's very important the government takes a common perspective towards ZET and to facilitate this kind of perception building, not only in the government departments, but also across all the stakeholders, and also giving a right kind of message to OEMs and everyone that government is serious about this and what is the government's view towards this. So for these kind of things, for the right kind of message transition, and as well as creating whole of government approach, PSA office is very much willing to support eFast as well as all other initiatives of various ministries and departments. Next.
Ma'am, thank you so much. And with that, I have another round of question for KC Sharma, sir. Sir, the role of alternative fuel refueling infrastructure. We are talking about charging infrastructure today, and when hydrogen picks up, we'll be focusing on hydrogen refueling as well. That has a very key role for overall adoption of zero emission trucking. And MORTH has that crucial role for making wayside amenities through NHI, etc. So we want to understand what provisions you envisage for alternative fuel infrastructure development so that we have a smoother transition to zero emission trucking.
Ma'am, in my opinion, NHI representative is very much here. So in the wayside amenities, which is a part of the highway building development program, refueling facilities are being planned, but what are the exact numbers? He probably would be in a better position to give us or share us.
Around 300 plus WSAs have been already planned, and we are readily giving permissions on the existing retail outlets, petrol pumps, to have the e-facilities because they are hardly changing the entry exits. So we are also facilitating that. But majorly we have a dedicated facility at the wayside amenities to have the electric charging facility.
We are almost reaching towards end of this panel, and I want to I can start from there. We have spoken how policies can play a big role, but at the same time, industry also need to support this transition. Without that, it won't happen. One common question to all of you, starting from Karthik sir, that side, what are expectations from industry so that adoption at scale can be seen? 2 years back when we launched eFast, we were talking we should do pilots. Now we have transitioned from that pilot discussion to adoption at scale discussion. How do you think industry can step up and then policy can react to it as well?
I think we need to just remember that this is a money-making business. So this is not about private passenger transport, etc. And I come from the truck industry, and I was part of the team which grew market share in Ashok Leyland by 8%. There were only 2 rules that customers had, truck operators: make money make money continuously. This is important for them to sustain business, right? I think if pilot is a way of getting there, what needs to be central is the operator of the truck. He needs to win. And if we design the entire process around that, industries, government policy, infrastructure, everything will fall in line. And where we need to kind of overlook his preferences is in terms of regulation, safety, etc. Both safety for himself as well as for the public. So that's where the others have a role. Otherwise, I think we treat him as king, the owner of the truck, and we do everything that he needs. Things will fall in line automatically.
Can I ask you one more additional question? COSIT have actually played a very crucial role, not only in policy advisory as a project management unit, but R&D roadmap for country, electric mobility roadmap. You're also working on safety. You're also working on skilling. What are the further plans on the plate for COSIT? Plus, how do you think that Center of Excellence like COSIT at IIT Madras can accelerate adoption further? Upcoming initiatives.
Yeah, COSIT handles almost all sides, right? So it's not about the technical part alone, and the e-mobility R&D roadmap is actually a bigger roadmap. It's for the entire e-mobility ecosystem, where truck is part of the objective, and one such area will be research into safe trucking for hazardous chemicals and hazardous goods, etc. Right now, for some of the applications, CNG is not permitted, only diesel is permitted. So there is a reason for this, and we cannot jeopardize that segment for electrification. So we need to come up with technical solutions which will take care of those concerns, fundamental safety concerns. COSIT is working on policy. It's working on pilots right now. All of us are panicking in COSIT at least, because once the FAME incentive is announced, there's really no reason for not buying and selling trucks. Right? We need to get our act together. So a significant number of people are working on pilots. Skilling is required. Outreach is an important part. So the first round, Shakti did a phenomenal job of reaching out to the northern belt of people for trucks. Now the same thing is being duplicated across the country by COSIT, and where we are targeting truck drivers, pump operators, truck operator associations. We need them to start. They've seen too many of these WhatsApp university fires. So they need to understand the truth, right? And we need to give them objective information. So COSIT is doing it. The director of IIT Madras himself has recorded and disseminated information. So COSIT is essentially working on all these fronts, but the primary trigger, which is the subsidy, is starting.
And we can see a lot of startups coming in this ecosystem. So incentivization will play, and we have to reduce the cost. So the policy should aim how we can incentivize and constantly incentivize. And one way which IHMCL ministry with the patronage of ministry can play is the toll cost. Presently, the toll cost comes to around 8 to 9% of the total expenditure. So even though it is a very small cost, but still, if we can incentivize in that way with the patronage of ministry, we can encourage people to come in that domain. And certainly a free flow for a electric vehicle will further incentivize, which we are already doing. We are already in process.
Srinivas sir, what is your expectation? What industry should do now?
First, I forgot to answer one question last time you asked regarding the state policy, states, madam. Already 26 states have formulated their state's logistic policy, in which the EV they have mentioned is the forefront of that policy, madam. Then regarding, madam, industry, what we expect from the industry is they should, the equipment, whatever they employ, products and whatever component they employ, they should be of proper standards, madam. The most important is the battery, which we have already referred, that should be of very high standard, because ultimately for that only it will the downtime of the truck will depend on that. So, madam, our only thing is there should be some proper standardization of the various components which are used as part of the EV, and whatever they should have a proper servicing policy for that. They should provide the proper OEM support for the vehicle, madam. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm going to Sinha, sir. One keyword which came is dissemination. We want to understand also your vision along with what we expect from industry, and you have at multiple forums you have mentioned, but also your vision, how do we use platform like eFast for further dissemination of policy?
So you see, Sharbari, when you go to a policymaker, let's try to position yourself in his position, see. So what does a policymaker want to know? If you tell him that 2070, this is how it is going to be, we are trying, those alignment he is not interested in. The most solid logic with which you can convince him is how many clean kilometers you have contributed, or how much of fuel oil you have been able to save, gasoline you have been able to. What was the value of it? So, and of course, the multiplier impact. Only these four things will make him think. For example, let's assume that 250 trucks they have run for this particular year. And the way Karthik has been explaining, that 25 to 30 lakh rupees are spent for fuel consumption of each of the truck. If you tell a policymaker that, you see, we ran 250 trucks without your support, and through this, we were able to save some 65 crore rupees for the government of India. Now, this creates the spark in his head that, okay, if 250 can create in 1 year 600, between 250,000 or 10 years, what a massive amount it is able to create. So we have to see that what exactly is the one that will help him start on the thinking mode, so that you can, draw concessions and all those things. That has to be crafted. Yes.
Preeti ma'am.
Yeah, so I can't agree more than what Sinhaji has spoken about. I think it's a collective responsibility to make it work. Combination of top-down and bottom-up. So the regulations and policies on site, and the commercial aspects and technical and techno-commercial things to make it happen is a combination which will actually create the right recipe.
In my personal opinion, what the industry must be looking for product development would be policy clarity along with surge in demand. How demand is going to accelerate. Now, with some interventions that the policy clarity which has come out, and with some initiatives of the government from my ministry side, like zero permit vehicles, EV will be zero permit vehicles, and registration, and some state governments coming up with reduced or in some cases zero road tax and all that. These are some of the initiatives which will boost demand, in my opinion. But my only request would be that while we develop products, we must be extremely careful about the safety element. One single incident of safety mishap would erode the confidence in the technology per se. So we must be mindful of the fact and try to work in that direction. Thank you.
With that, I want to first thank you all my panelists, and we have few minutes reserved for question answers. So yeah, we can start. Can someone get mic to sir? Sir, if you can mention to whom you are directing your question, that will be easy.
I am Sunil Bhatnagar from IPL Tech Electric Murugupa Group Company. We are manufacturers of zero emission trucks for last 2 years in the heavy duty category of 55 ton. My question is mainly related to toll and octroi, because demand incentive, we are very hopeful that we will come with something in coming years. But for toll, we are wasting a lot of time, and it should be an indirect incentive to the electric vehicle owners. There should not be any toll like you suggested for a FASTag. I think slightly going forward, we can have a green channel also for them, a separate entry gate for the electric vehicles to pass out early, so that they don't waste their batteries there in waiting time. And similarly, in octroi, we are wasting a lot of money. Some of our trucks are running, and we are wasting around 5,000 to 7,000 rupees per day in octroi, and a lot of time is wasted there. So if we can have some policies on this thing, then it will be excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. As I told, the first thing we should do is we have to identify the electric vehicles through the existing ETC infrastructure. So that way we are already ahead, moving ahead. And as I told, the ministry is very actively thinking on the to give incentives to the electric vehicle, all category, including the electric cars. So the policy is, I think, already in pipeline at the ministry level.
Sir, I'm Sushil Madan from DHL Express. I'm from the user side. So two things on the safety and security. Not on the freight vehicles, but on the first mile and last mile small vehicles also. So one is, then vehicles are moving on highways. Nowadays, there is a lot of robbery cases are happening. If we can have some alarm system which is connected to the nearby police and also that also increases the security and safety of the vehicles. Another point is on very small, I think it's playing a major role. Two-wheelers, e-two-wheelers. Now the food delivery and there are a lot of delivery boys, girls on the road. They are moving 24/7. There is no corporate insurance policy available in the market for them. So these 2 points I want to raise.
It's not able. Sir, we were not able to hear question clearly, at least on the stage.
So one is safety and security of the trucks moving on highways. So that point I want to understand what OEMs and the government, from the government side, we are doing on that. Because if there is, just a suggestion, if there is some alarm linked to the police stations, so that within 10-15 minutes support reaches to the trucks.
So probably needs about half an hour of explanation, so we can handle it offline. But rest assured, there are two sets of regulations. One is on the infrastructure. So if you're doing it in a petrol pump, there are PESO regulations for all this. So I'm talking about regulations in place. If you talk about enforcement, we will leave it outside. So right now, what are the rules that are there is what we can talk about. So you've got regulations for these. And once you reach the 700-volt charging infrastructure, there will be additional regulations which will come from the Ministry of Power, right? And for the vehicles itself, elaborate laws are there all over the world, and India is no exception. Whether it's the battery safety, whether it's the high voltage safety, etc., elaborate. I'm sure RCG will talk about it. KCG will talk about it at least for 3 hours, if you allow him to. It's part of CMVR regulations. There's no avoiding it. And mercifully in India, OEM compliance to safety regulation is superb. So there are no shortcuts which are taken like some other countries. So I think we have set regulations. There is more to be done, right? This is a new ecosystem. So you can think ahead, but you can't think of everything. So as you go along, if you notice CMVR and MRTH, they have modified the AAS standards 6 times already in the last 3 years. The reason is they are constantly watching what's happening and what's not happening, and they are updating the safety regulation in the context of India. So it's not just something which comes from abroad. So very crucial area, but extremely well taken care of by the government of India.
Thank you, sir. Another point
and
was...
for two-wheelers, I guess this is a truck session, so we will handle it later in some other time.
Thank you.
Do we? Yeah. Sir, give me a minute. We'll get mic to you.
Morning, I'm Pramod Sharma from Sun Mobility. Sir, when you're talking, progressing from piloting to scaling, I think one of the biggest challenges is having the power of steam power infrastructure on the highways. If you look at, there are 7 freight corridors which are, contributing, which are taking 50% of the freight, and there are 200 intercity tourist bus destinations in the country. So if you put together, I think 2,500 to 3,000 kilometers of distance, which is covered by all the buses, mostly which are traveling, and 50% of the freight. Can government look at creating this infrastructure for charging as well as for swapping, along with the NHLV, who has the land available? It'll go a big way in electrification. I think 50% electrification of the HEV segment can be achieved if right funds are used in a focused manner. That's a suggestion.
Just so you want to take that?
Can you repeat the last part of it?
I was just saying whether can we have 2,500 crore for the infrastructure development, because on the highways, getting upstream power is a big challenge, and no startup company or any company can put up that kind of infrastructure on the highways.
See, the wayside amenities has a big chunk of land which we are developing in the greenfield highways. We unfortunately in the brownfield highways, that is the existing highways, we have the retail outlets. But as far as greenfield highways are concerned, large chunk of lands are allocated every 50 kilometers for amenities like this. And one of the very important part is the electric charging infrastructure. I am again saying infrastructure that includes the charging as well as the other facilities which may come in the future, like sir told about the swapping facilities also. Because presently the swapping is centralized to operators. If you take battery from this operator, you can swap from that operator. Maybe in future, as sir told, ministry is thinking about 4 or 5 operators working on interoperability, or maybe all interoperability. Like we are having a C-type charger, it will be probably in the next few days, it will be for Apple's also, Apple mobiles also. So the infrastructure needs constantly updation. So we'll definitely, the space is there at the wayside amenities and we'll provide.
My question was, can government take it on a priority as part of fund allocation so that the power is available, upstream power is available, and also, I mean, in a PPP mode, if these tenders can be floated, so the big players come in and provide the infrastructure, whether it's fixed or swap. That's a suggestion.
Maybe the power ministry can collaborate in setting that infrastructure.
Well, unless infrastructure come, I think we cannot think of scaling up on a large scale is the question.
I think that's an interministerial coordination, and probably we can.
Yes. See, many states, like for the charging station, there was a fixed cost, but many states have just forgone it. So these are only due to the interministerial collaboration, or maybe between the state and the states which will encourage. So these things will come as the scales will go up.
And we have a state panel also. The next panel is the state panel. So Sanhita, you can just note this, and if possible, take it up, please. We have last question from Sita. Can somebody get mic to Sita?
Hello, everybody. Very good morning to the dignitaries on layers and the participants here. I'm Sita Mahalakshmi. I'm representing Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad. I also want to throw some light upon the emissions that are happening from trucking, which sir was mentioning. It is about 55% of the emissions that are happening from trucking. Are we also looking at the off-road trucks, especially trucks which are into mining? Because if we look at the CAGR growth, it is expected to grow at about 11% from year 2024 to 2031, which is accounting for a global average of 2 to 3% of CO2 emissions. Are we also looking at off-road trucks as well in the policy?
To answer your question in two parts, see, there are pure on-road vehicles. There are vehicles which have both on-road as well as off-road function. And there is the third category, which is completely off-road, but not mining. And the fourth one is mining and quarry applications. Now, the vehicles on the road are regulated. We have Bharat Stage 1 to 6. They were the standards, emission norms, standards, which were applicable. For vehicles which have on as well as off-road functions are regulated by a different standard. For tractors and agriculture machinery, it is TREM. And for construction equipment vehicles, it is CEVs. So right now, CEV stage 4 is applicable, and recently they'll be migrating to, very soon, migrating to CEV stage 5. We are also working on non-construction equipment vehicles, which is beyond construction equipment vehicle, but not mining vehicles, from the standpoint of emissions. So that is being done to contain the emissions. But whether they'll migrate to EVs immediately or not, it will still take some time. Right now, immediately, I don't think.
On this note, I just want to share some information that we at ASCII, we started looking at understanding whether it is feasible or not. And then few numbers I would like to share. For a 50-tonner, a 1 hour movement or usage of a 50-tonner dumper, it consumes around 35 to 40 liters of diesel. A 120-tonner, it goes around 60 to 65 liters of diesel, which is humongous. And these trucks run for a whole day, 24/7 throughout the year. So I think this also is a very good area where we can actually look at cutting down the carbon emissions as well. So there's one last question. So there were 2 points that were quoted, which is dissemination of knowledge and the policies and the funds that are being available, and also discussion on the roadmap that is being laid out, which will be further refined, added, edited. So what are the ways that are being laid out in terms of this activities, dissemination and discussion? Is there any particular roadmap that we are looking at, or how is it structured further?
So I'll answer the first part. Dissemination is not something which I look into. But insofar as construction equipment vehicles are concerned, standards have been formulated to homologate them, homologate the electric vehicle. Many cranes are being homologated right now, which have an electric powertrain. So that is the first part. Second.
So do you want to take the dissemination part? Karthik sir is also. Yeah.
I know it has to be done, but it depends a lot on who's handling it. That's how the methodology gets decided. So different people will have different preferences on execution. So if you look at dissemination, I think now WRI is going to take up the dissemination of the policy work. They'll work with the concerned stakeholder ministries and departments, and they'll evolve something which suits. But remember, this is not public dissemination. This is very targeted dissemination for policymakers. They are the ones who need to come on board, and the stakeholders. So the dissemination that will be done by WRI will be based on that kind of an approach, where they will do it in consultation with the concerned government agencies. Debate, it's a free-for-all, and EFAST is precisely about that. And I'm assuming each ministry will go through their own round of debates, but initially at an overall policy level, it will probably happen in a platform like EFAST, where all stakeholders are anyway actively engaged. And so, but these are guesses from me. This is what will be drawn up now. The policy was released hardly 2-3 weeks ago. We'll take more time to actually come with a concrete response to your questions.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. And with that, we have overshot time by a few minutes. I will hand over back to Manoj now.
Thank you to all our panelists for these engaging discussions. Your perspectives on key pathways for advancing the ZET sector and the actionable approaches are crucial for achieving our goals. As we conclude this engaging discussion, let's take a moment for a group photo with all our distinguished panelists. Following which, I request Pawan to present a token of gratitude to each panelist. Thank you so much, all of you. We now go on to our next session. We now go on to our next session titled Catalyzing ZET Deployment Through Subnational Policies and Strategies. The discussion will be moderated by Ms. Samhita Shiledar, Principal at RMI. This discussion will be moderated by Ms. Samhita Shiledar, Principal at RMI, and the panel would be featuring Shri Ashish Tiwari, Secretary, Department of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Abhishek Prakash, CEO, Invest UP, Shri Rajesh Dangi, Secretary, Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission, Shri Jitendra Patil, Additional Transport Commissioner, Government of Maharashtra. We look forward to exploring how subnational policies and strategies can drive the deployment of ZET.
Thank you so much. The rapid growth of India's freight demand and trucking sector is crucial for the economy, but poses challenges in terms of air pollution as well as operating costs due to the reliance on diesel trucks. I think we all are at EFAST here today, so I don't have to emphasize on the importance of transitioning to zero-emission trucks in terms of improving the air quality, reducing the overall operational costs, as well as reducing the air pollution. ZET adoption promises economic, public health, and environmental benefits, and to accelerate this transition, coordinated efforts across market ecosystems, especially at the subnational level, are vital. While national policies set the direction, it is at the state and local levels where most of the implementation is going to take place. And hence, state governments can play a pivotal role through incentives, infrastructure planning, and partnerships with local industries. I'm really excited that we have a very diverse panel here with us today, starting with Shri Abhishek Prakashji, CEO Invest UP. He serves as the CEO of Invest UP. Invest UP is an organization of the state government of Uttar Pradesh dedicated towards promoting and facilitating investment in the state, besides solving various problems of existing and upcoming industries. Then, along with us, we also have Shri Jitendra Patil, Additional Transport Commissioner, Government of Maharashtra. His role is crucial in overseeing and managing state's transportation infrastructure and regulations, and he also plays a key role in implementation of the state EV policy. Next, I would like to welcome Shri Rajesh Dangiji, from Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission. He started his career as an assistant engineer with Haryana Power Corporation Limited and has also worked as a deputy director in Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission as well as Joint Electricity Regulatory Commission for State of Goa. Presently, he is working as a secretary at DERC since December 2022. Virtually with us, we have joining us Mr. Ashish Tiwari, who is Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change with Department of Government of Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. Tiwari sir is member of Indian Forest Services with more than 25 years of success spanning across policy and planning level senior positions, such as Secretary of Environment, Forest and Climate Change at Government of Uttar Pradesh, member of Secretary at Uttar Pradesh Pollution Control Board, member Secretary at UP State Climate Change Authority, and member Secretary at Uttar Pradesh Environmental Impact Assessment Authority. I'm really excited for today's panel since we have very diverse panelists from different states. And with that, myself, Samita Shiledar, I will be moderating today's session. I'm a director with RMI's Global Transportation Practice. First of all, thank you so much for joining us today. Can you all hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us today. We already have just had a panel discussion on national level policies. So I want to shift gears a little bit and pose the very first question, which is what specific subnational policies, which are either currently in place already for 2, 3, or 4-wheelers, do you believe has the greatest potential to accelerate the zero-emission trucking ecosystem? So what existing policy within the existing EV policy or any other new policy that could be most beneficial for zero-emission trucking adoption in your state? You can start with Jitendra, sir.
Shall I start?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, Government of Maharashtra has come up with an EV policy in 2021, wherein we have identified 4 to 5 verticals insofar as promoting EV registration in Maharashtra. One, you can't hear? Now it's okay? Yeah, thank you. One incentive that Government of Maharashtra is giving is we are having 100% tax exemption on electric vehicles which are registered in Maharashtra till March 2025. We are also planning to extend it further. Apart from that, it's the user requirement which matters because the time taken for charging. Basically, vehicle offers you mobility. So mobility is to be considered first. So the infrastructure of charging is important. So that is also taken into consideration. What we find is basically the number of two-wheelers are increasing. Number of four-wheelers are increasing. We have also basic demand incentive given to the OEMs so that the OEMs manufacture more vehicles and they sell. Insofar as charging infrastructure is concerned, we find there is a potential in paratransit EV conversion, that is auto rickshaws, essentially in urban areas, and public buses, which could be converted into electric vehicles. But the paratransit vehicles have a limitation in terms of charging facilities because the auto rickshaw driver is an individual. He may not have his personal parking facility. where he can have charged his vehicle. This is one issue, I think, which is to be seen at a macro level. Apart from that, we are new into electric vehicles. Over a period of time, what are the maintenance challenges, preventive maintenance challenges that will come up out of EV vehicles? We have been witnessing certain mishaps like fire in two-wheelers. So what could be the design aspect of cooling a battery? That is a challenge for the EV vehicle designers. But all in all, the government of Maharashtra is positive in promoting EVs because EV reduces localized pollution. For example, we have urban conglomerates of Pune, Mumbai, Nagpur, Aurangabad. They are into the clean air city mission. And we have a mandate also to that effect. So as a mandate from High Court as well as from NGT, we have to comply with it. These are the policy parameters under which we are framing our policies. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. I'll pass it to Abhishek sir next. Any particular policy, especially within UP, that you think would be most impactful for zero-emission trucking adoption?
See, as the first session, it was on a national perspective, and the states are the key players to implement it. The state government of UP is aligned with the vision for net zero emission by 2070, as is the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister and given for the entire nation. So in line of that, the state government came up with a policy in year 2022. That is for another 5 years. So the implementation of this policy will be till 2027. So there are 4 important pillars of this EV manufacturing, promotion and adoption policy is the name of the policy. So the first pillar is to promote manufacturing of electric vehicles. That is one. Second is the promotion for manufacturing of batteries, because that is the most important component cost-wise and component-wise for the electric vehicles. Third is on the adoption side. So on the adoption side, it is not only the pure electric vehicles, but also the strong hybrids. Because the studies have proved that strong hybrids, they also, as compared to the ICE, the internal combustion engines, the reduction of the fuel emission, which is the polluting component, is by another 40 to 45% is over there. So strong hybrid, not on the manufacturing side, but on the adoption side as well. And fourth and really important is the development of charging infrastructure ecosystem, because that is a cycle that charging infrastructure has to come first or the electric vehicles have to come first. They have to go parallelly together. So as I was mentioning, in the first pillar, what the state is supporting is up till 30% of subsidy on the manufacturing side of the CapEx. And at the same time, the state government also facilitates adoption and allocation of land for such purposes. So one of the mega plants has started its construction. I think the commercial production will be there by mid of next year, 2025, by Ashok Leland. So they have come up with a new plant for manufacturing of EV buses and commercial vehicles. Second important thing is for the batteries, as was mentioned by my colleague from Maharashtra government also, that one of the technological challenges is the sustainability of these batteries. The safety standards, they have to keep on evolving. And third is the cost of it. Because cost is something of any electric vehicle, if you say, the cost of the battery component is around 55 to 60%. And then it needs to be replaced after a period of 6 to 7 years. That's an average. And if you go on the commercial vehicle heavier side, then this battery becomes more and more important, and its replacement side. Third very important thing is the charging ecosystem. So charging ecosystem we are promoting through our municipal bodies for the allocation of lands across the expressways and the national highways in the state, because that is the distance on which one has to provide at an optimal distance on these expressways as well as the highways. And fourth is the ecosystem subsidy for promoting the adoption of these vehicles. So right now, state government is providing subsidy on the vehicles which are being registered and purchased in the state of UP. 100% tax duty exemption is there. There's also a purchase subsidy of 1 lakh per car, as well as for the buses and trucks to this amount is 30,000 per vehicle. And it can be aggregated by till 10 vehicles by an aggregator, so that adoption becomes faster. So on the buses side, we have seen that this adoption is being done by aggregators like by the schools, because they are the ones who have got larger fleets. The State Transport Corporation is adopting the electric vehicle buses. And then the municipal city services, the buses. So they are again adopting it. Charging ecosystem is something which I think is really important, and our stakeholders who are in this seminar is something we need to come up with in a faster way. How more and more charging infrastructure stations can come, especially I'm talking about the fast charging infrastructure stations, because the normal slow charging can be done at home, overnight one can charge it, but the fast charging station, so that more distance is traveled and the charging time is shortened over there. For the beginning, the state is also subsidizing it through the exemption of electric duty charges, as well as the charges which we are now, the schedule of charges of our electricity tariff is, we have kept it for another 3 years, that is till 2026, on the domestic tariff charges itself, not on the commercial charges itself, so as to promote it. So these are the few important policy incentives and the policy pushes the state government is doing on it.
Thank you for highlighting that. I'll pass it to Rajesh, sir. Any particular zero-emission trucking related policy?
Yeah, thank you, Shamita. Actually, charging infrastructure and tariffs is very important for development of this zero-emission trucks, which are required to be developed along the national highways. Within city, infrastructure development is very difficult. But in greenfield projects, it's easy because you have land available, you have cheaper land for solar generation, for net. You can introduce the concepts of net metering, group net metering, when a group of these aggregators can set up a solar plant or a wind generation plant. They can wheel the power through the DISCOM's lines, and that can be a net off. That can be a win-win business model. Then we can have a battery energy storage solutions also in cities, multi-story for buses like in Delhi Transport Corporation. They are having multiple level transport charging infrastructure. They can have bi-directional chargers, so that when buses are parked during the evening, suppose buses normally come to the depots at the time at 11 p.m. And if you're the peak power in metro cities like Delhi, we have peak time expensive power from 11 to 1 a.m. So they can have smart charger which can start charging at 1 a.m. rather than starting charging at 11 p.m. So we can have bi-directional charges. The batteries of these trucks or the buses can be utilized to give back power to the grid, and they can earn from that resource too. Because as batteries are gradually becoming cheaper, we can use the batteries of these trucks and those buses for supplying power back to the grid during peak hours. They can also go for this captive generation also, where they can set up any of their plants outside. Only the conditions are that 25% of they should have equity, and 50% consumption they should use for their own use. Then we can have other tariff incentives we have also given. There are no fixed charges or capacity charges being levied on EV charging infrastructure at present, and this is likely to continue. And the tariffs are also very low. In Delhi, we have around 4 rupees per kVh for charging infrastructure, which is quite low as compared to other categories. Even domestic average power is higher than this value. And the time of day tariff, which has been introduced by several states, so that smart charges if they are introduced, they can charge during off-peak hours. That can be thought of so that maximum utilization of resources can be done, And for grid and infrastructure development in power sector also, we can have a smooth curve throughout the day and night. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for highlighting all of these points. We also have Ashish Tiwari sir joining us virtually. Sir, if you are able to hear us, would like to pass it off to you next. So a question for Ashish Tiwari sir is, what zero emission trucking related policies do you think could be really effective in terms of promoting the adoption in the state? I think we are facing some technical challenges. Apologies for this. We'll just take a few seconds to rectify the issue. Sir, can you hear us? Maybe you can try to speak.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
thank
Can you
you.
repeat your question, please?
Yes, so the question is, in terms of promoting the adoption of zero-emission trucks in the state of UP, what policies do you think could be most effective?
Thank you. Thank you very much for initiating this very pertinent discussion. I would like to bring a different perspective with respect to zero-emission trucks. We have done a detailed study on airshed that related to contribution of different sources on PM 2.5 levels at the state level. And to our great surprise, that we found that within the transport sector, the maximum contribution of PM 2.5 within the transport sector is from heavy duty vehicles. And that too, if you further analyze it, then heavy duty trucks, they are the bigger culprits. If I tell you the figures from UP state, the number of registered BS1 vehicles, heavy duty vehicles, is 18,856, and registered BS2 vehicle is 2,60,517, and BS3 is 1,85,991. And the further I would like to notice the figure of number of these three category of vehicles which are obtaining fitness certificate is very low as compared to registered vehicles. So I don't want to say, but I think it's a clear indication that the highest polluting categories of heavy duty vehicles, they are also not in the fitness net. So that is the problem. I think this is why the contribution of heavy duty trucks within the transport sector for PM 2.5 is very, very high. So now, after getting this knowledge, it has come to the forefront of airshed-based air quality management interventions. We have started thinking over that what kind of intervention we can bring in for phasing out heavy-duty trucks. Like ZET, zero-emission truck adoption, is definitely we are discussing it ahead of time. I can understand, but every policy issue, I think, should be discussed ahead of time. When we discussed with concerned stakeholders and also did kind of a review on research available, we found that this transition cannot be abruptly to ZETs. Like it has to be a phased transition. Like first of all, we have made a policy. We are drafting a policy wherein this maximum polluting vehicles can be off-roaded with some kind of incentive. And what kind of incentive we may provide from the state level or any other externally aided project, just to get these trucks, which may not be earning much of a income to the owners. Maybe we discussed with the transporters associations, and they say that these are the source of subsistence livelihood for the owners as far as the individual truck owners are concerned. But for aggregators, this number is very, very low. So they requested that if an incentive can be built upon to off-road these vehicles only without mandating the purchase of a new truck. So that is kind of a phase transition, phase one in our minds. Second is like if we want to transit to battery or fuel cell heavy duty trucks, then there is an also intermediary. You can take a success story of China, where LNG trucks are about 20% of total heavy duty trucks sold in Chinese market. So LNG trucks also could be a better option because the emissions from LNG trucks is 1/4 of BSS trucks and maybe even less for these heavy polluting trucks. And of course, ultimately for the transition towards like zero emission trucks, battery and fuel cell operated trucks. So as rightly told by my colleague that there are challenges with respect to infrastructure, there are challenges with respect to the capital cost also. And then we worked out the capital cost and the kinds of incentives which are available. I think the enabling policy environment is now very, very favorable. Like if somebody wants to scrap its old truck, then 4 to 6% the scrappage value can also come in his hand. Secondly, the purchase discount. Recently, the MORTH minister has announced the purchase discount by OEMs that would be around 3% for heavy duty trucks. That will also be very, very useful for this transition. And if at the state level we are trying to offer from our proposed clean air project, a capital incentive for purchasing a new LNG or battery operated truck. So this, and at the same time, I think the fee-based mechanism is at one place, and the regulatory mechanism like increasing the fitness fees and all, and more enforcement on the trucks which are plying without fitness certificates would become very, very, you can say, useful for enabling this transition. So this is what in our mind at the state of UP level. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for highlighting the importance of zero emission trucks and also sharing a wide variety of policies that could be helpful. I know we have a very diverse panel with representatives from transportation department, electricity sector, environment sector, as well as investment. So I have one or two more specific questions which are also related to your state. So my first question is for Abhishek Prakash sir. We just heard about some of the most effective policies that could play a role in terms of zero-emission trucking transition. But my specific question to you was, in addition to alignment with climate and sustainability goals, how do zero-emission trucks fit into UP's economic development initiative? And how can state create a conducive environment to attract domestic as well as international investment, especially in the zero-emission trucking sector?
See, the concept of zero emission trucks, you say that it is, what is the footprint? If you count the footprint also, then it is a very tricky subject then. Because the power which is being used for the charging infrastructure, whether it is coming from a sustainable source of energy or it is coming from a fossil fuel, that is one point. Second is, what about the recyclability or the disposal of the batteries which are being used? That is another point that has to be looked into. So, as of now, the market economics is not tilted in its favor. Three important components are there. First is the huge amount of investment that is needed. The pricing of these trucks, number two. And third is the support infrastructure, be them the charging infrastructure, be it them the battery ecosystem, be it the recyclability of it, and the kind of power which is being used. But that is the way to go ahead, along with phasing of the vehicles, as Secretary Environment Government of UP was also telling, that phasing is something which state is doing. phasing of the internal combustion engine trucks, the older norms one being the first ones to be phased out, then gradually, and replacing them with cleaner technology trucks. As on date, UP is a state with the largest network of roads and highways and expressways. And it connects the NCR region and the northern foothills of the country to the other central part of the country to the eastern part of the country. Adding to the trucks, the second important channel or the medium for the transportation is the railways. I'm putting in this perspective of railways, reason being now the dedicated freight corridors development is in its almost final stages, be it the eastern dedicated freight corridor or the western dedicated freight corridor. So the freight movement has to be either through railways in the landlocked states or it has to be through the roads. So the potential is much more, especially for the perishable goods or for the shorter distance transportation. Shorter distance, I mean somewhere from 500 to 1500 kilometers of range. But the ecosystem as on date is not tilted in favor of the OEMs, the manufacturers or the battery manufacturers or the recyclers. So that trust has to be there and we need to have a long-term perspective for the same. As was being discussed in the first panel, that FAME 3 guidelines, so another support infrastructure or support system from Government of India will be coming once these are being included in FAME 3, because till date, till FAME 2, trucks are not included into that. State governments are also promoting the manufacturing of this, including the government of UP. But as on date, the investments in this sector, they are not that much. Reason being cost. Most important thing is the cost. So that economics we have to work out. But the solution is to go for cleaner technologies and ultimately to zero emission technologies.
Thank you for sharing that. I know Abhishek sir and Ashish sir have to leave in a little bit. So my next question is actually for Ashish sir. Just a different side of the equation with respect to zero emission trucking. What measures do you think can be taken to ensure that the transition to zero emission trucking is smooth and just, especially for SMEs and local businesses? What could be done in terms of having initiatives on training drivers, in terms of maintenance personnel? How can states support these businesses in overcoming potential barriers to adopting ZETs?
I think no doubt about it, like our country's policy is that regarding the just transition must be kept in mind for the transport sector also. Not only for this transition, but training and capacity building is such an area. And I think for transport sector, for particularly for heavy duty vehicles, it has been not in the forefront so far. So that this transition to cleaner technologies, whether it is retrofitment, whether it is LNG or whether it is zero emission trucks, whatever transition we are foreseeing in a phased manner, I think it is really very, very important that training capacity building for just transition must take a forefront in our approaches. And keeping this in mind, like in our Clean Air project, we have also built up a very robust training capacity building component for transitioning to low emission and zero emission vehicles, not only for heavy duty trucks, but also for IPTs and other modal transport systems. What I mean to say that, like, for training and capacity building, the real challenge is basically the lack of knowledge centers locally. I think that is the biggest challenge. I think if somebody wants to go for a training, either he should go to ARAI or some other institutes. But for these basic kind of trainings, we must have local knowledge centers. And for this, we have well thought of in our Clean Air projects that 15 our academic institutions and research institutions in our state will be developed as knowledge centers for giving training locally to them. You can't expect a driver going to Delhi for taking training. So that is our approach, that knowledge network within the state at sub-regional level has also to be there. And there should be an apex institute, which we thought that IIT Kanpur and in collaboration with other sector institutes of reputes can become an apex institute which can do a good capacity building of all regional knowledge centers. And also the Skill India mission can come in as a great come and play a great role, that if we can actually organize a certified courses like courses for mechanics and operators for these technologies, then also it will help the ecosystem to grow in a just way. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Just on the similar topic of supporting with the industry, supporting with MSMEs, I want to shift gears a little bit in terms of looking at the economic activity. And my next question is for Patil, sir. A lot of economic activity in the state is usually, it's usually concentrated along the corridors. And Maharashtra government has particularly highlighted 4 corridors to be converted into electric corridors. So my question to you is, how can this targeted approach of adopting zero-emission trucking corridors can help with the deployment, help with accelerating deployment of zero-emission trucks? And what other additional measures are being considered in terms of electrifying these corridors? And apart from battery electric trucks, are there any other technologies that are also being considered by Maharashtra government, especially from infrastructure planning perspective?
Yeah. Insofar as promoting use of electric vehicles, we have 2 major urban agglomerates, that is MMR and Pune, where the charging infrastructure is stressed upon. For example, Pune and Pimpri-Chinchwad, we are able to lift up the charging infrastructure, and we have noticed that number of EV registration in Pune and Pimpri-Chinchwad has significantly increased. So it has a direct relation to the charging infrastructure. But I would like to go a bit further. These are known facts that we have to have an infrastructure, we have to have technology. But my appeal to the designers, vehicle manufacturers, is that we are looking at EVs with the conventional concept that we have of the vehicles. The present-day vehicle was designed to accommodate the IC engine with the power transmission which took through the propellers back to the rear axle, which raised the height of the vehicle. How we can, with electric vehicles coming into picture, the power transmission, you don't require the propeller shafts. You can have 4 motors at the wheels, thereby changing the design. So the aerodynamic design of the vehicle is one concern. The CG of the vehicle gets down. The moment CG of the vehicle gets down, you can improve in efficiency and wind resistance. So certain things which need to be looked upon, like aerodynamics, improved thermal management, range optimization, wireless charging. I mean to say, this is one thing where if we could come up, that will ease up. Everything comes from user's perspective point of view. What is the user experience? If we really go into the history of development of automobile, rules came later and innovations came earlier. So it was subsequently the innovations which were to be regulated. So that aspect needs to be seen. Insofar as ZET for heavy vehicles is concerned, it's a very good concept, because then in that case, we are going to optimize the space of the vehicle for carrying more cargo effectively. One more thing I would like to suggest here is in terms of regulations, if the MORTH colleagues are there, one is electric vehicles have less moving parts. So you have less vibrations compared to IC engines. Thereby, if we can think about increasing the fitness validity of the electric vehicles, that will help the user. Otherwise, he has to come every year or 2 years for fitness, and that is also a hindrance for him. So user experience will increase because electric vehicles by design itself are having less vibrations, so they are less. There is less wear and tear. That aspects need to be looked into. But one important aspect is EV charging and the bi-directional charging, our panel which discussed, because electric vehicle itself should be considered as a storage for electricity in peak hours and in peak hours and lean hours. I think these issues, if we are able to highlight through policy at the state level, it will give a great fillip to EV penetration as such.
Thank you so much. My question, next question is for Rajesh sir. Just building upon what Patil sir had already mentioned, anything else you would like to add in terms of effective policy, particularly for infrastructure development, but also on supply and demand side, anything that could be done to promote manufacturing of zero emission trucks or anything that can be done to promote deployment of infrastructure?
In the power sector, we introduced the solar generation. For the last 20 years, we have been giving no charges for transmission. A person can install a solar panel in Rajasthan and that power can be wheeled to Delhi at free cost. Second thing, he can get the same power, no losses. That losses are borne by the other thermal generators. So similarly, whenever a sector wants to be incentivized, we have to give incentives to them and tax the other one. Polluter pays principle. So we need to give more incentives to the EVs, and unfortunately, we will have to tax the diesel and petrol vehicles to get money so that same money can come from the same sector. This concept helped power sector to build in a lot of solar, wind generation, hybrid generation. So same thing can be done in the transport sector also.
No, thank you so much for sharing that. I have one last question, same question for all of the panelists in a lightning round, just because we are short on time. I want to leverage this multi-stakeholder nature of today's event. We have national government present here. We have so many industry players who are present with us and also different industry players. So my question is, what needs to be done in terms of ensuring better collaboration across national government, across different state governments? And since a lot of industry players are also here, what does industry need to do? So 30 seconds or 1 minute at the max, everyone. We'll start with Abhishek sir, maybe. What can be done in terms of ensuring better collaboration between national and state government, and any call for action for industry players who are present here today?
See, I think there is already a great deal of collaboration between all these stakeholders. But we really need to focus on processes as well as products. For example, I'll just quote an example. Identifying corridors is a process. But these less emission, economical trucks or commercial vehicles is a product. So I think over there, innovation has to play a big role, and our industry colleagues are here. And unless we innovate in that way, those products has to be economically viable. So then only transporters will, naturally they are going to adopt it. Once they adopt it, the rules and the processes will be defined accordingly by the state governments or the central government. So I think most important thrust has to be on innovating, and innovating such products which are economically viable and they are sustainable at the same time.
Thank you for sharing that. Pass it to Patil sir.
As my colleague has already mentioned, it's at the end of the day, it's the user experience which matters. The demand will come from user experience. And if we are able to come up with such products, then regulations can follow also. There are two ways, like through demand incentive or through regulation promoting a technology, which we have already done by giving exemptions to tax exemptions, demand incentive to EV vehicles, so that the manufacturers come up with these models. And subsequently, once there is a critical mass, then regulations will come at the next type of regulations will come into picture. So all in all, as one of the speaker has told, we need to develop knowledge centers where this information dissemination can come up. The driver is to be taught about how the EVs are to be used. The passenger is to be taught about how the EVs are to be used, and all the stakeholders need to come together. And such knowledge centers will help in developing the policy.
Thank you so much. Rajesh, sir, over to you.
Actually, market forces should first manage the entire demand and supply. And regulation should come only whenever and wherever it is required. That is urgent. New innovations, just like my colleague from Maharashtra said, the new innovation, new charging infrastructure, because the running cost depends on the charging cost of the vehicle. So if charging cost is cheaper, cheaper options are available, smarter options are available, those innovations need to be done in those charging stations. So those need to be augmented further.
I'll also ask Ashish Tiwari Sirji, same question. How can we ensure better collaboration between national and state government? And what does industry need to do to take this transition forward?
At national level, I think the line ministries and the NITI Aayog is doing its yeoman's job. And the state level, I think UP has developed a kind of a framework where there are two, you can say, two arms of this collaboration by which we can collaborate with the center and the national government. That one is the development of knowledge. So for that, I think our department has been given a role in environment, forest, climate change across the sectors related to transition and environment. And when it comes like collaboration with innovators, collaboration with research, development, policy research, etc. So that is one side. And the other side is the facilitation side. And I think you are having a right officer on the dais, Mr. Abhishek ji. So the Invest UP department is collaborates very well when it comes for implementation of this kind of a transition, and also collaborates with the bankers and other institutions also. So this kind of a framework will work, I think, at the sub-regional level.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of the panelists for sharing their insights today. We have time for maybe just a couple of questions from audience, just in case there are any. Any questions from the audience for the panelists? Right, hearing none. Thank you so much again for joining us today, and I'll pass it back to WRIT.
Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists again for this enriching discussion. Before we wrap this session, I kindly request a group photo with our esteemed panelists. Just a second. I now request Mr. Kaustubh Gosavi from WRI-India to present a small gift to our panelists as a token of gratitude. We are now excited for the next segment to begin the NITI Gearshift Challenge Awards. The NITI Gearshift Challenge invited students, transport service practitioners, academicians, and researchers to develop innovative business models that address financial, technical, and operational challenges in the adoption of electric trucks. To set the context for the segment, we request Dr. Gupta, CEO of Supply Chain Management at IIM Bangalore, Mr. Vijay Jaiswal, Director, Smart Freight, and Mr. Joseph Teja, Senior Consultant, CalStart, to take the stage.
Yeah, everything. Okay, think it will take time. Or should I use? Should we use it? Yeah. Hello. Is it audible? Good afternoon and greetings to all of you. As it is being said, disruptions occur when a business model shatters the conventional wisdom and the traditional boundaries. Hackathon is an excellent platform to generate new business ideas and drive business innovation. So the idea to hold a hackathon to discover business models that can drive adoption of zero emission trucking was an idea which was given by NITI Aayog and Mr. Sinha in particular. So under the mentorship of NITI Aayog, Smart Freight Center, CalStart, WRI, Shakti Foundation, and IIM Bangalore got together to hold this hackathon. The entire business problem of zero emission trucking was documented as a case study, and it was offered to students from leading management schools, academicians, researchers, and scholars to come up with innovative solution for adoption of zero emission trucking. This hackathon was conducted in 2 rounds. The round 1 happened from 15th of June till 20th of July, and we had almost 200 submissions which happened. So out of these 200 submissions, 10 best submissions were shortlisted, and these 10 teams were then mentored by experts, EV expert, for a period of about 1 month to hone and improve their business models. The final round finally happened at IIM Bangalore on 5th of September, where these teams made their presentation in person and online, and they were judged by a panel of 3 eminent judges. So finally, we had 3 winners. So today, we are going to do 2 things. A, we are going to announce the winners, and we are going to felicitate them. And we will also briefly hear their business solutions. So before we get into that, I would like to invite my colleagues, Joseph from CalStart and Vijay from SFC. Yeah. So I would request if, I think Vijay is also there. Vijay, if you can talk about a little more about the objectives of this particular hackathon. And I would request Joseph if you can talk about the key takeaways or learning from this particular hackathon event. Yeah, over to you, Vijay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Vijay Jaiswal, and I represent Smart Freight Center. As you hear about this hackathon, it has been a NITI Aayog initiative by all means, and we have been supporting these as knowledge partners. CalStart, WRI, IM Bangalore, and Smart Trade Center. The objective of this whole exercise came out from the constant work or the work that we had done before this, where we were engaging with a lot of companies to understand that how do we establish the economic viability of these electric trucks for deployment at scale. And at various points, while we looked at various barriers, potential solutions, we realized that the business model is going to play a big role in these deployments. And with that understanding, while we were developing our own solutions with consultations, we thought that why not leverage the young, bright minds from the B schools, the top B schools in India, to see what they have to offer to us. And with that understanding, I'll keep this objective brief. The idea was to just find some very innovative business models, business solutions that we can take forward and we can develop them further to be actually deployed in real-time scenarios. And as you know, we got a great response from the B school students, some amazing entries that we had to evaluate. And the entire process was also to ensure that at the idea level itself, we provide enough support and guidance to the students to make sure that they are eventually implementable. That's from my side. Joseph?
Thank you, Vijay. Key takeaways could be a couple of things. One is, when the process has started, we have seen an amazing collaboration both from the domestic partners and from the partners internationally. One example is, a partner from UK, Green Finance Institute, who participated as a mentoring one of the B school team, and a couple of others, including Voltus Green Fund and people from different industry backgrounds have come forward, showed curiosity and showed interest to mentor these young B school students, what they have proposed, and nurtured these solutions. And what we could see, another learning that I could sense from my understanding is, and as this sector is kind of, it's a melting pot of like various solutions, I could see. And some of the interesting innovative models that have come forward, and there was an extensive process has been went in through, even jury kind of, an investment banker and a coalition of industry was part of the jury to judge these solutions, and came forward with it was a tough challenge to choose the final winners, but with the help of the brilliant juries and the team, we were able to finalize the three teams, and we will be seeing the process that in the due course, we will be listening those models, what they have done and all those things. Yeah.
So, we'll play a small video that showcases the journey of this entire hackathon. So can we play that video? Yeah.
The EV truck industry in India today is in its nascent stage and often faces multitude of challenges, namely financial, operational, businesses, and technological, that could hinder the growth of electric medium and heavy-duty trucks going forward.
To address the multifaceted challenges that plague the trucking industry, we are taking a holistic approach to encourage collaboration across different sectors. EFAS, India's first freight platform launched by NITI Aayog, focuses on these collaborations by shaping actions for electrification and scaling of this in India. The hackathon perfectly aligns with NITI Aayog's EFAS mission and is driving change to bring sustainable ecosystem in the logistics sector. The solutions that we are discovering and the ideas are the building blocks for a greener tomorrow.
NITI Aayog's Gear Shift Hackathon, we aim to address these barriers using the creativity and ingenuity of our young business minds.
This NITI Aayog's hackathon nurtures innovative business models to drive technology investments into electric truck segments.
IIM Bangalore documented the business problem as a case study and invited students and professionals to offer their solutions. We held the final round at IIM Bangalore in person to select the best 3 teams.
So now that we have understood the challenges with the primary and secondary stakeholders, we need to come up with a scenario that benefits all these stakeholders. So for adoption of electric trucks, it needs to be very reliable. To make it reliable, we need a robust charging infrastructure. So we thought, why not bring these electric truck operators and the charging point operators together so that they can benefit from each other's resources. So we are suggesting a joint venture between the electric fleet operators or the carriers and the charging point operators to create a special purpose vehicle. This special purpose vehicle will secure loans from DFIs or institutional investors and purchase electric trucks from EV manufacturers. Once they purchase these trucks, they can lease it to electric fleet operators, reducing their upfront cost challenge. And these electric fleet operators can further can provide these trucks for shippers.
Improving mass adoption of electric truck in India by making a business model that is commercially viable, where it depends on 3 key pillars that we want to focus on. One is making the capex competitive by bringing down the upfront cost involved in this industry, by exploring separating the battery from the truck and leveraging government subsidies when and where possible. And the second one is we want to focus on the OPEX advantage that the ETs have over diesel trucks, where we can show the total cost of ownership to the fleet operators and improve adoption because of the long-term savings that they will get because of ETs. Finally, profitability is the bottom line. So, top line, but here bottom line. So we are proposing that battery swapping technology is key to unlocking this profitability in India, which follows the same story, similar story in China as well, which has happened recently.
Let me start by highlighting a staggering fact. In the last fiscal year, India's oil import bill skyrocketed to 119 billion, which is nearly double from the previous year. Beyond the financial burden, our road transport sector emits 1/3 of India's total NOx. But we are not here just to talk about the problem. Today I am Kavya and my teammate Rahul from Team Feedback of IIM Bangalore bring you to the new age of e-trucks. Next. Through the extensive industry analysis, we've uncovered significant opportunity to revolutionize this space. Currently, India's freight sector is at $140 billion and is going to be increased by a CAGR of 9.08%. We have identified key drivers, which include demand side and supply side, such as your economic growth in the demand driver, e-commerce expansion, infrastructure development, and in supply side, there are players like freight forwarders, transporters, tech providers who are reshaping the industry. In our implementation, we are focusing on 3 things. One would be the customizable leasing contracts, shifting the cost from CapEx to OPEX, and predictive solutions for maintenance, monitoring, and replacement. Here, we will be working on the swapping stations. The swapping stations where we have identified strategic location for fast swapping, such as 5 to 10 minutes through automation. Here we are focusing on Golden Quadrilateral and the national highways of 44, 48, and 16. We have identified logistic hubs.
And being from the industry, I think it really lends itself into solutioning phase, right? So I would like to thank all the team and the organizers. It was a real wonderful eye-opening session. Thank you.
Kudos to the organizers, kudos to the teams, not just who won, but who made it here. It's wonderful to see that this is going to increase the adoption of HEVs in India. Thank you so much.
Thanks the organization for setting up an initiative like this, and the whole EV world actually needs something like this. Look forward to more such initiatives in the future. Thank you.
To just sum it up, the business models, to leverage the collective strength and the resources and expertise from all the stakeholders in the ecosystem, and to optimize the operations and gain financial stability, the Phoenix team from IIM Shillong has proposed an implementation of an SPV model with a joint venture between the logistic fleet operators and the CPOs in collaboration with the energy providers. And the team feedback created a power swap business model to create a customizable leasing contracts based on fleet size and their usage. And also they have developed this model while shifting the cost from capex to opex and providing predictive solutions like maintenance and etc. And finally, the team What the Truck proposed a hybrid charging infra model such as battery swap for mass adoption of EVs in MHDV segments and also for charging infra model for short haul and city freight movements. Thank you. Now we'll have the facilitation of the winner. Please.
Can I request Sinha sir to come on the stage and say a few words before we invite the winners? Yeah, please.
No, I will just congratulate all those who were involved in this, taking this hackathon along. In fact, it has been what, 2 months, 3 months? 2 months. 2 months. 2 months earlier we had planned for it. And we thought that probably the solution should be coming from the field rather than we thinking over it. And we almost opened it for everybody. And we attempted that there should be an attractive price for that and all those things were done. And I'm sure that the way there has been overwhelming response from the field and they have come out with a lot of suggestions, I'm sure that those which has not been awarded because the number of awardees could be a limited one, we should also go through them and see that if we can, at some stage, we can take them to be an alternate model which can be positioned. And I'm sure this will be a remarkable thing. This will be bringing about a lot of change. Now it's time that these models must be shared with the stakeholders. So whoever is going to manufacture the tracks, going to use the tracks, and going to, of course, own and operate the tracks, the charge point operators, we should be sharing it with them so that they know that these are supposed to be the best models and they can identify that how to take it forward. So congratulations to the team who have taken it in last 2 months very painstakingly, and they have put in a lot of efforts. So congratulations, and of course, congratulations to the winners. Thank you.
So I would like to now announce the winners. So among the 200 entries and out of the 2 rounds, the team which won the competition was a team called Team Phoenix from IIM Shillong. And so we have Neha Sharvadikari, Sahil Rohra, and Seema More from that particular team. So I would request if they can receive the award from. Just to update you, all of you, that these particular awards were sponsored by SFC and Kelstart. For the winner, we have an award of 2.5 lakh rupees. So. Thank you. We had 2 runner-up groups or teams. Both of them belong to IIM Bangalore. The first runner-up team was What the Truck. So may I request Ravi and Ram to be there on the stage to receive the award. Ravi and Ram, please, if you can be there. Yeah. Congratulations, team. So for a runner-up, we had an award of 1.5 lakh rupees. The second runner-up team, or the joint runner-up team, was a team called Team Feedback, again from IIM Bangalore. It had two members, Kavya and Ragul. Ragul, can you be there on the stage? Yeah, please. Yeah. So Kavya was in an exchange program, so she is not there, but Ragul is there. Ragul, congratulations to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Keep them involved in the implementation of it.
Definitely, sir. Sure. Thank you. So what we will also do is we will allow all the three teams to present their business model in about a minute. So maybe we can start with Team Phoenix. So you have 1.5 minutes to present your solution, please, very quickly. Yeah, it will be there on the screen.
Yes.
Just talk about that. Just talk about your
Yeah, sure. So good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Phoenix from IIM Shillong. My name is Neha Sharbadikari, and here I am joined by my team members Sahil Rora and Seema More. So for the challenge, we had a solution that for electrification of the freight sector, we have majorly two challenges. The challenges are high upfront cost and the reliability of the electric trucks. Can just the next slide. Okay, so yeah, I'll just explain my model. So for the electric mobility to work, we need to have a robust charging infrastructure. So to address this, we suggested that the Yeah, so now the model is up. So we are suggesting that the electric fleet operators and the charging point operators come together and form a joint venture to create a special purpose vehicle. This special purpose vehicle can solve the both issues that I discussed earlier. First, they can secure external funding to invest in charging infra setup. These infrastructures or the charging stations can be set up in the routes of the electric fleet operation. In this way, the electric fleet operators and the charging point operators can use each other's resources via, like the electric fleet providers will provide a sustainable income for the charging stations, and the electric fleet operators can have a reliable charging infra for them at a subsidized rate. Also, this SPV can also solve the first issue, that the high upfront cost. So what they can do, they can buy these electric trucks from the electric truck manufacturers and lease them out to the electric fleet operators. In this way, the electric fleet operators can have an asset-light business model, and they can only have the operating rights. Indirectly, this SPV will also support the electric truck manufacturers by creating a demand, as well as for the OEMs. They can also work with the energy providers or the DISCOMs to integrate renewable energy and have a very sustainable source of charging infrastructure.
Now, when we come to the detailed business model of our SPVs, where it will make use of the benefits it is getting from all the government policies, and also get the required funding from our DFIs and the investors, which it will utilize into investing them into the charging infrastructures, as well as some of it into purchasing the electric vehicles from the manufacturers. And when these electric vehicles are being purchased, they can be utilized into leasing them out to our carriers until their residual value becomes zero, after which they can be sold or can be scrapped. So how this SPV's business model can be sustainable, as it is as the SPVs they have partnered with our carriers, by which the required charging infrastructure can be optimized in a much better way by directly being in contact with our carriers. And after that, the SPVs are also enjoying the depreciation and all the tax benefits it's getting from our PLI schemes, as being the asset owners and the stakeholder in our charging stations, and also the long-term lease agreements which they are getting. Thank you.
Can we invite team what the trucks? Yeah, please. Just limit yourself to 1 minute. Yeah, the crux of it.
So, yeah, thanks a lot for the opportunity. So, we wanted to focus basically on the mass adoption, how that can be driven in India, closely following the China story. So, we went for the battery swapping ecosystem. So, this is mainly, the drivers are going to be, as it was already explained. Can you go to the next? Yeah, we wanted to make a battery swapping ecosystem where key partners will be leveraged, and basically we want to solve the penguin problem. So charging infrastructure is already there. What about battery swapping ecosystem? So when we get the fleet operators on board by making them understand the TCO and the long-term savings, naturally the OEMs and the battery manufacturer will be on board. So that's what we meant to do with this model. So that's about it briefly. And we had a TCO comparison that is conducive for fleet operators, who are like 85% of them are SMEs here in India. So cost and time is very, of essence for them. So that's what we wanted to focus. Thank you.
Team feedback, if you can.
So mainly we want to focus on battery swapping systems to adopt the battery swapping model for e-trucks. Since charging infrastructure is already there, as mentioned already, we want to focus on people who want to focus, small fleet operators, so that we can reduce, by leasing the batteries, we can reduce 30 to 40% of the capex of the truck. So we focus on the leasing part and also swapping part and maintaining the part, so that we can reduce the battery, increase the recyclability of the battery part. So we have made a list of swapping sessions that need to be mentioned. In the next slide. Mainly we focus on the golden quadrilateral and other tech hubs like Bangalore, Chennai, and industry hubs, e-commerce hubs like Ahmedabad, Surat, Nagpur. So these are the places that we are focusing on, and we have developed a cost breakup, and we estimate to break even at year 2031. We also built a small ecosystem for power swap. So we have also built an ecosystem for power swap. Thank you.
So before I invite Vijay to offer the vote of thanks, so there are already a few members in the entire panel who have already offered internship offers to all the students who have been the winners. So in case you are interested, you can take up those particular opportunities as well. So thanks a lot for those particular industry partners. So Vijay, so if you can just deliver a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya. I would like to take this opportunity to first thank Sudhendu Sinha sir for providing tremendous guidance on developing the TOR for this whole hackathon. Right from what kind of problem we need to solve, what kind of audience we want to cater to, and what kind of outcomes we should expect from this exercise. I would also like to thank our partners, CalStart, IIM Bangalore, and WRI on making this happen in such a short time span. And I should also highlight that this hackathon was a discussion point in almost all the EFAS meetings, where we benefit a lot from the inputs received from other knowledge partners. So I would like to thank the entire EFAS knowledge partner community for making this idea work in a bigger and better way. Special thanks to Shakti Foundation to be a pillar of support for this exercise through and through. And now before I close, I have a very great announcement to make. So we didn't expect this. It was totally unplanned. So we have an offer from Mr. Kartike Haryani from Billion E, an offer of internship for the winning team, which is the team Shillong, I am Shillong. So thank you so much, Mr. Karthike, for setting some kind of a benchmark of how the academia and the industry can collaborate and implement these ideas in a bigger and better way. Thank you all. Thank you so much. And it has been a great pleasure running this hackathon and bringing this to such a fitting conclusion. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all the winners for the exceptional contributions. We look forward to seeing how these groundbreaking models will shape the future of electric freight. We now shift our focus to a critical aspect of freight electrification, electrifying the supply chains in India. This panel will explore how key players in logistics and manufacturing sectors are embracing electrification to transform their operations and drive sustainability across the supply chain. This panel will be moderated by Sharaf Kamar, Associate Director at TERI, whose extensive work is in clean transport, will guide this conversation. I'm pleased to introduce our esteemed panelists, Mr. Rajkiran Kanagala, President and Chief Business Officer, TCI Group, Mr. Sunil Bhatnagar, CXO of the Lithium Project at IPL Tech Murugappa Group, Mr. Siddesh Raj Rai, Business Head and VP of Transworld Mobility, Dr. K. Subramanian, Senior Vice President at Ashok Leyland, Ms. Shreya Nair, Manager Mobility, C40 Cities. Let's hear perspectives on how the electrification of supply chains is reshaping the logistics industry in India.
So I'd request the panelists to kindly join the seats, take the chairs, and also request. So what we are going to do is I'm starting. So we are a bit late, but we'll try to catch up on time as well. So my name is Sharaf. I'm leading the transport and urban governance team in TERI. We have been working a lot on the freight side, but as well as on the passenger side. And I'll request the panelists, just for the interest. And in the last panel discussion, I saw that there were no questions raised, but I would want the panelists to make certain comments which may be controversial to raise the questions from the audience, right? I'll start what Karthik mentioned earlier. And very interestingly, he pitched the TCO and the numbers for the truckers and the supply side, supply chain players who would be looking at the numbers. So he talked about 25 lakh as the key number and the target audience. Now I did a back of the envelope calculation. 25 lakh to 30 lakh comes to around 273 to 300 kilometers per day. That's, coming from an industry, and that's also for the knowledge partners to look at. In this sector, what matters is money. And he also went on to say money and then endless money, if I'm not wrong. Continuous money. Right. So our objective for this session and the supply chain session that we are going to have is to bring, talk about the experiences on ground. We have a diverse set of panelists here who are working on ground and would like to hear from you as to what are the experience on ground. I'm not going to ask, anyway, you will talk about the challenges, but that will come up. But how do you went ahead and overcame those challenges would be other point to look at. And what are the experience that you would suggest to other partners who are sitting on the fence to jump and pole vault into electric trucking segment. So I'll start with Siddesh, and we'll follow the sequence thereafter. If you can talk about your experience, what you're doing, and what is it that you are looking at in terms of the eFast, as well as going forward, how do you plan your strategies on electric trucking?
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Siddesh Rai. I represent Transworld Mobility. Basically, we are an infrastructure company where we own and operate electric buses and electric trucks. Currently, we are operating about 100 plus electric buses across multiple locations. And recently, we have deployed 15 small commercial vehicles. We intend to deploy about 100 to 200 the heavy commercial trucks in near future. We have already started doing trials for cement application, steel, port, and textile. We have a different perspective. Like, it's not as simple as just replace the, diesel vehicle with the electric. There are a lot of things which goes about. So what we do is, whenever there is a shipper who is interested to deploy those electric vehicles, we first sit down, understand whether it makes viable sense to deploy these vehicles. So create a tabletop report, then evaluate, do a recce of those routes. We then do a trial, and we develop that, that it is possible to, deploy these trucks there and start with a pilot batch. That's what we have been doing. When we have been doing this in the last 3 months, there are a lot of challenges which we have faced, and there is a lot of other things which we have come across where we have seen that there is an immense opportunity to, increase the efficiency and also optimize the current operation, which we have seen. Now, coming particularly to certain things like what we face is a mindset issue. Typically, any shipper, they want that there should be a reduction in the cost when you're deploying an electric vehicle. But I think one should also understand that we are at a very early stage. At this point of time, what we should emphasize is, at least bring at par with what you're paying for your existing ICE vehicle. And on a long run, we will evolve and we'll understand how we can, make it more cost effective. There are various ways and means we can do it, which we have been, which we have understood from our trials. The most important thing that comes is the financing. So today, if you ask me the question that do you have a lender ready to finance? Yes, we do have lenders. Are they comfortable to fund you? No. What I look at is they want at least 10-year, 12-year kind of a contract for them. Second, they ask for a proper termination clause, which need to be put into the contract. Penalty clause, right from a service part, also from a shipper part. If there is any delay in the payments, are there any penalty clauses in that? So those are small integrities which goes into it. Coming to your question of the TCO, I think TCO varies from project to project. Every project is unique on its own. You can't have a TCO comparison for every project. It has to be looked at project to project. Why, I'll tell you. One is the cost of the finance, which need to be considered, the number of fleets which you are operating for that segment. Third is you need to understand the infrastructure cost. Now, infrastructure cost is a variable cost. Now, today, every state to state, the tariff is different, So if I'm moving from one state to another state, the cost there will differ from different states. Second is when I'm deploying a huge fleet, say, for instance, today, if you're deploying 5 or 10 vehicles, fine, you put up one charger and you're operating it. But when I'm talking about operating 100, 200 vehicles at a certain location, there's an infrastructure cost which comes in. The quality and the quantity of power, that is very critical. During our trials, what we have understood is there are certain areas where there is continuous power cut. So if I have to address that, there is an additional cost which is built in. So my TCO gets affected. Then I'm talking about the driver salary. Let's get into more detail. I can't pay the same salary what I'm paying for the existing ICE vehicle. So here you're seeing a 25-30% increase in this, the remuneration for the drivers. I need to build a, incentive program for that. Apart from that, the driver need to be trained. It's not like a diesel vehicle. Here what happens is the efficiency of the battery depends upon the driver's efficiency. So I need to have a pilot driver who keeps, training these drivers on and off that, through all the telematic data, what went wrong, that refresher. So what we are trying to do is, we are building a stimulator where we can pull the driver off, train them again, and again put them back to the operation. So there is a cost again involved that affects the TCO. No one is talking about the insurance cost. There is an insurance cost. Unfortunately, there are very few insurance companies who are underwriting, So there is an exponential increase in the cost, which need to be addressed. So TCO, at this point of time, as a owner and operator, what we are trying to do is trying to get it at par or at least some reduction in the freight rates, what they're paying for the existing ICE vehicle. So my humble suggestion is all the shippers look at us as a partner, not as a vendor, so that, we come together and we create a constructive solution how we can deploy these electric vehicles.
So, Sudesh, before you hand over the mic, you have been working with different shippers. You talked about cement. So, which are, if you can name few, and which area that you have been working in terms of geography, if you can.
So currently we are working with the top cement companies like Ultratech, JSW Cement, we are conducting trials. We have conducted trials for them. We have understood certain routes, already few pilot batch has been already, done. There are enough data which we have proven that, it makes economically sense to deploy those vehicles. There are various ways, like coupling, decoupling is a solution where you can, increase your number of trips. Battery swapping is one more where, we are working closely with the OEMs where, we're trying to bring down our trip time so that we can increase our number of trips. We are working very closely with also, as I said, apart from cement, we are also working with port applications, steel and textile. So what we understand is the utilization of this asset needs to be high. So that is what we are trying to build in.
Very interesting. You talked about textile, and there is a 1980 National Transport Committee policy, which talked about, what is the modal mix and break-even kilometer. And textile came out to be 700, 800 kilometers at that time for trucks only to be managed, and beyond that, railways. But I think, and you're talking about high dense commodities as well as light voluminous commodities.
Yes.
That's an interesting lookout, and perhaps we can also engage as to bring up some dissemination work that WRI and other partners have been doing to disseminate some of the work that you have been doing on the ground. Thank you, Sudesh. Sunil sir, over to you about your experience of dealing with the new technology that is electric and the challenges, if there are any. Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. So we are manufacturers of electric truck, and the first question was how to pole vault the EV momentum. See, first thing is our vision. So we as a group, one of our company under Murugupa is TI Mobility. In TI Mobility, we had the vision of electric trucks around 4 years back when nobody was thinking on it. And the policies were favoring mass rapid transport things. And on the freight side, very few people were thinking on that time. We started our electric truck project around 4.5 years back. We had that kind of vision that this will come up very nicely at some stage. And now this is the time that it has come up so nicely. For last 2 years, we are selling these trucks, and we have already sold more than 125 trucks already. And almost 125 are under production as of now. We have all the orders booked. So the momentum is there. And I'm sure with the support of government, we will do it more nicely in coming days. So first thing is your vision. Second is about the fear of electric mobility in the minds of people who think that, okay, safety is a big issue, the life is a big issue and all that. So how to educate them, that is very important. And to address that, what we have done on our trucks, we give 10-year AMC or 9 lakh kilometer, whichever is earlier. So you don't have to think what will happen to your battery after 3 years or 5 years, because 10-year AMC is there, which covers the battery and all parts of the electric truck. This is a heavy-duty electric truck of 55 ton, and it is generally used in mines, ports, heavy construction area, all that. So the load part is very heavy here. So we have used all those components which are compatible accordingly. And to address this fear, we are giving this kind of package so that the minds of the people who are using them are clear that, okay, this will run for at least minimum 10 years. And we are open to give more warranties also. AMC of 15 years is also available, 20 years is also available. If somebody is interested, we have plans for everything. This will make the financing also easy, because when the manufacturer is giving that kind of guarantees and warranties on his vehicle, and he is a party to it to maintain up till that tenure, then financing become very easy, because initial cost is very high. So definitely financing is a challenge on a new technology. So whenever a new technology comes in, a lot of questions are there on the technology part about the resale value and how it will run and what all. So with this kind of guarantees and warranties, we have ensured that whoever is the buyer has a good, fair package for this thing, financing also. Last point about the TCO. See, TCO depends on case to case and upon the number of kilometers you use. Generally in India, if you see the average of ICE vehicle, it is close to 200 to 300 kilometers per day. Because of a lot of thermal emissions happening there in the cabin, the driver comfort level is very low. But in EVs, it is altogether different. The driver has a very good cabin, very cool cabin in the sense because there is no engine. And the powertrain and the battery what we use is liquid cooled. So there is no temperature or no emission of heat or something like that in the cabin. So he can drive more. Here the power is very easy because we use a 360 HP motor. In general, in ICE, you see around close to 250, 280, something like that. So here power is more, gradient is more, reliability is more, driving is very easy, all automatic gears and everything. So a lot of comfort is available when you go for EV. So don't just see the initial cost, see the running cost and the TCO. And the formula is that if you run more, your TCO is that fast, your payback is that fast. So try to run the electric vehicles more, use more, so that everything is in positive. Thank you.
Just to prick your mind on you mentioned about an important cog in the wheel, which are the driver community. That kind of will make or break in terms of TCO, how best you can reach that levels of profitability. Are you also engaging with the driver community in terms of training, also helping the shippers in some way or the other?
See, here the role of skilling is there. And when we talk of TCO, then it comprises of many things. It is not a one factor. There are many factors. So first thing is that a skilled driver and an unskilled driver, what is the difference? I will tell you. A skilled driver, when he drives our truck, in one charge, we have a battery of 258 kilowatt hour in our truck. So in one charge, we get an average of 185 kilometers if a skilled driver is driving that. If we have a semi-skilled or unskilled driver, the same range is reduced to 160. So you see how much it is denting, giving a big dent to your operations. So first thing is skilling. So that is very important. Second thing is running. See, in electric truck, what is the model? Either it should be charging or it should be running. It should never stand. So that is the model. Then only your TCO will work. And the charging time generally with the new technology is very low now. You have swapping also. We have a swapping model also where we swap batteries in 7 minutes only. So if somebody want to save time on charging, they can swap the battery. But that model we have not launched. It is under homologation presently. But the present charging rate is only 90 minutes. So you see, if the driver will stop somewhere definitely for lunch or dinner or tea or something like that, he can't drive 600 kilometers straight away. So in that time, you keep charging. And here in lithium batteries, what is the plus point? You have a PSOC. PSOC is a partial state of charge. So this feature is not available in lead acid. So here, whatever charge you input, suppose you input 10 kilowatt hour, then you have extra mileage for 10 kilowatt hour proportionately, maybe 1-2% less. So this kind of feature is available. So whenever you are free for 15 minutes or 20 minutes or 30 minutes, just keep charging. And whatever charge you input, you have that kind of output also. So many factors are there for TCO driving. There are many factors. I can't list all here.
Right. Thank you so much. Moving on, Dr. Subramaniam, thank you so much for joining today. Your thoughts on, you have the leading OEM in both in the diesel as well as in the alternative fuel technology. What are your thoughts? Where is this sector heading towards? And what are the things that we need to plug the gap in terms of pushing electric vehicles forward?
Sure. Thank you. Again, Subramanian, Senior Vice President, Ashok Leyland. I primarily run the new technologies in the company. So I pretty much agree with what's been said, but I think I will put a slightly different spin on it just to drive home the point, because I think the points are obvious, but there is a saying that sometimes you have to state the obvious. So let me do that again. We are looking at electric trucking and electric buses as an opportunity to do something different, and I'll talk about that. A lot of people ask me, both in internal reviews and external events, is the TCO of an electric truck viable today? It's a very open question. It is usually stated in that form. So are electric trucks TCO viable, right? And to me, the question is wrong, because we have to go out and find the TCO viable opportunities for electric trucks, right? You cannot generalize. There used to be a time, I'm just exaggerating a little bit, but there used to be a time when trucking was classified by gross vehicle weight, the tonnage, right? So you had light vehicles, which is typically 7.5 ton and below. Then you had 12 ton, 18 ton, 35 ton, 49, 55. So that was the classification. And we are trying to implement a change in mindset where that the classification has to switch to an application-based classification. It's not just gross vehicle weight. Maybe gross vehicle weight plays a role. But if you now start segmenting the market by what that truck is used for, rather than how much load it carries, it starts to make a lot more sense, because you can now examine TCO for that application, right? And I'll give you a very simple example. I was just traveling, meeting a customer. I think this was in Bangalore. And that customer was moving LPG cylinders from point A to point B, right? And just got curious, talked to that customer. What is your drive cycle? What do you do with your truck, right? First of all, he was buying 18-ton trucks, and he didn't need 18 tons. He just needed the size of an 18-ton truck, right? So there's no reason to design his truck for 18 tons of load, which means you can do a first level of optimization already in terms of the weight and weight of pretty much everything on the truck, right? So that reduces your fixed cost. It also reduces your running costs, so direct impact on TCO. Second question, how do you actually run your truck, right? So the person, the way he described it was, goes to a certain point in the morning, stands in a long queue for filling the LPG cylinders, right? And to us, standing in a long queue, though it sounds boring, actually is a charging opportunity. So we would design the truck to be charged during that time when you're actually standing in a long queue. And then the filling happens, and then it's a fixed distance from point A to point B, where the unloading happens in point B. And fixed distance is again an eye-opener, because you know exactly how much battery capacity to provide. You know how much range this vehicle is going to run on a daily basis, so you can design for that. Second, at the unfilling point, which is the unloading point, the person again stands in a queue, right? A slightly shorter queue, but stands in a queue. So there is another charging opportunity to top up the battery before you come back, right? So you see how this plays out, right? You can actually optimize the size, weight, the specification of the battery, the charge rate versus the energy content of the battery. All of this can be done for that application. And it turned out that that application became TCO positive because we could optimize like that, right? So I'm saying the same thing everybody said, but I'm just giving you an example. So TCO positive is a very personal question, right? We have to go meet individual customers and examine their application, design a truck for them, customize, and make it TCO positive. And we are doing it across the board. We are starting to segment the market like that. So the topic is India's supply chains, but I think the lines are blurring, right? I mean, our suppliers are becoming customers in some ways. They're becoming partners. They're co-developing with us. Customers are becoming partners, right? So it's a very crisscross kind of relationship, which is amazing because you can actually understand what happens through the entire ecosystem, starting from the supplier through the OEM to the customer, and you can optimize across the board. So I think, as I said initially, it's giving us an opportunity to rethink how solutions are provided, right? Technically, you can make an electric truck. It's not rocket science, you can make it. Question is, how do you make it viable for a certain application? Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. I think bringing in that experience from the ground and one size fit all kind of strategy will not work perhaps in this particular segment is well taken. And also we have been working in multiple other sectors and all our knowledge partners have been working on the same. There are 17, 18 partners. I'm sure each one of us would be working at least for 2 or 3 use cases to deploy, and all our TCOs would be very different to what a generic TCO would look like. Thanks a lot for bringing that up. So I think moving on, Shreya, you have been working in C40 and you have been working a lot on the lane shift program. If you can talk about what is it about and how are you seeing electric trucking evolving through your lane shift program as well?
Yeah, thank you, Sharif. A bit of an odd man out on this panel. We are neither an OEM, we are not an LSP, we are also not a shipper. But the lane shift program, which is run by C40 cities, is a collaboration with the Climate Pledge. The Climate Pledge is a set of 450 signatories, that is your shippers, primarily shippers, who have come together with the main idea that they want to reduce their supply chain emissions in certain ways. So one of the ways that we have picked in India is the logistics emissions, and we are looking at BETs, that is battery electric trucks, as the main format that we can move forward. So we started our journey by conversations primarily with shippers, trying to understand what their needs are, and then relaying that back to your transporters, the LSPs, the OEMs, to understand where the gaps are. So one thing that I think, I also think that you mentioned, Mr. Rai, that shippers are still at a stage where there is immense appetite for the idea of reducing your supply chain emissions, specifically looking at trucks. However, do not have the understanding of the fact that it might cost you a bit in the short run. We've heard feedback from some very shippers who have very strong statements on sustainability, who are pretty much front runners in segments like e-commerce and FMCG, and have already made certain commitments, but are very reluctant to accept the fact that in the short run, when charging infrastructure is still coming up in places, it's going to cost slightly higher than your ICE vehicle for you to make that transition, or at least the testing phase is going to cost that. We've seen reluctance even in the piloting stage. The other point is that when we were trying to stitch together the pilot that we plan to launch in the next couple of months, we are very focused on making sure that it's a commercial run. We don't want to do a dummy weight techno analysis type of pilot. We want to see what real-time issues are going to come up by carrying real goods of a shipper. Something that we came across very similar to what Mr. Sir from Ashok Leyland mentioned is that no two TCOs will be the same. Something as basic as an e-commerce application can only offer you an A to B load, might not be able to offer you a return load. And the transporter then has to find another return load for a BET truck at that price from another shipper. And so that means demand aggregation on a corridor level and an application level. So getting an order from one shipper, even if it is for consistent number of trips, unless that can meet asset utilization for that particular truck, it's again not going to be of much use for that transporter. So the transporter faces immense challenges even when it has multiple clients, because if the routes and the particular duty cycles don't match, that truck will not achieve asset utilization and they will not make money. And I think, as Mr. Atmanathan mentioned, that if the transporter doesn't make money and if that truck is either idle or not achieving asset utilization, you can sell it how much ever you want to a shipper from a sustainability angle. We have tried, but that wouldn't be successful. You'd have to develop a business model that's very particular to either that shipper, or for that transporter needs to have a business model where it's aggregating the demand from 2 shippers or 3 shippers on one particular corridor. And I think that's part of what we're trying to do along the Bangalore-Chennai corridor. We're trying to see whether we can aggregate demand to make sure that that shipper has loads from multiple different types of customers potentially along the same application, or at least narrowing it down to an application like the parcel load. So that's something that we've been working with a particular shipper on, and we've been seeing some progress. But it's still, I think we're very, of course, we have to be optimistic, but I also think the shippers need to have some more perspective on where the sector is at. So just very honest opinion based on our interactions with shippers.
Sure. Thanks, Shreya. Before we open up and you're ready with your questions, I know we are in between you and the lunch, but just to ask the OEMs and push them in terms of, you both have electric trucks in the category of 55-tonner, GCW as well. Are there any plans for future, more products coming up? What are your plans on that? Yeah, both of you, IPLT and ALL.
Yeah. See, presently we have two models in 55 ton. One is 6x4 and another is 4x2. So this is depends on the axle. So in 6x4 you have 3 axles and 4x2 you have 2 axle. Both are in 58 ton category. Okay. Now more models are coming. Swapping I have already discussed that one model is coming there. Because how these models are decided, basically you have to go for homologation. So it is not that you do anything and launch. So every model is homologated, it is approved by ARI or ICAT, and then only it will be registered at RTO while you are selling. So we are also working on many new models, including tipper and low weight and medium thing. Because I told you TI Mobility focus is on whole of the EV. So we do electric tractors also for the farming. We do 3-wheelers also, L5 also, passenger also. The group is big. So we have different companies doing different things. But I'm looking after the truck thing. So in truck, we already have 2 models and a few more models are coming.
Yeah, again, from the Ashok Leyland side, for sure, it's not based on tonnage again, but as we speak to more and more customers who are interested in electric trucking, we are creating new nodes, right? Again, very application specific, customized not just in terms of the mechanicals and the truck configuration itself, but software is also another layer, right? So customization in terms of software, in terms of the analytics and what we can deduce from the analytics, all the data that's coming out of the truck. So there's a fair degree of customization that happens there as well, because different applications require different kinds of reads in terms of data. So all of that is in the cards. We are also experimenting with a super long range kind of application, trying to see if that will also work out. Again, very niche kind of application. We'll see. I mean, so I think the sky is the limit. There's a lot of nodes that are still unexploited.
Yeah. That's another way to say that we are not going to disclose that as of now. Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? If there are, yes, I think you deserve to ask question. The winners of the hackathon. Please go ahead. If you can pass on the mic, or if you can be a bit loud as well, yeah. You have the mic on the right, yeah.
So overloading trucks is one of the pervasive problems in India. And this can directly undermine the TCO benefits because of the wear and tear issues over the time. And also understanding the range anxiety can also reduce the benefits for the drivers as well, right? So how do manufacturers and the policymakers would want to approach this so that overloading,
Got it.
overloading is a important problem?
I would nudge Siddesh to answer, but any other panel members? Yeah.
Yeah. See, overloading is definitely an issue in India, but now it is being addressed because how it is going now on the toll bridges, wherever you pay toll, the weigh scales are there. So those days are gone when the trucks were passing with overloading. A 10-ton truck is passing with a very high overload and all that. So we have weigh bridges at almost all the toll bridges where the weight is checked, and now we have complete automation. So when we have these e-challans and all the documents, so everything is declared there. But this problem still is there in the closed loop area, like mines. Because in mines there is no control, and that can happen. So that kind of thing is happening, but I think it is being addressed mostly for the highways. You want to add something?
So I have a different perspective here. I'll just talk about our ground reality, what we have seen for one of the cement application, where between the two plants, there is a clinker movement. The current operation, they're operating about 200 vehicles, okay, for a certain demand. When we understood, there was a lot of inefficiency and there was scope where you can increase the number of trips, where we did the mathematics and number of vehicles required for the movement of those was 140 as compared to 200. So with less tonnage, we are able to turn around. So it's all about, again, case to case, you need to understand. So overloading shouldn't be a problem with the regulated payload. We are able to get better TCO, but again, case to case.
Thank you. I think customer-centric customization and working alongside the fleet operators is the key, as you mentioned. So thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot for the question. It's really important to have
one more question.
So,
supply chain is a challenging word for electric mobility, definitely. Is there a possibility of clarity of giving at least 10, 20, 30 years to electric mobility that we are able to supply the kind of ambitions which we are developing? If not, if it is practically, honestly not supporting that ambition, then do we need to also put it, expiry date to it and allow other fuels to come? Why I have asked this question is because anybody who is running diesel right now is still in a case of dilemma. Somebody who have to invest it, they are saying sometime you are saying hydrogen, sometime you are saying ethanol, sometime you are saying electric. So until and unless three of you fight together and win a race, I will remain on diesel. So I believe supply chain challenges is hurting the transition which electric mobility can definitely do. And this will only be possible if we will achieve that level of clarity. Is it possible or not?
Yeah. See, there is a program by name PMP, that is Phased Manufacturing Program. It is already been implemented in two-wheelers and three-wheelers. For electric trucks, it is being coming up because a lot of expectations are there in FAME 3 that trucks will be covered. And government is coming with PMP schemes. So in PMP, what is happening, in phases, you are doing the Make in India concept and you are making things here. But reliability of some imports are still there. Like the critical component battery, the cells are not made in India. We started slightly late here in India on the EV front. So cells are still being imported, but government has come up with the ACC scheme of 18,200 crores, where companies are coming and 5 to 6 plants are already coming. And most probably by December 25, we will have Make in India cells also. So in our company, what we have done, we have put up a 2.2 gigawatt hour battery assembly plant. So presently, we are doing our batteries in-house 100%. But cells is a constant, but other things like BMS, the wiring harness, the thermal thing, the metal body and all is being done in India. So that kind of supply chain challenges are being addressed as the momentum is taking place in electric vehicles. So a lot of indigenization has happened. Like earlier in two-wheeler, three-wheeler also, the 1 kilowatt motor was imported from China. Now no imports are happening. Everything is made in India. Similarly, the motor controller is now made in India. Mechanical, we are very good. Electrical, we are very good. Electronics, almost we are good. So only the deficient part is very high rating or high voltage components in motor or in battery. Those are being worked on. And I think mostly in coming 1 or 2 years, we will address whole the issue.
Just to add to that, there is a little bit of a new twist on supply chains as we go to EV. Again, from the Ashok Leyland example, we are very proud that we make our own IC engines, right? So the diesel engines are made in-house, the design, the manufacturing, the testing. So, but then if the future is slowly moving away from IC engines, and of course IC engines will be here to stay for a while, but then at least even new development in IC engines is kind of tapering down, it's making us nervous, right? So as OEMs, we are trying to bring some of the key portions of the supply chain in-house. It's inevitable because if we don't do that, especially for electric, you end up just being an assembler, right? You just put buy various parts of the vehicle and then you put it together, you just become an assembler. And there is no value add on top of that. Maybe there is a little bit of software or something, but maybe that will saturate at some point and everybody will be on par in terms of the power of the software. So that is making us nervous, right? So, and I think it's making every OEM nervous. So there is a lot of activity in integrating some of the key portions of the supply chain. And in electric vehicles, it's battery, it's motor, it's electronics, and of course, software. But then if you integrate all of that, there is nothing left in the supply chain, right? So, so this is a very interesting situation that's going to play out. It's not just electrifying the supply chain, but how do you value add by bringing in key portions as well?
So I will just add one point to this thing. What Dr. Subramaniam has said is very correct. But see, everything depends on volumes. So like you see in ICE, it is such a big industry, the volumes are there. So you can do reverse engineering and invest in the assets. But in electric trucks, especially electric trucks, because electric cars and electric buses, they all have huge incentives. So, okay, the market is set for them. But for electric trucks, you have to invest so much of money in putting a electric truck factory. So much of investment is involved. Even if you put a battery assembly plant, so much of investment is required there. And if you want to do more reverse engineering and more make in the factory, then a lot of investment is required. But we, as an electric truck association, I can say like that, are not clear at what direction is there from the government side till some announcements are being made. Like for, I explained you about the ACC. So clear direction is there. Okay, you do cell manufacturing, we have so much of fund, right? Especially in FAME 2 and everywhere, it is announced. Okay, you do this thing and this kind of incentive is there. But for electric trucks, it is not there. So everybody is waiting for that thing, that how it will happen. And more investment will definitely come in that because everybody is investing in green. So definitely more investment will come in that. Thank you.
And very interestingly, NITI Aayog is part of it's organizing a working group, interministerial working group, which talks about these pathways that you are asked for, which direction and which technology perhaps. Of course, net zero is the ultimate target for 2070, and that would drive a lot of conversations and technology growth as we see in the transport sector, but specifically on the heavy duty vehicle segment as well. I'll not take the risk of not letting Pawan ask a question.
Yeah.
Pawan.
Thank you, Sharif. This question is to Dr. Subramanian or Bhatnakarji. We know FAME 3 is coming and there are likely numbers that we have been hearing, whether it's 500 crores or 1,000 crores. Where do you think is the best usage in terms of using this money that will come through FAME 3 scheme? Where do you see it should be actually put in?
Yeah, I think question is that...
no, it's already dedicated for trucks. So in the trucking, e-truck sector, where should this money come?
Yeah.
Be invested?
Use case perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah. See, basically all these schemes which are coming in FAME 2 and almost present scheme is going off EMPS. See, these incentives are basically to address the initial challenge because everybody is saying the initial cost is very high. So to address that, these things were there. Now, what is happening? What is the plus point for EV industry? The battery prices are falling. And every year we are seeing a great fall in the battery prices. So at one time it was 20,000 rupees per kilowatt hour. Now it has come almost 10,000 rupees per kilowatt hour. So you can see what kind of transition is taking place. And similar things are happening in other things also, depending on the volume and all that. So that is a very good indirect incentive which has come. And in FAME 3, this incentive is known as demand incentive. If demand incentive comes in FAME 3, like in electric buses, we have an incentive of 20,000 rupees per kilowatt hour. And if you have a 250 kilowatt hour battery, then incentive comes to 50 lakh rupees in a bus. So it is too much, very big amount basically. But that is not happening in the truck industry. So truck industry upfront cost is again crore plus, and there is no incentive. So that is a problem. So in FAME 3, I think most probably this will be addressed. Various platforms have taken up this issue with MHI and NITI and other government agencies to address this thing. And government is also working on COP26, COP28 commitments what we have given for decarbonization. So definitely we are very hopeful that some incentives will come in this thing. And once they come, then these trucks you will find on the road. Presently, these trucks are running in a closed loop, basically, where a lot of industries like mining or ports or all these heavy industries are there, but you don't see much of them on the road, the heavy duty one. So on road it will come once this thing happens, and electrification also happens on the road.
Yeah, so just my personal opinion. So FAME 3, I think we have line of sight to quite a few things that are coming, right? Battery packs will have to be made in India, motors probably, a lot of the electronics, which translates into the PCB manufacturing to be made in India. So all of this is make in India, right? Which is good. It's great stuff. But to me personally, if you want to make in India, in the long term, you also have to incentivize develop in India, right? So it's not as if you can just always buy technology and start making something. That's what we are targeting in the first round, which is fine. But how do we also incentivize serious differentiation, right? I'm going to give a 10-minute talk just after lunch, which is exactly on this topic. So if you're around, love to answer more questions. It's just about the same topic where is the light at the end of the tunnel if we continue to make EVs the same way we make it today? If we get a battery pack, whether it's made in China or India, a motor and some electronics and put it together with a wiring harness, right? I mean, we're all going to make the same kind of plain vanilla EVs after a point, right? And we will ultimately still be dependent on a foreign supply chain at some level, right, for critical components. So I think the key is to seriously rethink how EVs are made and start incentivizing that as well. I know it's a bit of a tougher proposition because it's a little more vague in terms of how you will incentivize something like this. But I think that has to be done because future make in India has to also be developed in India, in my opinion.
Thank you. On that note, I think we can wrap up this session. Over to the organizers here.
We appreciate our panelists for providing such deep insights into electrifying supply chains. To conclude this session, we would like to request you guys for a formal group photo with our esteemed panelists. I request Sharif to present a token of appreciation to our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we just request you to take a moment to complete the survey to support the uptake of ZETs. The QR code will be put up right here. You can scan from here, or it's also on the TV at the entrance. Your input will directly contribute to the development of infrastructure strategies. Thank you for your valuable participation. We now had Dr. Seshadri from CEW and Mr. Vijay from Smart Freight Center India to make a quick announcement. You all are probably just waiting for me to say this. I would like you all to join for lunch, where we can reflect and continue our conversations. We'll reconvene shortly afterward to continue on the remaining sessions. I call. Yeah, Abhishek. I request you all to reconvene after lunch at 2:45 for the fireside chat on the learnings from early adopters moderated by the climate group. We just request Mr. Vijay from Smart Freight Center and Dr. Seshadri from CEW for a quick announcement.
And the dinner will also be accompanied with drinks, and the drinks for the guests here is on us. Thank you. Please join us at 6 o'clock for the drinks and a dinner. Thank you so much.
India. Would love to congratulate WRI and NITI Aayog for bringing us all together for the IFA Summit. And of course, Sharviri, thanks for this opportunity. It's great to have been worked with WRI and NITI Aayog on this platform. So it's a pleasure to be over here. We will start off and kick off with our next session. We are starting off at 2:45, so I'm guessing we'll probably have 45 minutes with us, maybe around 3:30, 3:35. Is that a good time for us to keep the time check? Okay, great. So welcome again to the session on learnings from the industry on early adoption of electric trucks in India. I have the opportunity to facilitate today's conversation, but I think I'm also tasked with the great task of waking you all up from the afternoon slump as well. So hopefully with the opportunity of us having some nice speakers that you'll hear from, we'll also kind of energize you as well. How are we kind of running today's conversation? So we'll start off with a few rounds of presentations. We'll have presentations from JSW Cement. We'll have a presentation from Ashok Leland. And then we'll have a quick talk from Shree Cement as well. And once we're done with these three presentations, then we kind of move into a quick chat, which we're calling as the fireside chat. And I'll welcome the speakers on the panel as well to come when we kick that off. But with that, a bit of context setting for today's conversation. Can we have the slides, please? Yes, the next slide. The clicker is small. Okay, just quickly about the Climate Group. We are an international NGO organization. Our objective is climate first, accelerating climate action by 2050. We run business-oriented campaigns, and then we also run campaigns which are also oriented towards action and climate action from subnational governments. We are looking forward to meet some of you at Climate Week in September. Okay, great. A quick thing about EV 100 Plus is a campaign which the Climate Group hosts. It is a global initiative which brings together forward-looking companies. And each of these companies that you see on the presentation today are companies which have committed to 100% electrification of medium and heavy-duty trucks. And they have taken targets of 2030 and 2040. As the Climate Group, we're also working with a few organizations, including some of our member companies, JSW Steel, IKEA, and Flipkart, with whom we are working on pilots. Well, last year, as part of the pilots, and of course, as part of the pilot strategy for the IFA Summit, a lot of the civil society organizations came together, and this was pretty much a year back at the Clean Energy Ministerial in Goa, where civil society organizations rallied support from the industry and were able to bring together an aggregated demand of around 7,500 trucks as well. Now, what's something that we need to see is how do we translate that demand into real action on the ground? Before we jump into the conversations and the presentations today, I wanted to, kind of bring to your attention to a couple of points that we've been hearing while we've been running pilots as the Climate Group alongside with a set of companies. We've pretty much consistently heard about three things. One is we need speed. The vehicles need to have speed. The vehicles need to be reliable. And third, but most important, is the cost, right? So when we speak about speed, the vehicles that, be it logistical service providers or transporters, are looking at vehicles that are able to deliver on time, one, of course, and helping to, of course, improve their operational efficiency as well. Now, slower vehicles, of course, will affect the supply chains, and that's an important factor for them. Reliability, when we think of reliability, I think it's important for us to think of not just the vehicle, but the entire system, so to say. Not just the vehicle, it includes the vehicle, the business model. It also includes, people and the charging infrastructure as well. So as a whole system, as a whole configuration, it's important for us and for the system to kind of deliver over and over again and in a consistent fashion. So that's when we speak of reliability, it's about consistency, right? It's about speed, it's also about consistency. Last but not the least, the biggest driving factor, not just for shippers, but also for transporters as well, is about the costs. That's pretty much, the make or break of everything that happens in this business. And hence, it's important for the electric vehicles and deliveries to electric vehicles should be at least at par with the conventional costs at this moment. And like I said, that becomes a big deal breaker for pretty much every transaction as well. With that, we close the presentation. I would love, not just the panelists for today, but also the audience over here to keep three things in mind: speed, reliability, and costs. And most of our discussions and conversations will revolve around that. With that, let me invite Mr. Vikram Gupta, Head of Logistics, JSW Cement. Vikram, welcome to the panel. We will hear from Vikram. He has a presentation. Vikram, we have the next 7 minutes with you, and we will pass it on to you, and you can also run your slides as well, right?
You want me to pull up my slides?
Yeah, I think that will be much better. Okay. Thank you.
Can you see the slides?
I'm sorry, could you please share the slides from your end?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that. Just give me a minute. Can you see the screen, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So allow me to introduce myself. I am Vikram Gupta, and I look after the logistics at JSW Cement. I welcome you all this afternoon, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to share our experience. As you are all aware, my company belongs to the JSW Group, which is a $22 billion conglomerate spanning infra, steel, energy, paints, and of course, cement. We believe, and in words of the chairman, we are committed not just in words, but also in our thought, time, efforts in making sustainability vision a reality. So we put in our money where our mouth is, and you must be aware that we have interests with MG Hector, or the MG Group, for making and selling passenger EVs in India. That's only the beginning. You can expect commercial vehicles also coming from the JSW, share of the range of products. Just to give you an idea about JSW Cement, cement as an industry is highly, for want of any other word, we emit a lot of CO2, whether it is in making of cement or mining of limestone, and then finally also in transporting the cement to the customer, the end customer. For the world, it is around 608 tons of CO2 for every ton of cement that is made. In India, it drops to 560 because in India, we have adopted blended cements, as most of the companies have adopted. And that brings down your CO2 emissions. When it comes to JSW, it is at 241 kilos per ton of cement. So we already have a head start in terms of blended cement and other products which are environmentally friendly, which are of premium quality and also green in nature. Coming to the EVs, our journey started in 2021 when we had just moved out of COVID and we had placed orders for 5 EVs. You'll understand why I brought this point out, because the speaker ahead of me mentioned speed. So while speed of the truck is important, there is no two ways about that. The right speed is important. What is also important is how the entire environment is geared towards the urgency to bring in EVs. Now, it took us almost 2 years to get the trucks after we ordered. And in between, there were a host of changes, like ARI changed the rules for certifying these trucks as roadworthy in India. The destructive battery testing came in. All those norms came in, and the entire process to get the trucks from the order was around 2 years. We received the trucks finally in August 2023, and again, registration took us about 2 months. Now, why it took 2 months is because these were new vehicles, so we wanted to get them registered in a state, in a southern state, and the RTO did not have the right specifications to put on the RC. So there is some other authority which kind of updates those websites. And then we had to go to them with all the details and get, that included as one of the vehicles which could be registered. Only then the registering authority registered these vehicles, and the whole process took about 2 months. So while we were doing this, the trucks remained idle for another 2 months. JSW Cement is blessed with a route where we transport almost 1.5 lakh tons of material, 75,000 tons either way. And the trucks running on this route would have load on both the sides. So these vehicles have been deployed there, which we thought was the most ideal route to check out the efficiency. These two plants of ours are situated around 300 kilometers apart. So the total run is around 600 kilometers. To do this, we had to put in 4 chargers. So one at the terminal end and 2 en route chargers were installed. The entire charging infrastructure was created by JSW Cement. And that is where, again, we faced another challenge of impressing upon the state electricity board to give us quick connections. So we received it in August 23. Registration happened somewhere around October, November 2023. Until about 15th of March 2023, we had to run these vehicles by using DG sets to charge them en route. But since we were determined, and the costs, of course, the costs were very high to use DG sets to charge them, but we were keen, we wanted to get the whole project off the ground, so we went ahead with that. And of course, all other enablers like finding drivers, training them, all of that was done. I mean, it was done in a way where, these things, the activities overlapped and we did not have to spend too much of time, had we sequenced them sequentially. It took us another 2 months, 2.5 odd months to stabilize the whole operation. So our experience, now it's been March 23, we have almost 1.5 years of experience with these vehicles. There are a lot of headwinds, that is what I would say. First learning was that there are very few leads where you can fruitfully deploy an EV vehicle because the fixed costs are so high that if you don't run them in a loaded condition, more you run them in the empty way, longer the break even or longer the payback. The capex is very high. Plus, recently we had another experience where the roads got washed out. Now the diesel trucks took a slightly longer route to reach their destination, but EV trucks could not do that because we don't have charging infrastructure along that route. So they had to stay put. So this was another learning for us, and that kind of got us thinking that when we are doing a route survey, perhaps we need to understand if the chargers can be reached from any alternate route. The chargers always have to be in the circuit. Coming to the procurement part, most of the experiments that have happened thus far in the industry, in the cement industry also, I don't think there are many examples where transporters have put their money on EVs. They are still more comfortable with ICE trucks, and for a good reason. First, the capital cost is very high. Routes are limited. You have to follow a particular route where charging facility is available. So there are a lot of, in this, while we are maturing, in this intervening period, I think there are a lot of constraints for those transporters to come in and kind of invest in this particular product. Perhaps the biggest constraint is the availability of finance. Whomsoever we have spoken with, we have approached certain large transporters who are very, very large. I mean, fleet of 200 plus trucks. They have complained of very high rate of interest being charged. I mean, the number quoted is 11 to 14%. That is the rate of interest that they were expecting. And primarily because banks and other financial institutions are not very confident that if the EMIs fail, then how do they take back the truck and, to whom do they give it? Because the market itself has to develop. So these were the challenges that we faced, and we are still learning. It is early days for us. We are learning. However, all is not bleak. We certainly had, of course, the winning argument is that we have reduced CO2 emissions to the extent of running of 5 trucks. And the operational cost alone, if I compare operation to operation, then I think we have achieved costs which are 65% lower. I'm not including the cost for developing the infrastructure or buying the trucks, the mobilization effort, etc., etc. It is just the operational costs that I'm looking at. And maybe it is because of the trucks are new. We still don't know what kind of maintenance it will ask for. We are getting about 65% lower costs, which is very heartening. Challenge will be maintaining this level going forward. Because as the trucks age, the amount of maintenance that they ask for, or the kind of residual value I get when I try to sell off these trucks or dispose of these trucks in the market, is all unclear as of now. We will know as we progress on this journey. So we have done about 290,000 tons through these 5 truck trailers. We have carried about 32,000 tons, 290,000 kilometers, 32,000 tons. Reduced CO2 emissions of 90,000 kilos, which is almost 90 tons. And of course, running cost, like I mentioned, is lower compared to diesel trucks on the same route. Very same to same identical comparison, it is about 65% lower. Coming to, again, out of our experience and thus far, and what do you wish for in case you were to increase the number of EVs? Certainly, it makes a very good case for toll charge exemption, because waiting at the toll plazas also eats up battery charge, and hence the trip distance, that it could make without a charge. Very important point is that the battery in this truck, now these trucks were all 22-wheeler trucks. Ideally, a ICE truck would carry anywhere between 40 to 41 tons, depending on the material used for the trailer, the steel used for the trailer. In case of electric trucks, it becomes 36 tons. That is because the battery weight is around 1.5 tons. Now, our experience shows that there is enough and more power for these trucks. They have these power to carry 40 tons also. And I feel the authorities should seriously take note and increase the CC, at least compensate for the loss of battery weight. Because less load I carry, I reduce the earning capability of the truck, and it increases payback. It makes it a costlier proposition. As I said, the rate of interest, I think there is a good case given that we are all convinced that this is the way to go and EV is the way for the future. I think we should seek out ways of reducing the finance costs for financing an EV. And of course, lowering the cost of the asset. Today, EV costs almost twice compared to a cost of a similar ICE truck, a diesel truck. Now, given the kind of ownership of trucks that we have in the country, the person feels that why not put 2 trucks? My earnings would be much better. And plus, it gives you all the flexibility as of whatever is there in terms of infra, in terms of repair, maintenance. ICE trucks have an edge, and there is a natural lean by the transporter towards ICE trucks. So I guess we need to reduce or work on, whether it is through reduction of customs and import duties, whether it is indigenizing them, transfer of technology, or there could be various approaches. I guess all of those need to be explored, and cost of the asset, which should translate into lower TCO, should actually happen to promote this in a big way. So, well, this has been my experience. I hope I've done well on time. Thank you very much.
Vikram, thank you so much for walking us through the journey of your pilots. I'm sure there's a bundle of information as well as pretty much a masterpiece of how one should look at pilots in the way they think about it as well. So clearly we'll come back to you with some thoughts as part of the panel. But as a next, let me invite Dr. Subramanian for his presentation. Yes.
Good afternoon, once again. Do we have the slides? Okay. I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to not use the slides. I'll just talk to a couple of points that we raised in the previous panel discussion just before lunch. So hopefully you can follow me rather than following the slides. So I'll just take about 5 minutes. And so one of the points that we raised in the panel discussion just before lunch was how we can do something in India for India, right? If we go the classic EV route, then, and all of us are guilty of doing that today, is when we buy a battery pack, we buy a motor, we buy some electronics, and we put it all together. So it's an assembly route. And today, most of us buy these things from abroad, largely from China. And of course, there will be policies that incentivize us to make these at varying levels within India, right? So we will start, for example, with battery pack assembly, and we may move on to cell manufacturing in India. We'll start with motor manufacturing, and still, I guess, magnets will probably come from China. We will also make some of the electronics, but I think all of us know where the components come from, right? The components and modules are pretty much all coming from Taiwan as we speak, right? So the question becomes, how do you do things differently? What is in it for the future in India, right? Because if you proceed down this path, we are going to be dependent on China. for pretty much all of the major systems, or at least the components. Right, so motors use permanent magnets, electronics, of course, all components are imported. Yes, we are talking about making electronics in India, but again, we still need a lot of volume, right? And we need scale to match prices to what Taiwan can make. And of course, batteries and cells. So we launched in Ashok Leyland a concept last year when we celebrated our 75 years of existence. Ashok Leyland is almost as old as India. The history is that as soon as we got independence, the Prime Minister asked someone to go start a company of the nature of Ashok Leyland in 1948, because we needed to be in this kind of a critical manufacturing ecosystem. So we're almost as old as India. We celebrated 75 years. So we launched a concept and we called it the Newton truck last year, right? And it's a concept. It's not a product, it's a concept. And I'll talk to you about what it actually means. Maybe I can just jump to one slide. How do you, this works? Okay, that's okay, I'll just talk to it. So what we did was we thought one way to reimagine electric, and people call it born EV, people call, there's so many names. So one way to reimagine is go right down all the way to the fundamentals, right? What we learned in high school in some sense, right? So we said, let's actually do that. And we realized that the one fact or one equation in physics that actually tells you how automobiles move is actually Newton's law, right? Is someone navigating this? Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to jump to this. This is called Newton's law, and I don't think anyone has escaped this lesson in high school. So I'll take you back to high school for a moment. So this is Newton's law, and it's as simple as what's written on the screen. It's F equal to ma, it's force equals mass times acceleration. So just stay with me for a minute while I explain this to you. I'm sure all of you have done this, all of you have studied, or may even passed exams working on this. So if you just stare at this equation, you'll realize that it's very simple. It's only got two terms, mass and acceleration. And if you look at it one by one, the mass is how heavy your truck is, right? And or any automobile, it doesn't have to be a truck. And that part is obvious because you know that the heavier something is, the more effort or force is effort, more effort it takes to move it. Fair? That's the easy part, right? And if you make something lighter, then it obviously takes that much less effort to move it. So mass is the obvious part. The non-obvious part is the other part, and that is the genius of Newton. And that is all, it is stuff that we learned and probably forgot or probably did not interpret very clearly. So what Newton said is the amount of effort it takes to move something is not proportional to how far you move it, because there's no distance in that equation. It does not depend on how fast you move it, because there's no speed in that equation. It only depends on how often you change your speed, which is acceleration. So acceleration is change in speed, right? And that's a very interesting point, because it tells you that effort, ultimately fuel consumption, right? Fuel consumption is related to effort. It does not depend on how far you travel. It does not depend on how fast you travel. And it only depends on how frequently you change your speed. Right? So let's say you're driving, let's assume ideal conditions, because that's how we always start our physics problems, right? We assume ideal conditions and we solve these problems. So let's say you're doing Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, which is about 1,200 kilometers. And let's say you start from rest in Delhi, and then you accelerate from 0 to, let's say, 100 kilometers an hour. That is acceleration, because you're starting from 0 speed and you're changing your speed to 100. And if you do that, you are consuming fuel because there is a force. When you have an acceleration, there is a force, and therefore you're consuming fuel because it needs effort to move. But that takes how long? A minute, 2 minutes to accelerate all the way to 100? Let's assume ideal conditions, as I said, right? Let's assume it's a great day, no traffic, perfect highway. right? And there's no losses, there's no friction and all that. And we'll come back to that. So what Newton is trying to tell you, what nature is trying to tell you is that if you drive at 100 kilometers an hour all the way to Mumbai, it takes 12 hours for 1200 kilometers. Your speed is constant, which means you never accelerated except for the first minute, right? So in the entire journey, again, except for the first minute, you never changed your speed. So there was no acceleration, and therefore there was no effort required to drive the vehicle, and therefore you do not need to consume fuel. It's a crazy fact, but it's true. Automobiles are different. It's not like other things that you encounter in everyday life. So if you take that light bulb that's shining there, you need to give a certain amount of electrical energy to get the light energy out, right? That's obvious. If you take a water heater in your home, for instance, you need to give certain amount of kilowatts to get the water hot because the water is increasing its heat energy, right? Automobiles are different. You don't need energy to drive an automobile, right? You only need to energy if you're a bad driver. And you know how bad drivers drive, right? So you've all been in cabs, or maybe you yourself are one of them, but where you brake, you give pickup, you brake, you give pickup, and pickup is acceleration. That is what consumes fuel. So we went all the way down to the fundamentals, and we had this very simple eureka moment, right? And that the fact that an automobile is different, it fundamentally, at its core, does not need fuel to drive any length of distance. So we asked ourselves, why does it need fuel, right? And that comes down to how we will differentiate ourselves, right? So the M part is obvious. As I said, we work on lightweighting and there's new materials and stuff like that. But the question on why we actually consume fuel is, one part is, of course, the acceleration. But even, let's say, assume that you're driving at a constant speed where there is no acceleration, you still consume fuel because there are losses, right? So an automobile is entirely about the side effects. The side effects are the losses, the second order effects. The automobile is not really that much about the main effect at all. The main effect is you don't need to consume fuel, right? So what are we doing by putting a brute force, bigger battery for a bigger range in an electric vehicle? That's the question we asked ourselves, right? Because this unit of kilometers per liter for diesel or kilometers per kilowatt hour, which is the equivalent for EV, is telling our brains that the amount of distance you drive, kilometers, actually depends on how many liters or kilowatt hours you consume, which is wrong because there is no distance in that equation. So there is no connection between the size of the battery, or actually the energy of the battery, and how far you drive, right? So the size of the battery is unrelated to the range, which is the first crazy fact that has to be digested, right? So once we started looking at why we actually consume energy when we drive, it only comes down to losses. And some of that is listed in the red stuff here, right? So the losses are friction. Where does friction come from? It's primarily from the transmission of the automobile. Don't confuse the rolling friction, which happens in the tires. That actually helps you. That's not a loss mechanism, right? So that's how you need that traction to drive. So the friction comes from the transmission. The other form of loss is aerodynamic, right? And that depends on speed. In city driving, it just doesn't matter. But if you're on the highway, it actually is proportional to the cube of speed. So the faster you go, it really starts mattering, right? So as our speeds increase, something like aerodynamics start mattering. Then you have things like rolling resistance, which is loss in the tires, not friction, but it's the fact that the rubber of the tire has something called hysteresis, which causes losses. So every time the tire turns, when it touches the road, it squishes. When it comes out of the road, it expands. So that compression expansion cycle is a lossy cycle, right? So there are sources of losses, and we actually did an energy audit. So I'll stop with this slide. Energy audit of the vehicle, which is telling us where the energy from the battery is actually going. Right? So if we go by Newton's law, if you account for all the losses, you shouldn't have any piece of this pie left. right? So let me repeat that, because I'm saying that the primary effect is you don't need fuel to drive. It's only the side effect, which is all the losses that matter. So in other words, if you account for all the losses, if I'm able to measure all the losses, then I shouldn't have anything left because there's no energy left to drive. You don't need energy to drive, right? So that's exactly what came out of this. The biggest piece of the pie is actually tires, about 40%, which is shocking, right? How much work is the ecosystem doing to make a step change in tires for EV? We're doing minor incremental changes, yes. But tires seem to be the biggest problem. And what is the first automobile industry in India that went electric decades ago successfully? It's the Indian Railways. Apart from the fact that it doesn't have batteries, it also doesn't have tires, right? So it's a very profound fact. And the lack of tires is actually what makes the train very efficient, the electric train very efficient. It also doesn't carry the batteries, which is a bonus, but it's a big deal, right? So how can we push technology, policy, the entire ecosystem to worry about these things, right? So you're looking at tire loss, you're looking at aerodynamics. This is a specific drive cycle. It'll change. This pie chart will change depending on what your drive cycle is. And then you're looking at a few auxiliary loads, which are a little small. I mean, your air conditioner and your steering pump, right? But those are a little smaller in comparison. We do have the same maps for IC engine vehicles, but unfortunately there, the diesel engine, which is so inefficient, is the elephant in the room, right? So that runs at about 35% efficiency. So 65% loss is straight away gone. So everything else looks pale in comparison, which is why this is a very interesting chart for EV, right? Because there's no IC engine, and then you're looking at every loss in the right form. So the yellow on the top left is what's regen potential, which is you get greedy in even getting around Newton's law, right? So whatever energy you actually need to accelerate, you're saying I'll recover that from the previous braking event. So even for acceleration, you want to get greedy and say that I don't want to consume energy because I want to store the energy as much as possible from the previous braking event. And today regen is miserably inefficient, right? So that brown part, yellow-brown part is not a small number. So there also work is required. You have to work on aerodynamics, regeneration, tires, and there's a inbuilt in some of the other pieces of the pie is transmission. And I'll take transmission as an example, right? EV is giving us an opportunity to rethink transmission. Why did you need a transmission in the first place? Because your engine is in the front and your wheels were in the back, right? You needed to move the power from the engine to the wheel, and then you had a propeller shaft, you had a universal joint, you had a clutch, you had a gearbox, you had a differential. All of that, in addition to adding cost and weight, is also adding inefficiency, right? But EV, in the holy grail, you can imagine an EV with just one motor on the left, one on the right, and your entire transmission just becoming two pieces of wire, right? So EV gives you that opportunity. So in the process of eliminating transmission, you will eliminate transmission loss, which adds up to about 20%, right? So what you're seeing is that little gray piece, 2 to 5%, which is just losses we could not account for, right? We just couldn't measure, right? So just to dramatize that point, let's take 2% as what you have to live with. Just to dramatize and exaggerate the point, if you were to, in theory, eliminate all the other losses, so your 100% becomes 2%, you will run the EV with a 50 times lower battery, 100 versus 2, for the same range, right? Because we knew upfront that battery size is not related to the range, right? So battery size is just there for brute force today, right? Because you're living with all these losses and you're not done anything about it. And most of us are converting legacy diesel or petrol vehicles to electric, right? So therefore, all those loss mechanisms are still here. So to me, right, one big agenda, definitely for Ashok Leyland and hopefully for the entire ecosystem that's working on EV, is to push the ecosystem to work on these mechanisms. Because it's not about fuel. You would think that going green is about fuel, right? And you would realize that fuel accounts for such a small percentage of where the energy is actually going, that it's not about fuel. You can go green, very green, by just working on loss mechanisms, something we're not doing today. It's an obvious fact. I just wanted to state it to you in a dramatic fashion because that's how you drive home the point, right? I'm not saying you can curtail all these losses. I'm not saying you can make these losses zero. Clearly not, right? But I'm sure there is significant potential because all these are things that we have not done much work on. So there will be significant potential, and as much as you reduce, you will go that much greener. So you can have an either or argument, right? Either you can have a much smaller battery for the same range, or you can have the same size battery and you have a much longer range, right? So either way works. So I'll stop with that just to kindle the imagination and inspire. And this is one of the paths, in my opinion, that will, apart from differentiating ourselves, will also make us more and more China independent, because the more you move away from these components, right, that are import heavy, and battery is a key portion, and if you can make it much smaller, it'll add up, right? So it seems to be a good solution, and it's based on very sound fundamentals. So I leave you with that thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll go to the next speaker. We have Mr. Saurabh Palsania from Shree Cement. Mr. Saurabh, we'll have the next 5 minutes for you. We're just also keeping a time check as well.
So, happy afternoon and namaste to all of you. And I'll definitely stick to the timelines, as my other colleagues have almost covered what is all required to be done to boost the demand in the EV sector. So I'll just take you to the operational cost and what the industry is expecting. Industry means the people like us who are adopting the EV trucks is expecting from maybe the EV manufacturers or with the in reference to the policy amendments. Practically, if we talk about EBITDA, that is the operational, earnings between EV trucks and diesel trucks, there is a contribution of, incremental contribution of rupees 11 or 10 rupees per kilometer in comparison to diesel trucks. But the same, when we talk about the profit part of it, then the fixed cost of EV trucks, because of the cost of the EV trucks as well as the other overheads, maybe the driver's salary and all, it takes away 7 to 8 rupees. So ultimately, the profit that is, we are left with, say, let us say 3 to 4 rupees per kilometer. Now, to come out of it or to make it somewhere, more lucrative or more attractive, if the toll charges are waived, then somewhere on a shorter run, it gives the advantage of 2 to 2.5 rupees per kilometer. And if the load to the extent of the battery is increased, allowable load or passing load, then another 2 to 3 rupees, you can say, per kilometer can be saved. So maybe that will give a leverage of 10 rupees per kilometer. Now, to take the advantage of higher running, because presently when we charge the EV truck, it takes almost 40-45 minutes to charge it. We have to charge it to 60 or 65%. And battery swapping, if it's introduced and it is capped at a price of, say, or subsidized at the price of, say, 5 to 7 rupees per kilometer, that will give a big boost to the industry. So again, repeating it, first is that the waiver of the toll charges. Second is allowable load to be increased to equivalent to the battery load. And third is somewhere, say, to improve the running kilometers, like you might have seen what my colleague, my friend, Mr. Vikram Gupta has shown, that 5 trucks altogether have to run almost, say, 2.5 lakh kilometers. So somewhere around 5,000 kilometers per month per truck. So to move the trucks to at least 10,000 kilometers or 1 lakh kilometers per annum, I mean, what is required is battery swapping at somewhere subsidized rates. Now, talking about below the line, that is the interest cost. So the differential interest cost between the diesel truck and the EV truck, if we take the interest cost same, cost of capital as same in both the cases, then it is almost 3 times. To make it equivalent, either the 3% interest rate should be reduced to 3% in case of EV trucks, which may be possible through green funds or maybe the funds rate of interest that we get in Europe. And that will definitely help the EV manufacturers as well as the shippers to to deploy their trucks with us. And we'll be open to, say, work upon one of the major areas that we see is, say, working on a model where the EV trucks can be deployed in the similar capacity as diesel trucks, and we can offer, say, 5-6 routes where they can deploy almost 100 to 500 trucks with us. Only thought is that the benefit of operating costs, which is somewhere around 25 to 30%. If part of it is passed on to us, we are open to deploy 300 to 500 trucks on higher model basis. So I will again, just to close it, I will request the policymakers to please implement at least, these 2 policies for operations. One is to increase the carrying load by the load of the batteries, equivalent load of batteries. And second is to make the toll charges free or maybe subsidized to some extent so that operational cost can be made at least, somewhere lucrative for the shippers. And lastly, I think this is what can be very supportive to the manufacturers as well as the truck deployers, transporters. If the cost of capital is pegged at 3% for EV trucks to bring a big boost to this sector. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saurabh, for your remarks. We have a fireside chat, but we are also going to kind of compress this to kind of get things done a bit early. So what we'll do is probably just invite Barsha first on the panel. We'll have a quick round of questions with you and we'll wrap up the session. So Barsha, please join us. Do you have a mic? Okay, Barsha, while we set up the mic, the question for you is simple. You've been been at the center of pretty much everything that's happening. You've been also working with a lot of shippers as well as transporters on setting up pilots and deploying electric trucks. Can you share some learnings with us?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So thank you, Atul, for this opportunity. So when we talk about pilots, the first thing that comes to mind is, let's see those trucks running on the road. But for making those electric trucks run on the road, there is a lot has to be done which goes beyond it. So the process that we followed, I would like to discuss something about that. So what we did is we engaged with different companies who are having the fleet of trucks. We started understanding their operational schedules, their fleet profiles to identify the representative vehicle. Now, when I say representative vehicle, for example, if I take a use case, which is, let's say, e-commerce. Now, the operations from one company to other company, it differs. All of them come in e-commerce, but then the fleet or the number of trucks which is representative for one company is not the representative vehicle for the other company. And same happens with other use cases as well. Now, once we have done that, we need to understand what is the energy consumption for electric trucks. When I say energy consumption, it's not just one average number. We need to know what is the energy profile of the route, because the midpoint of the energy consumption is not necessarily will be the midpoint of the whole distance. For example, take the route of Mumbai to Pune. So if let's say it's 100 or 120 kilometers, there is an uphill at point of 60 to 80 kilometers. Now, overall, whatever is the energy consumption, in this 60 to 80 kilometers, it goes around 3 to 4 times, if I see the average number. So if I say that the average energy consumption, let's say it's 2 kilowatt per kilometer, then that's a wrong assumption, because in between these 20 kilometers, I have something around 3 or 4 kilowatt per kilometer. Now, don't take these numbers for, for writing it up. I'm just giving an example. And being said that, when we also look for the deployment of charging infrastructure, so we also need to consider when we say putting up the charging infrastructure in the warehouses, we also need to understand what is the sanctioned load of those warehouses. Now, every warehouse, it is not possible to put up these chargers because truck chargers are typically bigger chargers, something coming around 120 kilowatt or even more. So it's also important to consider those. Now, there are certain challenges which the LSPs face. They definitely need to understand what would be their payback period. So there's a lot to be done. And I think once we start studying and learning more, before the pilots also, it's important that each and every use case is properly studied, and then we go to the pilots. And of course, there comes a major role of the OEMs, where, we have the like-to-like vehicle models. We know that certain models are available, but yet there are a number of models which are needed. So yeah, that's all from my side. Yeah.
Great, thanks Barsha for that. I think one question we were supposed to put to all the panelists to say, what can we do differently? As much as we know, around 7,500 trucks and that kind of demand was being able to aggregate at Clean Energy Ministerial. Clearly, a lot of the partners are working towards it. What could we have done differently, specifically from some of the experiences that we've heard from Vikram as well, right, on the panel? Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time for that today. So thanks, Barsha, Vikram, Saurabh, and Dr. Subramaniam for all your thoughts and engaging us on this. Thank you so much.
To give Barsha a small group. Yeah. Thank you to all the panelists. As we continue our conversations, the next session, titled Smart, Scalable and Sustainable Infrastructure to Support ZET Uptake, will dive into infrastructure requirements necessary to support the growing ZET ecosystem. Dr. Seshadri Raghavan, Program Lead for Sustainable Mobility at CEEW, will first set the context and then moderate this session. I'm excited to welcome our panelists for an insightful discussion on this. I invite Mr. Kartikeya Haryani, Founder and CEO of ChargeZone, Mr. Gopi Shankar M., CTO, Switch Mobility, Ashok Leyland, Mr. Ravikiran Annaswamy, Co-founder and CEO at Numocity, Mr. Abhijit Sinha, Project Director, National Highways for Electric Vehicles, Mr. Gurusharan Dhillon, Director, E-Mobility, Customized Energy Solutions, Ms. Preeti Shukla, Program Manager, E-Mobility, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation. Looking forward to the conversation.
Center one. Okay. While the panelists get seated, let me get started. So my name is Sesha Raghavan, Program Lead Mobility, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Today we are here to talk about infrastructure, broadly speaking. The question, or what we hope to hear from the panelists, is what sort of an infrastructure is needed to support the zero emission transition uptake? So we are keeping the infrastructure that is broad, in a sense that it doesn't include, we're not just talking about the charging or refueling. We are looking at the immediate proximity, interconnection, example, the grid, and also built environment factors, be it roads, pavement, or everything around it. So we are looking at a holistic angle to infrastructure. So just to give some pointers for the audience as well as the esteemed panelists, what do we mean by smart, scalable, and sustainable? So it might sound catch-all, but there are certain key delineation, as you can see. The salience being like each has its own USP that it's essential, standalone. When you're talking about smart, we're essentially talking harnessing technology, the power of technology, digitalization, broadly speaking, the I 4.0 transition. On the issue of scalable, we want to support the rapid nationwide rollout. We're talking size and speed at which it's going to roll. On the issue of sustainability, we have kept out financing out of it. So we are talking more on the long-term viability from multiple perspectives, be it environmental, it could be carbon footprint. Also on the manufacturing side, the efficiency, resource efficiency, how much of materials we use, energy efficiency, the renewable energy integration that is essentially powering, because EVs are not green unless the grid is green. And also we are talking about the broader issue of circularity and the overall material intensity cycle. So these are some pointers. This is meant to be illustrative. So the format is very straightforward. The first one, I'll take the honor of posing a simple question to each of our panelists. And round two, what we have structured is have one of our panel members reach out directly to another panel member, highlighting a prick point from what they have observed real world, and in sort of establish some sort of a collaborative synergistic tone to see what's happening. This is my problem. How can we work together and solve? So that's the overall flow. So with that, I'll start with common question to all the panelists here. So in the near term, 2 to 3 years, 3 to 5, relatively speaking, which facet of, let's say, we talked about smart, scalable, and sustainable, what is your organization, you focusing on, which aspect of it? Because maybe it could be the most challenging, it could be the it could potentially have the most transformative impact on Z uptake. Maybe unlocking that, it's going to open up the other, unlock the other bottlenecks. So the question is very straightforward, like which facet of smart, scalable, and sustainable is you and your organization focusing on in the near term? So I'll start with Gopi Shankar.
Hello. Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting for this summit. It's a question to select between a smart, scalable, and sustainable. All are almost equal, but from the time perspective, let me focus on the smart portion. Now, to just give an analogy, we saw a lot of uptake of so-called smartphone from the existing phone. Why did that happen? Because the phone was smart. The smart, it means it is able to put through a lot of data, give you a lot of outputs. You are able to use it in a much more manner. So that's what we also call here as a smart network, smart infrastructure, where we also believe that a lot of data that needs to be analyzed, make the charging much faster, much safer. And not only that, you also have with the data, do a lot of prognostics. You have a lot of preventive maintenance also done. So the smarter the infrastructure, the smarter the vehicle plus the infrastructure happens, the more there will be an uptake, is what I believe, more there will be an uptake for customers to move towards a zero emission truck vehicle. So that's where the smarter comes into the picture. Time perspective, I'm just done.
You're doing fantastic. Thank you. So now over to Ravi Kiran. I have the same question to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. So when we work on this area, we've done in some work in some of the other international markets. We looked at 3 use cases when you look at freights and trucks coming in. One is, how are these vehicles going to charge? The 3 use cases we saw. One is at the depot, one is at the destination, and third is on the move. So at the depot, the vehicles are stationary, they come overnight, and they have to be charged. So requirements of charging at that level are different. When you are at a destination, you deliver your goods and you're at a destination, you get 2 to 3 hours to charge. That's a different use case. And then on the move, when you're on the road, you want an electric charge, that use case is very different. Just to give you an example, when it's in a depot, maybe 120, 180 kilowatt is sufficient for charging the truck because it's stationary for 6 to 8 hours, at least at the depot. When you look at destination, it's going to be only for 1 to 2 hours. That's where you look at 360 kilowatt, 400 kilowatt charges coming in. And when you're on the move is where you now start seeing the megawatt charging, because you want to charge it as soon as possible, as fast as possible, give a quick top up, quick charge to go. Technically, when you want make all of this smart, there is a lot of data, a lot of information available. Each one of them pose a different challenge. If you're at a depot, if you're on the move or at a destination, challenges are different. Broadly, what we saw are the challenges come around scheduling and queuing. You want to ensure from the data available from the vehicle, from the charger, you want to put the right vehicle in front of the right charger and give the right amount of energy. So that's one problem, scheduling and queuing. Second problem comes is more the load management. The smartness brought in to ensure that wherever you created the hub, in any of these three, you don't exceed the load limits what you have. So you can control it at the charger level, at the vehicle side. So the controls are at different levels to ensure you can do this. And going forward, I think you talked about next 3 to 4 years, we also believe a lot of things will happen with an interplay with the grid. That's when you'll start looking in the demand patterns on the grid side, tariff on the grid side, and see how you can do an interplay between a charging hub and that. That requires a lot of data interplay, protocols involved, and you'll have a lot of work to do from a smartness point of view. The last being on the go, I think here is where a lot of people look at how do you prioritize from the vehicle side, because you know which vehicle is coming and the destination known with the fleet management, how do you charge? So in nutshell, lot of data coming in, lot of smartness coming.
So data is the new oil and more, I would say. So up to Karthikeya.
Thanks. Thank you so much. Well, just to take it for what Ravi mentioned. So Ravi is obviously the smartest guy in the room today. At Charzone, we have been building a high-speed and super fast charging infrastructure. Being the second largest CPO in the country, we have electrified more than 30,000 kilometers of highways. And our new venture called Billion Electric actually has deployed the first set of electric trucks, of course, supported by Gopi Shankar from Ashok Leyland. He has actually ditched us and moved to Switch Mobility, by the way. But these are the 19-tonner and 55-tonner that has come up. And as Charzone, we support high-speed infrastructure ranging from 240 kilowatt to 1.2 megawatt as a cumulative capacity at a single charging station. Now, this brings to two parts, the scalability and sustainability initiatives rather. Well, so since the topic is about ZETs today, large focus is on the corridors. The large focus is on the highways where NHAI currently more or less operates around 300 to 400,000 kilometers of highways in the country. We believe that 30% of them are industrial and commercial corridors of India, which needs to be electrified. Electrified in the sense that a charging station need to be put at regular intervals, let's say on a 100-kilometer pitch distance on LHS as well as RHS of each of these highways. But fast charging stations are not enough. A fast charging station typically is a 60 kilowatt to 120 kilowatt. A super fast charging is generally rated at 150 kilowatt and above. That's a way to put the nomenclature at site. Now, having said that, the scalability of such supercharging infrastructure is a task by itself. It's as if that you are creating or developing petrol pumps, or let's say EV charging pumps at the given locations in question. And there, beyond the nice-looking charging stations, is a lot of brick and mortar work called power infrastructure, which is generally at 11 kV or 33 kV, which is a massive task and a challenge by itself, which I think we will address this during the course of this session today. But having scaled up or having thought of developing a plan to scale up this infrastructure comes a massive question, that is a renewable energy integration on the upstream side. Because even going by a simple math, while talking about zero emission, if the charging infrastructure or EV charging is not enabled by renewable energy, then I don't think we really qualify to call it as zero emission. There are ways and means people have defined, zero emission in the market. But personally, myself and our team at Charzone, we believe that RE integration is the key. Thankfully, government has laid down those guidelines and policies to access renewable energy either through a local microgrid and energy storage or through open access. But yes, as an EV charging company, the smartness part, the scalability part, and the sustainability integration or RE integration will be the key to the future over the next 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Karthikeya. Over to Abhijit Sinha, just to reinforce, like which facet that are you most focusing on as one of India's leading piloting agency, your next immediate near-term focus, smart, scalable, and or sustainable?
You are asking challenges?
It could be challenges that you're trying to solve, unlock, or it could be like you're going to focus on one of them because it could unlock a couple of other value chains. It's your call, your focus area, priority. Could be challenges or wins, whatever you want to take it.
So basically, we are talking here about a solution, which is a mobility solution, changing a fuel, going to somewhere else. The solution which we are providing right now, it's more on the tertiary level. It's not going deep, addressing the exercise of taking and giving somebody a confidence that they trust you. Why this trust deficit I'm saying is, if you will look at the ecosystem on which we are putting electric mobility into people's pocket, you will see yet they are doing exactly the way we used to sell golf carts. You are meeting certain amount of people, telling them, getting into and designing of a product, giving it to them. It works for them, it's good for premises. The business model, rigid mentality of being married to a business model, to a certain time, it is also a lack of credible data to compare between diesel, LNG, hydrogen, electric, whatever it is required to be brought for a informative decision making is completely missing from the ecosystem. I come from a belief that government has no business to be in the business. And my work, day-to-day work is to pull out government from businesses. And it will only happen when we will be able to make it possible on PPP. That you know your business, it is profitable, it is fit to pocket, you will be able to do it. But what happened, if you ask me the trouble or the ambition or the difficulty, now electric mobility has a history of around 13 years in India. And this history is not only technical development history of the tech, it is also having a history of failed commercialization despite of claiming that I'm cheaper than diesel. And this failure is not only, in 2018 when I was given responsibility to only do a small pilot for Delhi, Jaipur and Delhi, Agra, I was told that there is no guideline. Once we decided Delhi, Jaipur and Agra, then guideline came. Guideline given in initial was 25 kilometer, one station. Then after trial, we said it should be 50 kilometer. Otherwise, you will put up a lot of money into it. But धीरे-धीरे over a period of time, बहुत सारे ambitions इसमें हैं. Infrastructure को लेके कुछ नहीं था. Fleet को लेके कुछ नहीं था. So the total support which was focused on city-based OEMs, two-wheeler, three-wheeler cars, not beyond that, has over a period of time, 2018 to 2024, has reached to the fleet operator, user, infrastructure, and much more, even risk guarantee too. In this from the industrial guideline to draft policy of electric mobility, there are certain level of unwanted, not required blame game which has happened and which has hurt the transition. Two of them which are very major I would like to bring here.
So we could come back to in the next round. So if I had to take that, there is a lot happening. So in a single word or so, let's say if you were to pick, so it's going to be, let's say, probably choose agency and tech trial. So scalables. You've highlighted the challenges fantastically. So now go to Guru Sharan. So just to keep the question and in the interest of time, so we have talked about Abhijit, talked about the challenges. We heard about the developments that are happening. So between these three sort of salient aspects, you and Barry, what you represent, what do you see as the focus priority in the near term that the ecosystem or you, or people like you, should focus on to accelerate the zero emission truck uptake?
So I think in one word, if I was to think of a word, of course, sustainable, scalable is all important, but I think the first word I would search for is adoption. How do you actually scale up adoption? And I understand that this is more with an emphasis on trucks. There was an experience, the session before spoke about pilots that we're doing in the trucking segment. The truck segment in India is very, very unique. Every vehicle is designed for a certain payload. but talk to any truck driver and he will assure you that on no route does he take a overload of less than 25 to 30%. Otherwise, the trucking tariff just does not become feasible. So it is by design overloaded by 25 to 30%. That is the first challenge. The second is that because the pricing structure of freight transport is extremely competitive, truck owners are hesitant. You don't have any large truck players. They're a very scattered set of small entrepreneurs. So they're very hesitant to make investment in new technology, and especially in technology which is to be proven on a commercial scale, and also which needs the support infrastructure in terms of minimizing downtime. Because for an asset like a truck, a downtime is a very expensive cost to the operation. Today, the charging infrastructure conversation is largely happening in urban contexts and also along highways. But I think in one of the early sessions, I heard some reference about having charging infrastructure at the warehouse, wherever that person is going to offload his cargo. But I think there needs to be a little more, deep thinking into where does a truck driver actually take his halts, where does he refuel. So he is given a certain amount of money to cover his trip, and then he chooses to refuel at particular points based on his convenience. And typically when he reaches his offloading destination, which is where his maximum downtime is, that time he is then looking for another source to recharge. So we need to make sure that the charging infrastructure is built around the usage patterns of the trucking fraternity. And that, I think, will become possibly the first to adoption. In terms of the capital cost, I think there will need to be some sort of government support or incentive towards trucks, because with an electric truck, it's very obvious that the cost of running is lower than a conventional diesel truck. So the end customer wants to take advantage of that lower freight cost upfront, but he is not willing to help amortize the capital cost in the beginning. And you also have the challenge of financing bodies who are hesitant to finance electric assets because of the absence of residual value use cases on ground.
Okay. To Preeti, same question.
Okay, thanks, Isha. And in the interest of time, I would want to pick up the word sustainable. Also wearing the hat for my organization, it does kind of, it's inbuilt in me to speak of sustainable, though scalable and sustainable at this moment are kind of two contrasting words when it comes to charging infrastructure. But just on the aspect of not just installing charging infrastructure, I think the game doesn't end there. It's also about making it scalable and sustainable, emphasizing more on sustainability at this moment, because unless and until it's sustainable, it's not really green, like Mr. Karthike already mentioned on the unless and until it's powered by a renewable energy and not coming from a fossil fuel-based energy, it doesn't really solve the purpose of kind of going green in any of the sense. So EVs at the moment, I would say, great. We are also talking of trucks, which is a fairly competitive space to be when it comes to business, but also kind of keeping a conscious check of kind of integrating RE power when we're talking about Zs, because Z do already kind of demand or signal us a peak or a kind of a plethora of demand in terms of power supply and kind of overburdening the current grid at the moment. So one should be really conscious about not overburdening the grid, whether it be highways or urban areas, but also keeping a conscious check on how we can integrate on-site solar power generation, how we can have best systems like battery energy storage systems coupled with the charging infrastructure that we're planning to scale up, so that we're almost greening the entire EV value chain and not just looking at a point source problem.
All right.
Thank you, Preeti. Switching gears a little bit, I know we are talking about EVs still, but so we're trying to switch up a little bit here, trying to, the panelists have been kind enough to agree to make my job a little easier. So now they are going to ask, like, probably the idea is for stakeholders here to highlight one key challenge that they have identified and then reach out or just relate to the other stakeholder within the value chain just to see what they are doing to tackle this particular problem or challenge or what's happening. That's the flavor. So let's give it a try. So I'm going to start with Gopi Shankar.
Just to a quick background, at our Ashok Leyland and switch combination, we have covered almost all vehicles. We have a 2.5 ton e-DOST, 3.5 ton DOST, and 19 ton BOSS vehicle. Of course, Mr. Karthik is my first customer, and 55 ton Avatar range. In addition to this, we also have the buses, different kinds of buses. Now, across this, if you see the battery capacity, it is varying from 30 kilowatt hours all the way to 300 kilowatt hours. So, and charging is one of the most key aspects, because that's a point we are seeing, I will say very low efficiency in terms of time to charge. I'm saying it is the most riskiest portion of the entire event of an electric vehicle running, where that's the most dangerous areas. And that's the area where will require a lot of data. So my question I would like to ask to Ravi Kiran is that, how are you, one of the things we are also very interested is, what happens while charging? What are the data available? How can we take those data to improve our, and there are challenges when we charge with one charger supplier versus another charger supplier. There are certain parameters to be changed and all. So for us, how can you make the data while charging available to us? And there are other issues, let's say data piracy related to our vehicles and all. How will you can manage this?
Thank you. Gopi. Oh, no problem. Thank you, Gopi. EV is a connected ecosystem. I think we keep talking about IoT, and we talked about connected ecosystem for a decade. I think EV is one of the use cases where everything is connected, whether it is start from your vehicle, which has now telematics and a lot of data collected and stored in the cloud. At the same time, the charger collects a lot of data also stored in the cloud. And if you use a fleet management system, they have a lot of data, which again back into the cloud. So there is a wealth of data. And many of the problems depends on which use case we pick. There are technologies now available to fix those. I mean, when we look at charger predictive maintenance with the charger locks available and the car data available, we can try to optimize what is the best thing. And when you look at vehicle, the second life of a battery can be optimized based on the charger data and the battery data. So all of these use cases come up, but what is important as a country when we move forward with so much of technology being deployed is, what are we doing with this data? With the governance principles, not about the use case only. So I always look at it as 4 aspects which we need to keep in mind when we look at data. One is, who owns the data? So data ownership is a major question which often doesn't get answered. I mean, not to talk about a vehicle OEM here. I mean, if a vehicle generates data, is it the data of a Switch or Ashok Leyland, or does the owner of the vehicle own the data? Who owns the data? It's still not very clear in the ecosystem as to who owns it. Both want to own it. One is needed to improve the vehicle, other is needed to improve the operation. So who owns the data? The second question which comes is mostly on the personally identifiable information. These are called PII. Europe has GDPR. We will come up with DPDP sometime this year or next year. So it's about data privacy. Whose data is it? Is there a personally identifiable information? Do we have a driver's information? Do we have a person's information there? So that is extremely important on how we handle the data. We don't want anybody to see what they should not see from a personalized data. In fact, the vehicle location itself sometimes can be a personally identified information. So do we share that information? Do we not share that information? So that's an interesting, tricky challenge to think about. So that's the data privacy. Then comes data security. I mean, we talk about a lot of hacking, a lot of people getting into all kinds of systems. When I said it's all a connected ecosystem, everybody has a cloud, everybody has a server running now, and potentially a spot for hacking. Anybody can hack in and get either the charge point data, either the vehicle OEM data, or the personal data. So how do we protect this? I think there are, we as a collective ecosystem, we need to build protection against cybersecurity hacks, or any hack which can come in, which can destabilize the whole ecosystem. The last part also to remember is data localization. Many countries now have a policy that data has to be in the country. If you have a cloud, if you have data stored, it should be in the country, should not go out of the country. I mean, India, we have a lot of cloud centers, data centers where we store, but often we also miss and it goes out of the country. I mean, if you use a standard traditional cloud, the data can be stored anywhere. So I think protection against where the data gets stored, because it's also important when we build all these use cases and we grow the ecosystem, we need to have this. So I would say these 4 aspects have to be kept by anybody in the business. And then on top of it, then you can start building use cases which solve either a vehicle specific problem, battery specific problem, charger specific problem, or fleet optimization. There are many use cases which needs to be fixed.
Thanks a lot, Ravi. So over to Karthikeya, very straightforward, practical prick point, and what do you want to pose it to the other stakeholders here, and what do you propose as a solution or a resolution from the people here?
Maybe I'll share one point, and probably I have one question for Gopi actually. Right?
Please.
Being an OEM representative here. So one of the challenges that we are solving is the reliability. A lot has been talked about range anxiety, but the reliability anxiety is another challenge from the EV charging infrastructure point of view. Same is applicable to commercial trucks, where the stakes are even higher. I've seen the personal mobility goers, EV owners, EV car drivers, tend to kind of compromise with themselves. Okay, this is not working, I'll go to the next charging point. But for the commercial or large EV truck, that's not the case. And therefore, we have initiated a very creative solution internally called microgrids, which is very well something in renewable energy, but microgrids with large-scale energy storage. Over the last 2 quarters, good news around. Of course, there are a lot of other challenges in e-mobility industry or EV ecosystem, but the good news is the prices of the battery cells or battery packs have started to rationalize. We have seen that the prices have gone much lower, below the $200 mark, $200 per kWh mark, which was around for a very long time. And therefore, we asked ourselves, can we become a prosumer? We produce our own electricity and we consume it. Therefore, effectively, you are bringing a 24/7 reliability to your own supercharging station. In fact, Bangalore-Chennai has been our first deployment route. And at 2 locations at Vellore and Krishnagiri, one each, we have solved this particular challenge by bringing in the microgrids and large-scale energy storage. Now, therefore, coming to Gopi. Gopi, we have been involved with you during your EV trucking days and now in Switch Mobility as well. Over the last 2 quarters, we have seen the reduction in the price of battery. Right? What are the challenges that OEM currently has in terms of rationalizing the pricing, or let's say improving upon the TCO? Because we all understand it's a no-brainer, honestly. Because today I'm talking as Charles, but if I speak as Billion, I'd like to get your vehicle at a competitive price. I'm not saying a cheaper price, but at a competitive price that helps me beat TCO for diesel. So when do you think that is going to happen? And at the same time, why the rationalization is not being passed on to the buyers yet?
When it's going to happen is a big question and it's difficult to answer. But why it's not being passed upon is not correct. Means earlier we had taken a hit and then we are now doing this. The point what is coming out is that it cannot be that we don't pass on, because there will be competition, and obviously one OEM versus other OEM, there will be price war and all this will happen. So naturally we'll go through that. But the key point here is the differentiation which each OEM will try to bring. From us, from Ashok Leyland, we'll try to bring in some of the key differentiation in terms of efficiency, so that for the same set of batteries, you're getting a longer range, because that's what you'll be looking at from a turnaround of your vehicle point. The other portion is new technologies. There are new technologies coming up. Let's say there are swappable battery technology, there's a wireless chargers, there are pantograph chargers. Now these again, all these technologies will depend on the charging infrastructure. So there we have to work together, maybe find an optimal solution to this. One of the key points which will come here is the application versus the vehicle. Unlike a car or a two-wheeler, where the load is more or less the passengers. So, your end goal is almost same. But if you take a commercial trucks, the trucks may carry a day coal, another day it may carry milk, another day it can carry water. I'm saying the different trucks. So you can't make one solution which solves all the vehicles. So more so in EV, we have to be carefully map the type of charging infrastructure, the type of cell chemistry, the type of the vehicle, battery versus all this combination to give you the best TCU. And this is where we are, would like to work very closely with customers to understand the exact requirement, because there are so many technologies available. Again, with a lot more data, we'll be able to refine it even further. So that's how the whole will go in this case.
Thanks, Gopi. Just to add to what Karthikeya was mentioning is like the cost reduction, the point of sale has not kept pace with the overall macro level sectoral cost reductions that are in the battery cell pack module, wherever we want to call. So this space to catch up is what Karthikeya, so that eventually it passed on to the end user, and Gopi Shankar was like kind of walked us through the key challenges in terms of rationalizing how we pass on the sort of sectoral gains into even all the way down to disaggregate end users. Okay, fantastic. So now to Abhijit Sinha ji, just a very straightforward, like practical prick point that you see, and like if you had to pick anybody here, not in the audience but here for simplicity, how can they help unlock or solve what exactly it is? To OEM, CPO, also the on the energy grid integration side. Yeah.
First, you tell me how many minutes?
2 minutes. 3, 2.5. Let's 2.5.
Industry is already confused. I don't want to be cut short in between. They'll get more confused.
So we are sponsoring dinner. CEW is sponsoring dinner. So we can just have a 3-hour conversation.
Let me press it in 2 minutes. TV debate style. Okay, fast. They will digest. They are senior.
Please. Yeah.
Government changes in 2014. 14 to 18, FAME 1, FAME 2. 2019, I was supposed to campaign for PM in the next term. There was no clear number of electric mobility, what they have done in last 4 years and what they will do in next 10 years. Problem started from then. We went to Power Ministry, got a very good debate, good reform came out that there is no license required for setting up charging station. Now people said guideline came since we started doing pilot on Delhi, Jaipur, but there is no mention of land, power and infrastructure and many other things. There is no rule book for premises. हमारे पास अभी चार्जर का स्टैंडर्ड ठीक से नहीं था, क्लियर नहीं था. उस समय आप पेट्रोल पंप से कंपेयर करने निकल पड़े हम लोग. Now in this comparison, in next 2 years, National Highway EV given on the detailing of the premises on the petrol pump level, right from design to technology to rule book to standard to certification. Second problem was brought to me, commercial model नहीं है, finance कैसे करेंगे 25 crore के station. I given annuity hybrid e-mobility, a proven model started from 2015, proven and changed the complete infrastructure of national highway. आज के date में not national highway EV. This model is on annuity hybrid e-mobility. It solved the problem. Third, the biggest problem which was in, what is the turnaround time? What is the break-even period of vehicle, infrastructure and the mobility? This also got solved. Now, e-highway as a word, when you are saying e-highway का मतलब क्या है? कोई कहीं भी किसी भी ढाबे पे चार्जर लगाकर अगर बोल दे ये e-highway बन गया, announced. Is it e-highway? There are only 2-3 types of e-highways, Germany and America and India. If you have to understand the meaning of e-highway, you have to understand the trust which you have to give to the people who are taking vehicle. 2 things we managed to give in this is, if you shut down with electric vehicle, we will reach to you within 30 minutes. And to deliver this, we need to have a charging hub bigger than petrol pump after each 50 kilometer, then you will be able to uphold this transition. और नॉट आपको वो जो एक विश्वास होना चाहिए व्यक्ति को इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल लेके हाईवे पे जाने के लिए, वो विश्वास पूरा नहीं कर पाओगे. 4 साल काम करो, 5 साल करो, डज नॉट मैटर. 13-14 से पिछले 13-14 सालों में जितने डिसीजंस प्रोक्योरमेंट के, फाइनेंसिंग के और मे बी विद गुड इंटेंट सब्सिडीज के लिए गए हैं, वो आज या तो क्रिटिसिज्म में है या तो स्क्रूटनी में है। अगर आज जो डिसीजन आप ले रहे हो 2 साल होने के बाद ई फास्ट का, आपके पास फेल होने का भी टाइम नहीं। It is on the verge of having building and credibility where window dressing will be at least impossible for an infrastructure to show it profitable. Last 20 seconds I will tell you to give is the designing, drafting and funding and running a complete transition is not the sole responsibility of government. You ask for a battery swapping policy with the leadership intent कि आपको डीजल का, पेट्रोल का और इलेक्ट्रिक का प्राइस बराबर करना है। स्वैपिंग की पॉलिसी का ड्राफ्ट आया, हम कंसेंसस नहीं बना पाए एज एन इंडस्ट्री, साइज के ऊपर, कनेक्टर के ऊपर, मटेरियल के ऊपर। क्या अगले 10 साल तक आप कौन सी बैटरी बनाना चाहते हो, इसके ऊपर इंडस्ट्री कंसेंसस नहीं बना सकती। ये बीमारी पहले मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में थी कि हम शायद किसी का कोई ये कनेक्टर, किसी का वो कनेक्टर था। अभी वो बीमारी चार्ज पॉइंट ऑपरेटर्स में आ गई है। We are married to business model. We do not want to look at it that people who are traveling on highway, they have a different problem. They have a problem of RSA, they have a problem of confidence, they have a problem of charging. They have to reach to a place where they do not want to get stuck. कि charge मिला ही नहीं मुझे वहाँ जाने से. So one dispenser coming on petrol pump is not making an highway, e-highway. My last 20 seconds is just to give you one very, very important part is if I'm not ready to fail, if I'm not ready to give you an clarity on how technical comparison is going between multiple models, multiple ways of procurement, multiple ways of financing, then it would be very difficult for us to, it's like आपने एक फिल्म बनाई है, लेकिन आप प्राइवेट प्रीमियर अलाउ कर रहे हो, आप उसको फिल्म को रिलीज ही नहीं करना चाहते, या तो उसके ऊपर आपको कॉपीराइट का डर लग रहा है, या तो आप किसी ऐसे मॉडल को प्रमोट करना चाहते हो जिसके पीछे सप्लाई चेन, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, उसका लैंड प्रोक्योरमेंट, इन सब चीजों के बैक एंड तैयार नहीं है। If you are creating this, it will remain a private audition, it will remain private. I am ready to release my picture. I am ready to bring the results of technical trial 3. Last बार हमने deliberations नहीं किए थे, गाड़ियां आई, flag off हुई और चली गई। This year, this third trial, we have conducted 2 days deliberations, one on the financing completely and second on the components. Whatever result will come, regardless of the fact that whether it's a successful trial or a failed trial, either it's a bouncer or whether it's a rocker, it will be thrown on the industry. It depends on you, how you take it, how much you are prepared from the back end, from the supply chain, power, infra, renewable is going to come out, and also the financial instrument. If you ask me, financial instrument is very, very important. It is without financial instrument, you will not be able to uphold. You can't expect government to give me a petrol pump like network in a platter. So for me, one last line is please join hands together, conduct more technical trials so that you get to know what is happening on ground. Otherwise, we will keep on doing Excel exercise and PPT exercise.
Thank you, Abhijit. So, Guru Sharan, so
I have a question that is to my fellow panelists. Is I do not want to make a station which is not powered by renewable. After 6 years, I'll be asked to go back on the sketchboard and do it renewable. So how do I do it now? I have 2-3 options: solar, hydrogen, and wind. The vertical turbine which we are trying to place in front of national highway stations. What is your take? And then I also want you to speak on the financing of the same.
Over to you, Guru Sharan.
Thank you, sir. When Dr. Sesha said 2 minutes, I was looking forward to Maggie. Okay, now you said solar, wind, and hydrogen. So I'll confine my answers to only solar and wind. And out of which I'll focus more on solar because of the sheer abundance of solar. Today, the conversation in the charging space, wherever you go, is all about increasing the upstream infrastructure in terms of renewable integration. On how does the grid further integrate the number of RE resources on the upside so that then the downstream becomes cleaner. But the pilots, or let's say the activities that are happening globally, are happening more on the downstream side. There is and again, I'll speak specific only to trucks. There's a pilot that Scania is doing right now in Sweden. It's a 1.5 hectare solar park. They're going to have, it's coupled with a 2 megawatt energy storage. It can power about 22 vehicles. So I think overall the conversation now is moving towards how do you tap the downside potential, and the answer, of course, is solar is the best choice. Wind, we don't have we don't have access to wind across India, whereas solar, it is more or less uniformly available. And the second is coupled with battery storage, it becomes a very easy to implement solution. The second part is that, sorry, so your second question was financing. Yes. So financing, no doubt, is extremely important for any activity to work. Today, the demand side incentives in terms of FAME or EMPS have been mainly in terms of incentivizing customers to increase adoption, and on the supply side, it is to boost the local manufacturing. In terms of the charging ecosystem, I'm not sure whether Kartikeji would like to comment on it, because today, when I see it as an external perspective, I find that utilization rates for charging infrastructure are significantly low because it's directly linked to adoption. And while that, because the capital outlay has been made in terms of the infrastructure upfront, as a CPO, how does one sustain that continued inroad into expanding network? And from the user side, when I look at it in terms of adoption, and I spoke about it earlier, is that how do I offer my customer the expected price while ensuring that I can amortize the capital value? So I think these are two very contrary demands that we have. I think I answered your question, sir. Did I miss?
One follow-up. We asked Power Ministry that if I'm not in position to set up solar on the rooftop or the same location of station, I can set up somewhere else. It was given green open access registry or something, and then some sort of wheeling, no wheeling charges. No, what you call DISCOM is willing to work on zero wheeling charges. They do not listen to ministry. We went to minister. Minister clearly said, "Agar aisa koi karta hai, aap mujhe bataiye. We will be very strict." It came in newspaper. What is the problem with DISCOM? What is their issue? If we will not generate solar somewhere else, how we will power a station? एक station को 3-3 megawatt चाहिए.
So the question is very nice, and I think the answer is also very simple.
Let me sure. Yeah, right. So I think there are two parts, right? So the financing of EV charging infrastructure is largely driven through equity today and less through debt. Debt financing or bankability of such EV charging networks is only possible if there is a guaranteed utilization, such as GCC buses. They set up the charging infrastructure. There is a guaranteed utilization of 18-20% because the bus need to run 200 or 220 kilometers a day and so on. But when it comes to ZETs, fortunately, we are entering into a very controlled or semi-controlled business environment from a private enterprise point of view. When I say semi-controlled or controlled in the sense, there is a guaranteed number of kilometers that a truck will run. Therefore, it requires a certain number of energy units. And therefore, the charging infrastructure can be fueled by both equity and debt instruments. Now, coming to the greening of this, there is RE integration. There are only two ways to do it, as we all know. One is solar rooftops, as Abhijit mentioned. Microgrids cannot directly power any charger, but that matter, solar rooftop cannot power any load directly. It has to go, either it's grid-tied, grid-connected, or it goes through an energy storage device. The second one is, and probably the most important, and from scalability point of view, is a must-do thing, is allow the open access or wheeling of power with a minimum possible layers of cost, such as wheeling cost, transmission charges. There are, if it is open access, there are cross-subsidy charges and so on. Because even today, as we all know, in CNI sector, commercial industrial sector, solar and wind both are extremely popular. But it is only popular in few limited states where DISCOM have contained such charges to a very, very reasonable level. But having said that, we all know that electricity is the subject of state and not the center. Central government can only give guidelines, but it's the state DISCOMs who have a right to implement certain of them, or since the electricity is also driven by a lot of populist measures, therefore, the entire power sector or the electricity distribution tariffs and the charges thereof are decided by the local state government from time to time. And by the way, every fiscal year in the month of April, each of the state electricity regulators, they come up with a new set of charges, guidelines, and so on. However, what it will take now, I still am not losing the hope over here. In case of green hydrogen or green ammonia sectors, as we know that it requires several megawatts and gigawatts of power. For the first time, government has said that the transmission charges shall be waived off for any interstate transmission of power in case of green hydrogen. If the similar policy, not policy, actually regulation can be brought into effect, that for every EV charging station of, let's say, certain kilowatt at a particular location shall be exempted from all these charges, then we not only will be able to bring sustainable initiative through RE integration, but also scalable in nature.
गवर्नमेंट से हम उम्मीद रखते हैं, गवर्नमेंट भी हमसे कुछ उम्मीद रखती है. अगर गाड़ियों की प्राइस बराबर करनी है, OEM एक लेवल पे नहीं आए, आपने एक बस मिस कर दी, अभी तक व्हीकल प्राइस बराबर हो गई होती. बैटरी स्वैपिंग की सब्सक्रिप्शन लेके आए, सब्सक्रिप्शन के ऊपर हमने बस के ऊपर SUV के ऊपर कोई ट्रायल ही नहीं किया. हम सिर्फ 2 व्हीलर 3 व्हीलर में फंसे रहे पिछले 10 साल तक. अगर बैटरी का कॉस्ट गाड़ी में से निकाल देते हैं तो डीजल के ऑलमोस्ट बराबर हो जाती है. We will have to give them some confidence that if you are giving me next 10 years, I am going to be showing you more compatible and credible industry, that I am more than strong than hydrogen. Right now, somebody who has to take an adoption of electric mobility, he is saying you are confused between ethanol, hydrogen, LNG. First you fight and win, then you come to me. Till then, I will remain on the diesel.
Correct. So I think Abhijit, this is a well-taken point, probably one of the last point from my side today. Will the industry step up? Because I think government has done a bit on their policies and regulations and so on. And having said that, just by first principles, I want to kind of clear the clouds around hydrogen. To produce a kg of hydrogen, not by entropy of the universe calculation, but by going by thermodynamic first principle method, it requires 39 units of electricity to produce 1 kg of hydrogen. Today, electrolyzers, they require anywhere from 51 to 56 units. But what you call as a Brahma Vakya, you cannot produce 1 kg of hydrogen for anything less than 39 units of electricity, which also means that it will, for any mobility solution, a cost of hydrogen right at a dispenser level will never be less than 160 to 170 rupees per kg. So I think that settles as far as hydrogen is concerned. And finally, coming to e-mobility, I think scores of articles and literatures have been put together where it says that overall, any e-mobility platform, right from the socket to the wheels, is far more efficient than any form of vehicle that you see in the industry. So with this, I will settle that it's for the industry to step up the game now, going forward in e-mobility sector.
Shesha, last one line only is a very, very important piece to add to this. Here we don't have to defend hydrogen or electric mobility. Here we have to give confidence to the industry that whatever we said, whether it's a green wheeling or solar or whatever, we will have to give them a confidence that you are in safe hand on the highways.
On that note, so just to close the panel, so in the interest of time, and we have another session also. So I'll just take 10-15 seconds. So last point, the few points raised, the interlocking of issues that are stuck between state, center, and somewhere in between when it comes to land, DISCOM. That's a very key issue whenever we're talking on the issue of highways or urban. Even it's a problem of urban also. That's a key issue that Karthikeya also highlighted. And the same, and Gopi Shankar and Ravi Kiran also clearly pointed out too. We have lots of data, but what do we do with it? So before we decide to do what we do with it, we have to clearly have a really good solid framework under which we have our own sort of guidelines and not emulate or simulate GDPR or the what's happening in the US. The data localization is a highly pertinent point that we seem to everybody came here through Blue Smart or whatever. We are just giving away data, not giving away, but much more conscious because e-mobility being an IoT connected system. So data, that is something that was came up, and everybody is kind of like aware of the discom related issues on be it tariff or the readiness in terms of supporting that megawatt level of size. So we have talked about the problems and challenges here. So one last question or sort of open proposition that Preeti, that I'll hand over the mic. And she has a we talked about bouncer and we talked about googly. Maybe it's a good length ball that Preeti wants to pitch.
No, I mean, we've spinned across the whole issue from going to hydrogen to EVs, and thanks to Sinha sir on spinning it off in all directions, right from the aspect of being a state subject or a central government issue. But coming back to the smart aspect of data, and repeatedly been hearing that data is the new oil. And across many partners in the ecosystem, we've been talking about this issue on how do we get all information on one common platform. And I think all the key stakeholders, important key stakeholders that I know of in the ecosystem somewhat are represented here. So it's kind of I would say, an ending note question and also a very important question to all the panelists here. And maybe Sesha, even you can start by answering this, that how do we really come together on a single platform for charging infrastructure? Like, can there be a national level or a national level data sharing platform? Because we've all been talking about this, but how do we really begin and what does the roadmap look like? Sesha, if you would want to
the idea
just
is like
wrap up your thoughts around that.
Yeah, the open proposition, we have like OEM, we have CPO, we have on the representing a trial. Like, can we some sort of come to a friendly middle ground where there is open sharing, open to facilitate open access, we need open data. How do we come up? Is there any modalities around which we can establish or at least informally agree to cooperate in good faith to accelerate the Z transition, mainly when it comes to data sharing, be it pilots, be it the CPOs that are currently running here, OEMs, their own internal data. So that's sort of an open proposition that we're not going to hold gun to the head and ask people to sign on anything, but this is something that we strongly urge the OEM, CPOs and piloting agency, Guru Shara, and also Preeti to just think through. And then we have PSA here. So any sort of agreement, we sort of come to, this is how we want to establish this data sharing. It could be a colloquium, consortium, whatever. And one of the things that we floated, it's like a data hackathon version of it. We have so many hackathons, the data hackathon. This would really, really help. We want solutions from far and near, not just near, but far and wide from this country. So on that note, I'll close. Hope everybody had learned a thing or two and have things to take away. I thank all our panelists for staying. I was told I went like 10.3 minutes over time. So I'll just apologize for that. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for sharing your insights. Let's take a moment for a group photo with our panel. Yeah, I'll do after. I now request Sesha to present a small gift to her. Just you could just. So, okay. Thank you. We now transition to the last panel for today, titled Innovative Financing Solutions for ZET Transition at Scale. It is organized by the Finance Task Force of eFast India, which is constituted of Smart Freight Center, CalStart, and World Business Council for Sustainable Development. To present us with an overview of the financing landscape for ZETs, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Joseph Teja, Senior Consultant at CalStart.
Yeah, thank you. This is the last session for today, and I'm going to do the context setting. So, as we have seen the EFAS demand, there's the 7,750 electric trucks demand, and this could, with 46% coming from HDVs, 44% coming from MDVs and the light duty vehicles. And I've just used rough numbers and to figure it out what would be the investment opportunity to look like if we just, this is just an asset financing. If we look at it cumulatively, this could come around around 6,000 crores, something odd number. And if you include charging infra and the ancillary upstream infrastructure, it would be close to a $1 billion asset management opportunity that just exists. And let's look at the fragmented Indian road logistics value chain. So we all know about this value chain. Looking at how fragment is here, the numbers are, India has almost like 43 million shippers and almost like 40,000 logistic service providers. And then they coordinate with the supply brokers of almost like 100,000. And then we have like truck owners, almost like 800,000. And then the shipment happens. This is the entire value chain from shippers to the end users. This is what number of stakeholders that are involved. And yeah, as we have heard, 75% of the market is comprises of small players who has a low geographic reach and low tech capabilities. And the data is average age of the MHCV in India is almost about 10 years. So these are the numbers that put some perspective around the challenges that, to move this needle further ahead. Given this background, given these challenges, and we have challenges like, capex-based issues. We have challenges like, technology uncertainty. What is the asset risk? What is the business risk? So our panel today would be working around, discussing around these challenges and coming with strategies. And without further ado, I would invite Vijay from SFC to moderate the panel. Thank you.
Now I request the moderator for this session, Mr. Vijay Jaiswal, Director at Smart Freight Center India, to take the stage. Along with our esteemed panelist, Dr. Ravindra Kumar Singh, Chief General Manager of SIDBI, Ms. Christina Albuquerque, Director of Global Electric Mobility, WRI, Mr. Saurabh Sood, Senior Transport Specialist, World Bank, Ms. Neha Nagpal, Operations Officer, IFC, Mr. Charit Konda, Energy Specialist from IEEFA. As all our esteemed panelists take their seats, we look forward to an engaging discussion on the critical role of financing in accelerating ZET adoption.
So let's be seated and we start the discussion. So as you all noticed, Neha Nagpal from IFC will be joining virtually. So all right. So good evening, everyone. This is going to be the last discussion of the day, and I will try to make it as interesting as I can. Also, given this is all about money, and money is what probably makes any change happen in real time, beyond the talks. And I'm so glad that I have a very esteemed panel with me today here, which includes Dr. R.K. Singh, Head Green Climate Energy Efficiency and International Cooperation at SIDBI. We have Saurabh with us, who is the Senior Transport Specialist at the World Bank. We have Neha joining us as the Operation Officer at International Finance Corporation. Charit, a good friend, joining from IFA, and he's the Energy Specialist there. And we also have Christina, who is the Director Global Electric Mobility at WRI Rao Center for Sustainable Cities. And I think, I don't know if I need introduction, but myself, Vijay Jaiswal, I've been on the stage quite a few times during the day, and I represent Smart Freight Center as one of the knowledge partners under the EFAS platform. And we, along with CalSTAT and WBCSD, has been working as a task force, looking at the entire value chain, looking at the economic viability of the electric trucks, and then looking at the various risk components which emerge out of that viability model, and what kind of financing solutions or de-risking solutions would work best for us to move from ambition to action. So with that broad context, I would like to start the discussion, and I would like to start my first question to Dr. R.K. Singh, sir. So we have discussed this quite a few times, and your views have been very enriching, very enlightening. But for the sake of audience's benefit, my first question would be that what is your outlook for ZET market development in India, and where do you see financing as a barrier for making that market development to happen? In the same context, what is your assessment of the financial risk that are associated with the lending for e-trucks, and what kind of mitigation strategies or de-risking measures would work best to make the transition happen?
This being session last, he has thrown all the questions in one go. General financing is the last chance, but financing will only make things last. And that is very important to be noted. Coming to risk, we have been deliberating on different occasions. If I just put it, it is ABC only, which is asset, business, and credit risk. More than that, we are talking about technology, and many a times we talk about replacement risk, resale risk. So bankability per se, if it can be established, I think risk can be converted into a brisk walk in terms of financing. So what we are trying to do at SIDBI is, when we worked on the EV ecosystem, we discussed with 1,000 stakeholders and tried to pick the pain points which are there in the value chain. Took a pool of bankers for an expo visit, took them to the entire value chain so that they can understand that what lies and what underlies into this. And based on that, then we have created the entire framework that how do we attend. So while we have been able to do that for 2, 3-wheelers, the 4-wheeler per se, and more so on the e-bus and truck side, we have been working how to go about doing it. I can just share that we tested also the risk sharing facility. We have been doing this for last almost 8 to 10 years, where we build the market for energy efficiency in India. Now we have been working on the risk sharing side as also circular economy. And we have tested different models. One model is like first loss being borne by a facility we create, or a first loss being borne by the intermediary who are there as part of the funding exercise, or first loss is borne by the OEM also. Then there is second loss. Then there is also portfolio based, like for 2, 3-wheelers, this individual guarantee was not working, so we worked out a portfolio based. where first 3% was borne by the anchor or NBFC or the financial intermediary. And then next 10%, 7.5% we are covering. So we are operating all these, what I am talking about, and we are almost there to work out what we should be doing for the truck side or the buses side. And risk sharing is very important. It is not a guarantee facility, I would say. It is more than that, and that is what we call it guarantee plus, where what happens is any case which is to be covered, which are generally a new way of doing things. For example, under risk sharing facility for 2-3-wheelers, we have done aggregation model, leasing model, subscription model. So different models which in a normal course we would not have funded, we have gone about funding it. Same would lie, and we would cover this side in terms of what it enables a banker or a lender is, they can look at innovative, emerging, unknown projects. And what we do from SIDBI side is, we have a technical team for different themes, and that team evaluates the technical viability of that project, gives a sort of a support, comfort to the banker that we have seen the technical side. Now you can evaluate the financial, techno-economic viability part, and then come to us, we'll cover through risk sharing facility. So that way, this becomes guarantee plus. And that is how it has worked on the energy efficiency side, on the municipal solid waste side, on the 2-3-wheeler, and we would work it on the truck and buses side also. So a mix. And then now coming to financial instruments, we have tested that if we try to kindle the rural mobility side of e-mobility, and there we tried viability gap funding, which was followed by creating a blended finance facility, and roping in NBFCs and blending blended finance was able to bring the rates to a competitive level. And third was quoting and supporting it through a risk sharing facility. So different models would work. SIDBI has almost tested all the models, and we would like to do it. We have worked out that we should be working this segment on a phase basis, so that we test it and then scale it up the right way. That is how it has worked, and we'll catch up.
Definitely so. So the depth of your viewpoints have always been very helpful to kind of define how we work together. So my next question will be to Christina, and because you just heard this term economic viability quite a few times from me and Dr. Singh. So what is your understanding of which aspect of economic viability, which is also always taken into consideration the TCO parity and the cash flow view for the shipper? Which aspect of the economic viability has a bearing on financing of ZETs? More again, like looking at how the Indian freight sector is structured, given the small scale operators' presence in the sector, the prevalent business practices, and also the ownership models in the Indian trucking sector.
So thank you for the question. So I think it's important. You have been hearing throughout the day that this TCO analysis is one really important thing, but we need to understand which context. These need to be applicable for each context this trucks is going to be used. So really go into the detail analysis and not generalize TCO analysis for all the cases. So really understand which use we're going to have and understand how we make this TCO feasible and profitable to the small companies that are the main way that the market is organized here in the Indian market. So really understand how we can create the new business models that the upfront costs for this technology is not so impactful in that. So the cash flow doesn't have a lot of impact. So we can explore a lot of models for it. So we have been hearing also already throughout the day. So blended financing, how we can bring new investors with lower interest rates for those finance mechanisms. So how we can attract climate financing for those investments, how we can monetize that in the future with carbon markets and everything that can attract better rates for really accelerate this transition. And I think for that, we have more, I think, on the timing for that, because we know this is coming, but maybe it's coming a little bit later when we already have the market more ready, that prices are decreasing, the price of technology and everything. So how we can attract right now those kind of mechanisms to really accelerate the Indian market right now, that the India is already making a lot of signs and giving the direction where the country is going. So have all the clear, ambitious targets in place. So right now the financial mechanism needs to match those ambitions to accelerate this transition. And also another really important thing that we also have, we are hearing that was going to help on all the financial mechanisms and TCO analysis, decreasing the cost, the upfront cost or the capital cost. So bringing more competitors to the same type of vehicles, so increasing the number of OEMs available in the market to increase the competitiveness, to really be able to commit and deliver the technology for the different types of use that we need in the different uses for the freight sector in the Indian context. And one really important thing that we can bring for this discussion, not only for the TCO, for the financial mechanisms as a role, as how we can have the warranties for the smaller owners of vehicles. That's a big part. So when we're talking about big owner fleets, I think it's much easier to them to be able to pay and have these guarantees as part of the financial mechanisms. So how financial institutions, development ones like World Bank and the others here, can also help to leverage some money for de-risking those investments for those ones and help attract some more private investors to the table on it. So exploring those seed monies with development banks that can create the market and accelerate that without needing necessary subsidies for the government itself. So how we can use those climate financing and development banks mechanisms for accelerating this transition and really seeing Indian market picking up in speed for this acceleration to be able to commit with all those targets that we have. So really being able to go into the details for the different uses and creating those mechanisms for different users to create the innovative business models for accelerating that.
Thanks, Christina. That's very, very helpful. My next question is to Saurabh, and he represents the World Bank, so a multilateral development finance institution. So Saurabh, what's your view on what kind of financing solutions would work for large-scale ZET deployments? And what role at an ecosystem would each stakeholder play? And as we talk about stakeholders, so government, the private sector, multilaterals play in developing and deploying such financing solutions for scale ZET deployment.
Thank you. So just to carry forward from what Christina was saying, I would say in addition to having very use case specific TCO models, the other equally important element we need to look at is the ability of the user to repay the loan, because ultimately that is what is going to determine the bankability. And if an asset is going to cost about 3x or 2x an ICE vehicle, probably with the same tenor and the same rate of interest, his EMIs are also going to be in that proportion itself. So it's equally important we need to keep the EMI at the same level or at a slightly increased level so that the bankability does not suffer. And from this, I move to 3 or 4 specific broad cases where we can look at with specific different models of financing and business models that we could look at. So first of all, let me talk about urban freight. In urban freight, there are primarily 2 categories. One is the municipal vehicles, the municipal fleet, which is there. The second is the logistic service providers, which run the smaller vehicles. Municipal fleet all across India can serve as a very good candidate for demand aggregation, just like we've done in the case of STU buses. And I must admit that in some cases, the TCO may not be achieved in the near future for municipal fleets, some of the municipal vehicles. So a similar example would be that of a school bus. So school bus, we are sure that achieving a TCO in the near future is very difficult. So something like a garbage picking vehicle or a water tanker or something may have limited TCO parity, but still it needs to be greened. The second is urban fleet, which is owned by the private logistics players. So over there are already state-level subsidies which are enabling adoption of green vehicles. The smaller, the N1 vehicles, which are 1, 2, 3 ton vehicles. I think the ACE and other EVs which are there, they are already operating. So the TCO in that case is established because the number of vehicle kilometers is going to be significant. They are going to benefit from a lot of charging infrastructure, which is already going to be present in such cities. And the smaller vehicle size means that the payload penalty is not going to be significant as well. So that is a good candidate to, or sort of a low-hanging fruit that we could look at. The third is, and somebody made this point earlier in the day, that we could look at some closed-loop systems. So some vehicles in the mine, some vehicles in port and CFS and back to the port. Those are the vehicles, or even port ITVs, those could be vehicles which again have predetermined or a foreseeable vehicle kilometers per day. So we can, and have high utilization, so TCO parity is probably achievable, and they have a fixed revenue stream as well.
Right.
The third and final is, I come to the regional or the heavy duty trucks. So over there, we need to be cognizant of the fact that, say, unlike the passenger vehicle segment market or even the bus market, there are a lot of systemic and sectoral inefficiencies in India's freight sector. We are aware, and the reports published, that almost 40% of the vehicle trips in trucks are empty trips, the return trips.
Right.
If that impacts the revenue potential of a player, then it impacts his probably the ability to adopt a new technology, which is much more expensive. And then, so probably I'll just end my point here. I would also want to focus on the two major segments in the market, like we were seeing in the presentation, the 40% market, which is the organized sector, which probably is going to be the early adopter of technology. They have access to finance, they have probably, but the requirement that they will need is long-term, low-cost capital, probably accompanied by a risk-sharing instrument, maybe. We are still working on that, on what kind of risk needs to be mitigated. One of the risks might be for both the bankers and the early adopters would be the residual value or the resale value risk. Then comes the second-hand market, which is also equally important. It comprises 70% of India's trucking market. Without that transition from the first owner to the second owner, there'll be no more supply, no more demand which will be generated by the first-hand owners or the large service players. So the second-hand owners have a separate problem. They face challenges in access to finance. They have high credit risk. And any institution that finances that category is probably going to require more credit guarantees, more sort of risk-sharing facilities in them. And then how they kind of repay the loan, how they are able to access finance is a different challenge altogether. So I'll probably stop here and I'll pause for the other participants also.
Yeah, thanks, Saurabh. So I'll now go to Neha. Neha, are you able to hear me?
Yes. Am I audible? Thanks, Vijay.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Neha, for taking out time from your busy schedule and being remote and still joining us. So considering you represent International Finance Corporation, I would like to know the kind of role that you envisage for your organization to play in the acceleration of ZET ecosystem in India, and especially with the participation of the private sector companies in this sector. And what signals from the market and policy maybe would trigger an action from an institution like yours?
Sure. Thanks, Vijay. So the objective for IFC, an institution like IFC, would be to finance large-scale infrastructure projects that support a climate change. So here, I think there are a couple of points that have already been touched by the panel members. For example, the TCO viability for select use cases and bankability of the contracts. So for us to enable large-scale financing, that is moving from the 5-truck pilot to, say, 100 trucks or 1,000 trucks sort of financing opportunity, bankability, of course, is extremely critical. And I'll be brief on that since that's already been touched. Longer tenure contracts for us, demand aggregation and volumes is something that can support bankability. Now, volumes and demand aggregation in theory and in practice, it is huge difference, and largely because asset ownership is a challenge in the ZETS space. So, I mean, if we look at the asset ownership, what really is what are the two key bottlenecks that we see are the entry barriers and the residual value. Now, when you look at the entry barriers, this is almost 2.5 to 3 times. And residual value, we do not know what sort of technology will prevail in long term, and whether the trucks can be recycled. Again, both these, policy support can help on both these parameters. For example, on the entry barriers, if we look at the truck cost or the tractor cost is comparable to on the electric side is comparable to the ICE trucks. But the differential really comes from the battery part. Now we know the battery prices are falling, and there could be a case where they are 50% of the value that today they are. But the policy barriers do not enable the battery swapping to happen, and that also kind of limits the type of financing interventions that can come in. I mean, internationally, we've seen battery banks supporting battery swapping models, and those also support different types of use cases, which is beyond the closed loop operation, say on a corridor approach. So I think policy intervention on that front should help. Again, the residual value, the clarity on what sort of technology would prevail in long term, the government, inputs on that front should help. Having said that, I think both these issues on the entry barriers and residual value can be addressed through asset ownership models that have evolved over time. These are largely asset financing models that can support financing of larger volume of trucks. So essentially, demand aggregation gets taken care of, operational efficiencies get taken care of, financing efficiencies can be built into such larger ticket size deals where multilaterals and blended finance instruments can be brought in. Of course, there are issues to be addressed on how we can make the market switch to longer tenure contracts. Again, volumes should help, and offtake arrangements should also help. So I'll pause here for any reflection. And
thanks, Neha. And Charat, I actually was waiting for all these views to come forward to have your viewpoint. And as we all know that you represent IFA, which is the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis. So now I probably will try to look for you to summarize your viewpoint looking at all these inputs. And tell us that what is the global best practices on energy finance that you think would work well in the context of ZET financing in India, including the financing as well as the business models.
Sure. Thanks, Vijay. Thanks for having me here. Being the last speaker in the last session is not easy, but I'll borrow some of the points that the earlier people spoken about. So there are various green funds out there globally. As Christina was also mentioning, that there are climate funds, there are green funds that are already existing. And all we need is, I would say, a well-designed downstream financial instrument that could channelize these funds profitably. Now, many of these, why is the reason, the main reason behind the high financing costs that we are seeing could be reasons like high upfront cost of the vehicle itself, and there's lack of performance data, there is lack of residual value. So each of these, as we're seeing in globally international markets, is a well-structured, tailored instrument that is addressing these risks. So some of the examples, I won't read all through, but I will just cite you a few examples when it comes to dealing with high vehicle cost, which kind of has a multiplier effect on other financial metrics as well is if we can somehow have a concessional loan which is being implemented elsewhere in the world, like South Korean government has instituted a concessional loan which extends up to the 50% of the vehicle cost. So this in fact has an effect on the private sector lending as well, which kind of lowered the interest rates on the private sector loans as well. So that's kind of leveraging, as some other speaker was saying. Right now we are financing all through equity. If equity can be replaced with debt, that shows the maturity of the industry. So I would say that's one way of doing that. And also, if you can, even the OEMs can play a part. Like Daimler I don't know if they are here in this workshop, but Daimler has issued a €1 billion, 1 billion euros, in fact, as green bonds, and try to finance their own vehicles and then give it on an asset leasing model, which can also be perhaps replicated in India. And that almost got 25 basis points advantage in terms of the normal loans. So likewise, there are vehicle lease programs which are done by insurance companies. Perhaps Indian auto insurance companies can also look into that, like Lombard does it in UK, Asset Alliance Group in UK, along with the NatWest Group. And even the OEMs like Hyzon Motors did. So some of these, even the mezzanine loan from European Investment Bank, which kind of converts into debt if there is a default. So this kind of instruments, this kind of interventions would certainly help. I mean, all we need is a good, well-structured downstream financial instrument. Yeah.
I totally agree with you, Charit, on that. So probably my next round of questions will take a pause here. I would like to invite some questions from the audience to the panel. So not just to make it interactive, but we know that from the day-long deliberations, you have a lot of questions. And I also see some representation from the industry. As in, we have a company which is into asset leasing. We have LSPs here. So I would request if anybody wants to raise a question directly to the panelist so that I can take a break, maybe. Anyone? This is a surprise, but still a good one. Anybody wants to take a call? Karthik sir, you have any question? You have been leading the PSA office work. You will ask later. Anybody? Yeah, Uska.
Yeah, I have Ushka from WBCSD. I have a question for IFC. What is typically the size of the project that is relevant for you to invest in?
So Neha, you got the question. What is the size of the project that you will be looking at to take a decision on investments?
So typically a sweet spot for IFC would be about $50 million. That's just a very generalized average. Given the context of this particular industry, its development impact, and the need for us to create market in this, I think our thresholds are much lower for such an industry or such a industry subsector. In fact, we put our resources together to sort of create asset co platforms so that we can actually create market along with them. So I mean, it varies, but again, the debt/equity would depend on how bankable, what sort of bankable contracts can we structure as part of the asset co or as part of the investment.
Uska, you got your answer. Yeah? Thanks. Yeah, Mr. Ganti Radhakrishna, please introduce yourself as well.
No problem.
Sorry, sorry. I missed on this. Vijay, probably you go first, and then just give me 2 minutes, Mr. Ganti.
Probably it's little knowledge that we want, because two of very eminent panelists who are there on this panel have been involved into making a risk management instrument for a period of time between SIDBI and World Bank. And I have heard wonderful work has happened over a period of time. When we were doing annuity hybrid e-mobility, we did not have that instrument, so we could not integrate at that time. So if now, if somebody, for instance, say for an example, 500 to 1,000, why I'm saying 500 is because of Tamil Nadu outlay from the annuity hybrid. If we have to do it now, how you have done it, what is that we should keep in our mind, that state should take some load of it, some subvention, some sort of load on the interest. RBI has a sovereign green fund. They have also issued and sovereign bonds now in India. How these can all come together and we can join these dots to give some confidence to the risk management, at least 1 to 2%.
So the question is to Singh sir or to Saurabh?
Saurabh.
Thank you. So, first of all, the bank and SIDBI have done excellent work in creating a risk-sharing facility for the two-wheeler, three-wheeler, four-wheeler segment. But having said that, that market and the trucking market are quite different. The average number of delinquencies or NPAs in the passenger small vehicles is about 15% or so. For trucking, it's 0.6 or 0.8% only. So we need to be first clear about what is the risk that we are trying to hedge or de-risk here. It could either be credit risk of the borrower, right? It could be the revenue risk, which anyways the bank will not hedge. It could be an operational risk. Suppose I purchase a truck tomorrow, it doesn't operate. Fourth, it could be a technology risk. So for that, we have the OEMs and the battery manufacturers providing warranties and guarantees we noticed early in the day. The fifth could be a resale risk, which is a very real risk in the minds of the lenders and the borrowers both. Then there is a sixth category of risk, which is the perceived risk or the risk of the unknown. We don't know what it is. It's an untested, untried technology. There's no data right now. That is what a lot of bankers and banking institutions have also mentioned. Now, having said all of this, we are now faced with the challenge of quantifying certain unknown risks and some perceived risks. And that is the way we have to sort of balance all of this. There could be a kind of an instrument which could be a guarantee instrument, which guarantees for a percentage of a second loss or a first loss. But there's no one-to-one correlation that a guarantee instrument or a risk-sharing facility actually works in favor of reducing the cost of lending. It depends on who bears that cost of guarantee. Either it's the government or it passes on to the borrower. Now, among all of this, we have an equally important challenge of reducing the capital cost, which is 3x of the diesel price. So how we balance everything and how we let the market up that technology adoption curve is yet to be seen, and we are working with SIDBI and other organizations and the financial institutions.
That's the follow-up question, that RBI bond, sovereign green bond, that can be used to decrease the interest rate or not. It's there in the mandate written.
That could be looked at, but so we need to look at how the phasing of the adoption of ZETs is going to happen. And what kind of numbers of trucks we are looking at, what kind of equity, what kind of debt financing we are actually looking at. After we've done all that, then we look at what kind of risk profile is there for the borrowers and what kind of financing instruments are there. So we looked at, there are some climate financing, some green finance funds, then there are the green bonds, then probably India is in process of developing its taxonomy as well. There's so many which are possible. They could probably, I'm just thinking, they could probably be clubbed into a kind of a fund, a revolving fund, a concessional financing clubbed into it, with the risk instrument clubbed into it. There are numerous permutations, combinations possible in this.
So I will complement this. So we have recently got sanction of 200 million from Green Climate Fund, and we would leverage it to create a 1 billion fund, and that is not exclusively for EV, but it is for green financing. And this blended facility, it's a concessional fund, will blend it with market borrowing, which we would do, and will create this 1 billion fund, which we intend to leverage it to 4 billion. So the idea is, because any project, this will have promoter contribution, this will have bankers also funding only 75%. So we have worked out this which includes the solar side, the EV side, the energy efficiency side, and circular economy, and including the adaptation side. Now coming to, so the fund side, I think we are working on. We also manage this GIFT program, Green Investment for Transformation of Ministry of MSME. Though we are catering to micro and small enterprises, but loans up to 2 crores, we are providing 2% interest subvention. So that also is up and ticking. Now third is like what we have done while funding EV 2-3 wheelers is, generally a banker would love to have a menu card identified, right? Like for example, energy efficiency, we have created a stack of 890 technologies which are clean, green, energy efficient. Same we have done for EV. We have empaneled 18 OEMs and we have empaneled them based on the technology, the quality criteria, right? And then once we empanel the lenders like NBFCs, like we have funded few NBFCs which are BBB and below rated. Generally, we would not have funded, but backing of risk sharing facility has enabled us to fund them. And there what we tell them is, we would insist on telematics being there. We would insist on particular quality, as you were mentioning about battery quality. So we would look at the entire ecosystem being built up, then only funding. So if a stack is there, the banker has a ease. Like today my ZB branches are at very much ease. They know these OEMs I need to look at, whether it is battery, whether it is the vehicle manufacturer. And these NBFCs have passed through a filter of a green vertical, so they are very convinced. Same model we have now taken to the other part of, other partner banks. So this is what would work out. Another thing which we both were sharing the same DAS was how did we sponsored this K2K, Kanyakumari to Kashmir, say women traveling 3,333 kilometers and proving this that one, women can drive. Second, these vehicles, 2, 3 and 4 wheelers EV can be driven from Kanyakumari to Kashmir seamlessly. And that is what, this sort of proving the efficacy that this truck can fly from one end to the other end, I think would be the one way which we call it that financing need to be complemented by non-financing.
Sir, consider Bharatmala and Sagarmala done.
Abhijit, if I may
Parvatmala in coming
interject.
time.
So actually, I'm also looking at the clock and we know what's coming next. And let's not keep the audience waiting for that. So I would like to maybe, sorry for that, we can continue the discussion on the food and the drinks. Mr. Ganti Radhakrishnan, your question, please.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Radhakrishnan, I represent logistics. So my question is very simple. As a logistics partner, I'm the person who is investing. I'm the person who is working in the thin margin. I'm at the risk rather than the shipper and the other people, right? So what can I expect from the financial institutes in coming days? Is there rate of interest can be reduced, reduction in the rate of interest to support the industry? Point one. Point two is there any facility that government, anyways the subsidization is not there on the trucks. Instead of subsidization, if they could reduce the rate of interest on the vehicle, anyways my rate of what I'm purchasing is 3x times. If the rate of interest could reduce, then it will help us a lot. We can manage a little bit on this front.
And who is your question pointed to? Is it Singh sir or?
I will feel.
Okay.
So, very simple. Like banker, typically, you have to really make them in-depth aware about bankability. Right. So that is what, as I mentioned earlier, if you have heard, we took a pool of 50 bankers to a EV Expo and had a structured discussion with the entire ecosystem, right? Battery people, the OEMs, the charging stations, the swapping also. Unless we understand, we will not fund, right? And once we understand, the market then starts operating, right? The interest rate is related to the bankability or the perceived risk being brought down, right? So the first thing for you would be to convince us what is the entire model. If you'll keep the model in your pocket, then we would also have issue in, unless we understand, we'll not work on it. And second is, so once we understand, like 2-3 wheelers, we could understand. So what we have now done is, for example, we want to prioritize that women should go for EV, right? So we have lowered the risk premium for women in calculating our interest rate. So similarly, whichever segments will create, that is how market works for you also, for me also as a banker. I think only thing is give clarity to us.
Yeah, so while you said that you are the one investing the money, but I think you also have a role to play to convince the banker that the rate of interest can be lowered, apart from other players as well. Am I right in saying that? All right. Probably next 10 minutes, a few more questions, please. Of course, I have my set of questions, but I think this is a better model where we hear from the audience what their questions, what their doubts, what their concerns are. Anyone else want to take a stab? Nobody is leaving early, for sure. Yeah, please.
Good evening. I'm Rahul Upmanyu from Entrepreneur. I think this question has been in my mind for a year. A year ago, though, I asked in a petroleum ministry organized conference.
Can you just come a bit forward because it's not very clearly
Yeah,
audible,
sure.
please.
Thanks. So I think from an India perspective, I think this is a pretty broader question in a sense that when we talk about energy and our dependency on it. So we're 82% of the fuel or the energy that we currently use in India are imported, right? Fundamentally, that is what the general scenario is, statistically speaking. Now, we also have refineries. So there is a dollar component which is going out in terms of the market. We are borrowing the energy from outside world. Now, when we do refining of that fuel and we export it, is there a way via which we can offset it? Somebody has thought like that ever before?
So my first hunch would be that this is a discussion on finance.
On finance.
Yeah. So I'm not able to see that.
I can correlate it with finance. I mean,
Yeah, please, that correlation will be helpful, please. If you can.
fantastic. So when Sir mentioned that SIDBI is doing ABC, and one of the ways via which SIDBI is propagating its initiatives is participation in experiential events. Any other framework via which SIDBI is working on in terms of marketing what they currently are into, so that SMEs, startups, or energy people in general can benefit out of it? Thanks.
Okay. So I will tell you, we started a new way of working out a model, right? So we were working out on decarbonization. How do we create a facility for decarbonization? So instead of doing for a sort of a theory or say doing a survey, we floated a challenge fund, right? And we thought that startups, innovators, the people who are thinking aloud in a different off-track models, like you, they would come across and pitch for. But we got more than 100 proposals. We have picked up 20. Only 2 proposals I could get from EV segment, right, which we are supporting. So the idea is, and the challenge fund is very simple. If you have got an idea, if you can pitch and convince us that this is a replicable, scalable idea, we would support it for doing it for say 3, 6 months or 9 months, right? And you come back proving your idea and making it for the nation to really scale it up. So as I mentioned earlier also, everything boils down to you making us understand that this is a fit model. But later on when we discuss with startups, they say, I didn't come across this. This is a public advert we give calling for challenge fund. And I was thinking I should get 1,000 proposals, but we got just 100, right? So my thing is, these sort of initiatives are being done around. You have to keep tracking that where are these sort of challenge fund or some idea, like somebody mentioned about hackathon, right, are happening. Come out and pitch with your off-track ideas. I think nation is working to support one or other way.
Yeah, so let's not make it a Sydney open house. Yeah. So any other questions that we have here? Else, yeah, sir.
So I'm just looking at, we've got OEMs who've got truck products. There's a lot of visibility and there's a lot of clarity. We've got a lot of chargers who've got products, a lot of visibility, a lot of clarity. When do you think we'll have clarity on fiscal products like that for this sector? We need fiscal products. We need various products with just like an OEM is expected to offer different models to take care of different segments. And we complain about lack of models availability or chargers. I say, oh no, these guys don't give me beyond 150 kilowatts. What do I do, etc. Should the finance sector be rethinking their role in this entire thing? Should you be designing products, advertising them, and offering different variants of your products? It's one thing to be waiting for others to come and convince you. It's another one where if it becomes competitive and you're actually desperate to give out debt products, then you start advertising and you start competing, you start designing, you start innovating. Is it possible at all? Or are we going to be in this case where we still do not have clarity on fiscal products coming out on the table for consumers to choose from? The consumer is got that choice in vehicles. He's got it with discoms as well in some of the states. He's got it for the charger. In equity, it's started happening. He's got options on who to go for equity. Debt, we are not seeing that as yet. So what's going to drive us there? Or is it something which we will never reach? What's your thought?
He has restrained me to answer. No, that's not the case. So I think Karthik sir helped me that he has not pointed the question to you. Yeah, anybody is open to take the question.
Okay, so
You can also take the question.
I'll try to answer that question. See, as the market evolves, as we go along the technology adoption curve, there will be different kind of business models which will crop up. There are startups which are doing a lot of beautiful things. There are going to be, what we are discussing, the leasing companies which are coming up. Then there are going to be asset companies which are going to come up. And they will require a different kind of a customized equity or a hybrid instrument. So even in equity also, they have the concept of junior equity and other things also which have come up now. Now, that is on the equity side. But at the same time, they also require some surety on the resale price of the vehicle, on what will happen in case it's a specific kind of a lease where the residual value has to be determined. And overall, what is the policy environment going to be? So that is also going to be an enabler of the adoption as well. But now if I come to the debt part of funding, I think first of all, we need to understand which specific segment we are going to target, because it's a very, very diverse segment. It has multiple layers of operators, levels of adopters who are going to be there. If I were to kind of look into the future, it would be the large fleet owners who would probably require low-cost, long-term financing with a higher loan-to-value ratio. That is the primary concern amongst the adopters. And they are the ones who are going to put their money on the table along with the bankers. If we are able to sort of increase the loan tenor from the existing 5 years to say 8 years, 10 years, along with suitable interest repayments, while at the same time ensuring that the EMI repayment, what I was talking about earlier, does not make him suffer, we probably could look at a very simple debt product along with some kind of a risk assurance. That could be the most plain vanilla instrument that we could look at. The others could be kind of, as I said, the business models evolve. They could be use case specific models that we could look at. So if it's a case of a demand aggregation, it would be a different kind of a financing mechanism with a business mechanism. If a private sector takes initiative on, say, anything as a service, so it could be trucking as a service, charging as a service, or mobility as a service, that could be a different kind of a model that could be adopted. And as Sir was saying earlier, we probably would like to hear from the private sector what kind of business models, established bankable models looking at, so that we could devise suitable financing instruments. And let me also conclude that probably there is a possible financial product for every kind of business model that we can envisage, and we need to probably work together to build that up.
Yeah, so
I hope that answers the question.
yeah, so Neha, you want to add to that, please?
No, I could add to that. So I think Saurabh's laid it out very well. There are different use cases. Each use case has its own sort of risks, and that would determine the kind of financial structure that would be deployed. So, for example, at this point while we are talking, we are evaluating asset co structures where different use cases are being structured under different SPVs, and each of these SPVs have different risks. So, different sort of risk mitigation measures, different sort of tenors, structures are being evaluated. If you look at the buses, EV buses space, there are different risks. There is a PSM, there is, payment security mechanism that enables us to take larger risk. The rates can be different, the tenors can be different. The technology risk is tested out for a longer tenor. The residual value and the deployment of the asset can be done differently versus a truck or a zero emission truck, where especially the heavy trucks category, that has a different risk profile. Especially it depends again on the offtake risk. How is that being mitigated? So the tenors, the instrument would largely be a function of risk. At the same time, I think we have a lot of appetite from the development institutions' perspective to even look at equity. So we are looking at equity in fleets, asset ownership in fleets for say passenger cars or taxi services. That's another area where different sort of risk is there, and we are happy to take on equity sort of products. So I don't think there's a template available. Then again, there are, we would be happy to look at sort of financing the batteries. If there's a model that evolves and there's a policy enabling, framework that comes up that helps us localize the battery manufacturing. So the battery and the energy component could be segregated, and a different risk model could come up to finance that. Technically speaking, then the operators, the mom and pop truck operators would have zero switching costs. They are just switching from the current truck price, which costs roughly around 40 to 50 lakhs, to another electric truck cost, which costs somewhere in the same range. So that would have a different financial structure to it and different instruments.
Sir, I started the session with you and I'll close the session with you. I'll probably bring in Christina and Charit. What is your view on this question? What kind of examples you think we can look at in the global markets, in the global landscape, that we can build upon? Some ideas. Christina, you first.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I think you have some really good examples that you can inspire and see how they can be applicable for the Indian context. But I think the main thing is that we don't have one answer that solves all the problems. We need to understand which one of the markets we are looking for. So light duties, heavy duties, and see which role each one of the players can play on it. So in the financial side, the development banks can play a role depending on batteries, so helping to accelerate the batteries. The private market can play a role when urban freight, because then we can look for bigger owner fleets. So really understand the different applicabilities and which stakeholders need to step up to solve that specific problem. We are not talking about one problem and one solution. So some examples, we have California that's advancing a lot, have a lot of incentives since from the private sector to buy the fleets, but also looking for taxes that go for fossil fuel vehicles that can be used to accelerate the zero emission vehicles transition for that. So how we can cross those incentives for emissions to fossil fuel vehicles that are bought in the state to transition to incentives to zero emission vehicles. We also have another example looking for a country, China, that's doing a lot during the last years. They are not looking for the supply chain as a whole, but also how they can have a plan for decarbonizing the entire freight system. So they are having the plan which segments they can go for zero emission vehicles. So they have mapped all the country between which cities they are going to do corridors for that, and they are doing all the infrastructure for that. But some other segments that the technology, they are not seeing the fit for zero emission vehicles, they are going for rail on the segment. So really looking for that comprehensive plan, and which solution is going to play a role on this broadly plan, and which stakeholders step up to solve these different problems. So having this comprehensive approach and understanding who can play which role to solve that specific problem. So in terms of time, I'm going to leave you with these two.
Charit, your views on this?
So I think when you're looking at debt,
If I may just, so we are basically looking at possible debt product models that we can bring to India.
So it need not be looked at the borrower level itself. When you are talking about debt, it need not be always at the truck operator. It could be a financial company which is providing a lease program as well. So especially when you are looking at asset lease programs or a trucking as a service, if you are looking at, these are very structured financial or operating leases, or it could be a pure play purchase, hire purchase lease. In that case, it's been happening, as I said earlier, with Lombard and NatWest doing in the UK. So the company is providing a service, transport as a service or trucking as a service, but it's all financial innovations are being done at that company level, not at the borrower level. The borrower just pays the per kilometer basis, as we are seeing in the CESL bus programs as well. If some of those lessons can be replicated in the trucks, if some of those are the structures.
So, your views on this? What kind of debt products would work best? Or if there can be a variety of debt products that the borrower can look at?
So as I mentioned, we have already been understanding the market, right? So when 2-3 wheelers was there, we have a different product. Maybe for buses and trucks, we'll have a different models. And that is what is the approach. How do you induce excess and reduce excess? And the second part is CESS, right? So how do you, the disablers, how do you minimize? And enablers, how do you maximize? Is what SEDB tries to understand. So as a debt product, we are already having, not for trucks yet, but for EV, we are already up and running. We have created a reasonable portfolio, I would say, with 35,000 vehicles on road in terms of funding in a short time. So structuring we have done along with World Bank. We have shaped how do we do for buses and trucks. And that should not be issue. Issue is we should get started.
I totally agree, and I think we are working towards that. And probably in the 3rd anniversary, we will have a lot of things to talk about in terms of actual on-ground experience, data, and information. So I think with this, I would like to bring this panel to a close. And I would like to probably invite Oscar to come on the stage, join me, and not for any more questions, but to give a thank you remarks.
Yeah, I will try to keep it brief. Thank you all the speakers first for sharing these insights. Some of the key points that I think we heard already throughout the day today. So Total cost of ownership is the key. We need to make sure that the business case is viable. I think this is the message that we already heard this morning. We heard now that it's the right time. We need to shape solutions. And we also need to make sure that these solutions are innovative and that consider the needs of specific use case. So one thing that is crucial is also information sharing in between the industry, in between the financial institutions, but also within the governments, so that we really identify and bring to the market solutions that can make scale for the trucks and the infrastructure. One additional note that I would add is many times we see, also speaking internationally with different institutions, that there is not a lack of climate funding or the private equity funding. It's a lack of viable use cases, viable projects, which is many times the case of lack of information and information sharing among the project. And what is crucial is to understand how we can leverage the demand signal that we did, how we can leverage the aggregation so that we can reach the scale that actually allow us to de-risk and finance the investments with the supports with the climate funding. And I think I will leave it at this. I just want to flag that, as Vijay mentioned at the beginning, with Smart Freight Center and CalStart, we're working in India, but also globally, as part of the Collective for Clean Transport Finance, to bring these three things together, the governments, financial institutions, and the private sector, to identify how we can develop a roadmap for financing the projects. And I forgot a flyer on the table, but we have distributed around a bit of a work plan, which is invitation for collaboration, so that we can really start this dialogue and we can together start shaping the solutions. Thank you.
So the panel comes to an end, but I would request everyone, whomsoever has any idea that you think can enrich our work, make us deliver better, please come forward, engage with us. We'll be more than happy to hear from you. Thank you so much, Dr. Singh, Neha, Saurabh, Christina, Charat. Thank you so much for this very engaging discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, just with a follow-up, and Joseph, if you could join the...
Yeah, so I'm also calling my colleagues in the task force of finance, Joseph and Uska, to join me. Joseph, you may come from that side.
I request...
Thank you.
I request Mr. Vijay to present a small gift to the panel. Come on.
Sir, salute. Sir. Thank you.
All right.
I will give you.
No. Yeah.
As we approach the conclusion of today's event, it's my privilege to once again invite Shri Sudhendu Sinha sir to deliver the concluding remarks.
So it has been quite an engaging day, I would say. All sessions were completely, we have covered the entire ecosystem of heavy-duty freight electrification. And I'm sure the financing thing was equally, Mr. R.K. Singh and his team and all other panelists, I heard the last part of it. So the responsibility is definitely on the financiers, yes, good amount of it. And now we discussed about those who are into the manufacturing. We discussed about those who would be responsible for owning it up, purchasing it, and of course, deploying the vehicles. And finally, and the most important of them all, the one who would be using it. So precisely, we have covered each one of them. We have attempted to understand that what are the specific challenges to each of them and how best we can sort them out. As it was being told in the last session that, no model is an ideal model. It has to be bespoke. We have got to develop it. And it has got to be into a kind of, evolving stream. So yes, as we continue our journey forward, so my expectation, as I said in the morning also, that by when we will be celebrating our next anniversary, we should at least be 10x in number. So today, the number is, so that we don't get mixed up. Today, the number is 250, between 250, 300. By next time when we are around, so it should be 2,500, 3,000. That gives a responsibility on each of the players, starting from the manufacturers, that they have to start pulling off. And let me tell you that the giants are just waiting in the wings. They are watching that how does the demand go. If we are able to give them that signal that yes, if you produce, takers are there, let me tell you that in 6 months' time, they would be able to kind of, galvanize their assembly lines and start production. So that is where we are, and I'm sure that if we work as a team the way we have been doing in the last 2 years, definitely there is no doubt that we are going to achieve it. So with this, I would like to wrap it up. And yes, thanks to all the 17 knowledge partners, we have clicked them together in one frame to remember, and new ones are also joining. I was told that NHEB they have evinced the interest and they are the ones who have joined it. They have floated a pilot in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, and they are also working, trying to identify that how best it can be supported. So the charging infrastructure and the entire stream of it that goes up to the distribution company, grid stability. So the farther you go, you realize that there is another one that needs to be addressed. Those who are into manufacturing stream, they have got their own challenges. Operators and the owners, the shippers finally, and all of them have to be supported by the financiers, and this entire ecosystem has to be supported by the policymakers, to which stream I belong to, and I too have to get learning from the 17 of the knowledge partners who were there, and of course thanks to WRI for giving so much of time in organizing it. So I won't say that I'd rather welcome each one of you. I won't say that it was my program. Suddenly I realized normally that we will meet soon. This conversation should be continuing one. And my sense is that we are almost, close to the target. The target where from this starts moving on its own. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinha sir, for such insightful concluding remarks. I now request all the knowledge partners to come on the stage with their teams for a nice big photo. Should I call all of them? It's all right? Okay. As we wrap today's event, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to each of you for your participation and invaluable contributions. Let's continue to collaborate and build on the momentum we have generated up until now. Together, we can unlock new opportunities and achieve our shared goals for a more sustainable and efficient freight sector. I now warmly invite you all to join us for dinner and drinks graciously sponsored by CEW and Smart Freight Center India. This will be a great opportunity to network, exchange ideas, and build new partnerships as we move ahead. Thank you once again. Hello all, please join us for drinks. It's right here. We can start off.